you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the first Research Frontiers Symposium, Environmental Research for National Development. Please stand for the playing of the national anthem. For those in attendance in person this morning, before we commence with the opening remarks, some quick housekeeping matters. The restrooms are located on the outside to my right, your left, and in the case of any emergency, the gathering points are outside and in the car parks to the north of this room. Good morning. Now, why are we here today? It's difficult in 2025 to tell the story, the successes and challenges of a country, especially a small island developing state like Barbados, without empirical data. In this era, when all goals must be smart, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and timely, the importance of a forum such as today's Research Frontiers Symposium is amplified. Today, we will hear presentations around fisheries and coastal. I now invite the Marine Spatial Plan Project Manager, Alison Wiggins, to give the opening remarks.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you to today's research forum, the first of its kind being hosted by the Ministry of Environment and National Beautification, Green and Blue Economy. The first of its kind to bring together a wide range of agencies from across the ministry. There has been tremendous work occurring behind the scenes, with each agency making leaps and strides to increase the resilience of the ecosystems and infrastructure of this small island we call home, in the face of pollution, biodiversity loss, and climate change, the looming triple planetary crisis. At a first glance, Barbados appears unassuming. Its flat relief and small size are easily misleading. However, it is home to rich flora and fauna biodiversity, some of which reside within the trenches of our gullies. The area within Barbados' national jurisdiction also extends well beyond our sandy beaches, reaching as far as 200 nautical miles to the east. Over the next 2 days, light will be shed on an array of topics: how the fishing industry has incorporated technologies to bolster data collection and climate resilience, how activities within an ocean space of more than 180,000 square kilometers is sustainably managed, and Barbados' preparation in the face of growing antimicrobial resistance and the rediscovery of one of the island's lost territorial species. Many of us know that research is never without its challenges. That is why our conversations will also confront the realities such as the barriers to sustainable financing, the difficulties in scaling innovation, and the need for policy frameworks that support science-led decision-making. It is therefore important that the research occurring on the island is amplified so as to ensure the public is well informed on the investments being made to strengthen the island's resilience and to foster a spirit of collaboration as we all work towards a common goal. I encourage you to actively participate in all the sessions and make the most of this enriching experience. I therefore wish you a productive and inspiring forum. Let's all work together to advance knowledge, foster innovation, and create a brighter future for Barbados. Once again, welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Wiggins. We will now have remarks by the Chief Fisheries Officer in the Barbados Fisheries Division, Dr. Shelly-Ann Cox.
Well, a pleasant good morning to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, and distinguished guests. It is a pleasure to have you all here today as the Ministry commemorates Environment Month with the Research Frontiers Symposium. Each presentation and discussion contributes to one central theme: how environmental research is contributing to the national development of Barbados. As a small island developing state, sustainable development and creative innovation is key now more than ever, and the next 2 days will be a testament to the research being undertaken to make the island more resilient in this rapidly changing world. The mission of the Ministry of Environment and National Beautification, Green and Blue Economy, is to formulate and implement environmental management programs that facilitate the sustainable use of our natural resources, complement the national, social, and economic development agenda, and include stakeholder input into decision-making. At the core of this is a key that the decisions made are science-driven and evidence-based. The importance of this ministry's role within the broader framework of integrated planning and resource management must not be overlooked. Barbados continues to confront mounting environmental challenges with limited resources, human, financial, natural, and legislative. And we are therefore called to act strategically and collaboratively to safeguard the future of our nation. An integrated planning and resource management approach enables us to weave environmental considerations into the very fabric of Barbados' Sustainable Development Policy and Action Plan. This is not a parallel effort. It is a central pillar, essential for building a society that is resilient, inclusive, and forward-looking. Traditional knowledge is another sphere which must be integrated into planning and resource management. The information which traditional knowledge holders possess is integral to the development of the nation, often acting in harmony and bridging gaps in knowledge that science may not be able to fill. Recently, we celebrated World Oceans Day with the theme, Wonder, Sustaining What Sustains Us, is most apt. It calls us to be guided by curiosity, wisdom, with a commitment to collective well-being as we work together to create new balance with the ocean. Food security, climate regulation, recreation, unique biodiversity, and the very air that we breathe are dependent on the health of the ocean. And if we respect and protect this space, Those services will continue to support us for generations to come. I speak from the perspective in living in what is effectively a large ocean state. As Barbados' exclusive economic zone is more than 200 times its land space, the ocean is woven into almost every aspect of our culture and reality. Being known as the land of the flying fish, its symbiotic, its symbiology is scattered throughout the nation. From being a part of our national dish to being represented on our currency and passports, there is no questioning how important this deep blue space is to us. We live in a reality, however, where it is becoming increasingly more clear that as much as the ocean provides for us, it equally has the ability to cause significant loss and damage, which was most recently demonstrated just under a year ago by Hurricane Beryl. This system generated a significant storm surge, which impacted much of infrastructure along the island's south coast. It contributed to the extensive beach damage along our heavily tourism development west coast, along with heavy losses experienced by those in the fishing industry. Threats such as these are only projected to become more frequent and intense, stemming from issues that small island developing states such as Barbados played almost no part in developing. The words of one of our Barbadian poets, Cindy Celeste, causes me to reflect greatly. The ocean never forgets, will continue to ebb and flow, just like it always did. But the deep blue will also do its best to reinvent itself and become new. This speaks to the resilience and enduring nature of the ocean, while subtly reminding us of its vulnerability and capacity for change, and reminds us that it will always find ways to regulate itself with and without our help. Recognizing the part we all play in the ocean's health, Barbados has gone to great lengths to enact legislation that will ensure the sustainable use of its ocean space. On the 12th of May, the Sustainable Fisheries Management and Development Act and the Sustainable Fisheries Management and Development Seafood Markets and Businesses Act were enacted to protect marine ecosystems from the fishing activities, ensuring that we have sustainable fishing practices by reducing pollution and the use of harmful fishing gears and practices, enhance climate resilient infrastructure, and facilitate financial and social empowerment to fisherfolk and all sector stakeholders. Additionally, our fisheries sector is being strengthened using data-driven management and community-led conservation. Fisherfolk are being given a greater voice in shaping the future of their industry, therefore fostering a culture of stewardship rather than extraction. Other key pieces of ocean-related legislation recently passed or in process include the Maritime and Underwater Heritage Act 2024, designed to regulate shipping consistent with international maritime standards, ensure that marine-specific traditional knowledge and cultural expression associated with the sea are recognized, ensure the protection and sustainable utilization of maritime heritage assets in the interests of maritime heritage tourism, protect all underwater cultural heritage, and the Integrated Coastal and Marine Management Bill, which is presented before Parliament and will be debated soon, each doing their part to ensure that we act in harmony with the ocean. The ongoing development of the Barbados Marine Spatial Plan, where the aim is to build a resilient Barbados with an optimally zoned and effective managed ocean that supports a blue economy for social, economic, and ecological well-being, with potential livelihood enhancement, is a testament to the island's commitment to the sustainable use of its ocean space. Sustainable Development Goal 4, and you can see it all around the room, calls us to conserve and sustainably use the ocean, seas, and marine resources. This is not just a development goal, it is a lifeline. Achieving it requires urgency, ambition, and unity. We must move from pledges to practical progress. That means strengthening existing agreements, closing gaps in ocean governance, and unlocking financing, capacity building opportunities and technology, both in application and training opportunities for those on the front lines of ocean conservation. Capturing the digital wave of change promotes the use of blue technologies and blue industry to solve problems and support the use of novel approaches to ocean conservation and management. It also means investing in the tools and infrastructure that will support the establishment of state-of-the-art laboratories, research vessels, and instrumentation, further increasing the capacity of the island to collect environmental and oceanic data, which will inform decision-making. Inspired ocean action also means creating inclusive partnerships across government, civil society, indigenous communities, scientists, and the private sector. This symposium must be a turning point, not just for dialogue, but for decisive action. Let us accelerate implementation, forge new partnerships, and ensure the ocean and environment is protected not just for us, but all future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wiggins and Dr. Cox, for setting a firm factual foundation, yet providing an integral springboard for all that is to come during this timely symposium. We will now have a performance by Voices from the Shore Theater Collective.
Who use theater to educate and advocate for climate justice, blue justice, and social justice. The piece is an extract from Sea Woman's Song.
Women are like water, water, water,
Water,
water,
water,
like the waves,
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 like the ocean,
the ocean,
ocean,
ocean.
and our lives are intertwined with the sea.
It's a long time these women been in the fishing industry. Building it up, working with the men. working with the men. Building it up, working with the men.
Fish, fish, flying fish, flying fish. Who wants some flying fish?
CI, hot CI.
Sweet butter marlin, sweet butter marlin.
Starfish, who wants starfish?
Jacks for who you want, boy, some jacks, sweetheart, you want some jacks? The one here want the
Dolphin,
jacks?
dolphin,
Flying fish.
But those were the good old days. But now, things change, and not for the better either. Global warming, climate change, El Nino, La Nina, all kinds of things mashing up Mother Earth. Because people getting careless and greedy and don't care. The sargassum thriving, killing off we flying fish, and that is we livelihood. And that is we livelihood. The hotels, the building, eroding the shoreline so the turtles can nest. And every year, the hurricanes coming stronger, faster, earlier. Look a barrel.
Every day I used to look out this market at this beautiful scenery, but now it only brings tears to fisher folk like me. Memories of that fateful day when our livelihoods were swept away by the rumbling and the tumbling of the sea in a rage that sent our fishing fleet to an early grave. Raging waters carrying away the dollars, ripping away at we hearts and we souls, as the angry sea picked up the boats and spit them out on land, like they were dry leaves blowing in a bus stand, like they were nothing. We barely blinked, and the boats were on land sitting, the jetty gone, and the boats with it. We thought we were strong, could withstand any storm that hit, but Barrow put me in we place, giving me a hard slap to we face, letting us know we need things, teaching us that we need things like insurance for boats, fishermen, and all fisher folk. But the insurance must have something in it for we, not just fattening the pockets of some big insurance company, leaving us out to sea, adrift, drowning, telling us it is an act of God, no help here.
Look at them boats dancing in the road. And we boxes sailing in the car park.
Oh Lord, the diesel tank down.
Look how the waves felt up them $5 Why?
But we gotta thank God we still here. We could rebuild, we could start over, but we need help for this.
What I'm looking for?
We looking for help, the promise we.
We're looking for help to diversify and add more value to the fish product.
We're looking for good and fair representation.
We're looking for suitable, affordable insurance to cover the boats and the equipment when they're out to sea.
We're looking for an employment plan for when we ain't got no work for the 6 weeks.
And when you put all that together, we just want justice and respect.
Yes, justice and respect.
Oh,
Ah, boy.
I think the voices deserve another round of applause. Thank you so very much for that reminder. Now we will have a performance of the Marine Spatial Planning Song by Ambassador Mikey and Nikita.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Yes. This is big things. So we got make it look happy, man. Everybody look the smile.
You bring
There's
some
good
energy.
stuff going. There's good stuff happening. Yeah? You agree? When we work together, this is when good things can happen. How's you ready?
Turn it up. Can we get you guys to clap? There you go. We need DC. DC need we. Hey. Here you go. Surrounded by these things, be small but mighty. So let us sustain it, so we consistent way. The Marine Spatial Plan is just what we need for the community. Yeah. We all know. Oh yeah. Don't stop clapping. Go. There you go. So let we come together.
We got the power to care for it and protect it. Got the responsibility to help protect it. It even only the sun and the sea, even the soil and the reef. It belongs to we. Sing this part. Marine Spatial Plan. Sing that with me. Barbados Marine Spatial
Plan. Your turn.
Barbados Marine Spatial Plan.
Little louder.
Barbados
Marine Spatial Plan.
Lovely. Keep the hands going. Let's go.
Keep singing it. Keep singing it. We all know. Yeah. Live and go.
We need DC. DC need we. So that we come together. Marine Spatial Plan.
Getting on the plan.
Barbados Marine Spatial Plan.
Getting on the plan.
Barbados Marine Spatial.
Oh yeah.
Marine Spatial Plan.
Getting on the plan. Marine Spatial
You can
Plan.
sing it to you, know? Barbados. Getting on the plan.
Barbados Marine Spatial Plan.
Everybody sing. Everybody sing. Marine Spatial Plan.
Getting on the plan. Woo!
Blessed love. Thank you.
I'm no singer. Barbados Marine Spatial Plan. One more time? Thank you. Getting on the plan. Okay, so we're going into session 1, which is going to be focusing on fisheries. The title of the first presentation is Blueprint, Plotting a Course for Fisheries Research in Barbados. This is going to be done by Chief Fisheries Officer, Dr. Shelly Ann Cox.
Okay, just give us a minute while I get mic'd up. And I'm going to ask my strong interns to help us put the tables on the stage as well for the moderated discussion coming up.
Unfortunately for those on this stream, those persons here in person, you can go to the back of the room for some refreshments at this time. the start of session 1, so you can take your seats. As I said before, Dr. Shelley-Ann Cox, Chief Fisheries Officer, will be delivering the first presentation in this session, and her presentation is entitled Blueprint, Plotting a Course for Fisheries Research in Barbados. Dr. Cox.
A pleasant good morning again. Before, I had the privilege of making the minister's speech in his absence, but now I'm more comfortable with this presentation. Blueprint, Plotting a Course for Fisheries Research in Barbados. I have the distinct pleasure of being at the helm of a great institution, the Barbados Fisheries Division, 81 years not out. And the fact is that I lead a team of highly motivated and dedicated individuals. And they're going to present, a subset of the team will present this morning, but I have the opportunity to just frame this package called Blueprint. And I'm going to frame it through the lens of fisheries value chain. And I'm not going to go in great detail into any of the research areas because, of course, you only have limited time, but I will hope that by the end of the presentation, you will be seeing clearly the strategic direction that we want to see for the fisheries sector going forward. And, before I go into it, we can see that this blueprint is guided by a vision and mission of the Fisheries Division. That vision, of course, is to manage and sustainably develop the fisheries resources of Barbados for the benefit of our people, both present and future generations. And we kind of distilled it down because we needed a motto, we needed a guiding light, and into 3 words: transformative, inclusive, and sustainable. That is the guiding light that leads us to develop this blueprint, this course for fisheries research. Earlier in our welcome remarks and the address, we spoke to the fact that research and fisheries management and environmental management generally needs to be evidence-based and data-driven. This leads me to just show you this picture. When we talk about fisheries resources, we are envisioning, healthy ecosystems. This picture was actually taken in Barbados. Anybody here can tell me what type of fish it is? Jacks, yes, jacks. And these schools of jacks can still be seen on our coast. But sometimes when we think about fisheries research, people think about biological studies, stock assessments. But it's very interesting that we need to have people-centered type research initiatives. And of course, in order to get jacks, there needs to be nets. And this brings about the seine fishing. The culture of seine fishing runs deep. In Silver Sands, for instance, from the 1940s, this seine fishing crew has been operating, and we see the culture. And it requires an operation. You see young men being mentored, and you see older guys guiding them. They know where to find the fish. They know how to encircle the jacks for us to be able to enjoy jacks, particularly in the summer months. We think about flying fish. Earlier, he talked about it being a cultural icon. We're the land of flying fish. It is the heartbeat of our nation. We know the post-harvest sector is dominated by women, and they performed really well this morning on their view of the sector and the issues that they're experiencing. And flying fish, of course, some of the research around the biological characteristics of flying fish is dated. Most of them are done in the 90s. Of course, Professor Oxenford and others, Professor Mahan, were involved in those studies back then, but we need to have more updated studies, especially around a species that accounts for most of our landings in Barbados. And then I have to show you it in terms of before it gets to your plate. So you saw it in the sea, you see it there, and it's sitting on ice. So I'm getting you to think now about how fish needs to be handled, how it goes into the the harvest component. And then fisheries, the heartbeat of fisheries is the fact that in knowledge, wisdom, intellectual property is passed from generation to generation. I'm a little sad looking at this boat because 2 of these boats, were lost in Beryl. But I use the photo because Stevens Bourne passed it down to his son and then his grandson. So you see 3 generations here of fishers and the importance and why these types of social science research needs to be done in terms of the importance of that traditional knowledge passing down. And of course, I had to include Anne, our champion of a fisher lady who passed right after, not too long after we launched the documentary about her. But women in the harvest component is not very often we see women taking out boats on their own and fishing. But of course, that community spirit between women and men, and they're going fishing. And other parts of the fishery, especially spear fishermen who have braved the elements, sometimes diving a bit too deep than they should. So this is just really to set the context around a sector that we love so dearly. And the youth, very important, the fact that we are not seeing as many young people being involved in fishing as before, but Silver Sands, areas like Paynes Bay, you can still see some young people being involved. And here we have this young man with sea cat, something that it is a delicacy. I know many of you in the room do taste it. It's like $15 a pound now. But the importance of that and the fact that we don't really have biological studies of sea cat. And a lot of areas we know when they spawn from the traditional knowledge, but those kinds of studies we want to explore. And conch. This is one of our main conch divers. And you could see queen conch and helmet conch being featured, a barracuda. So in all of these photos, you have seen so many different species of fish. And each species of fish comes with different biology. It comes with a different management measure that needs to be tailored. And this is why I try to frame it in a sense where we need to see the place that science has, but we see the importance of traditional knowledge in order to inform our decision making. And the best kept secret is the whispered wisdom of fisherfolk intellect. Seldom, often, it's due respect, because beneath the chorus, colorful chorus sprinkled with cuss words and awful, they have their own special dialect, a hidden language that when spoken amongst them allows them to easily translate the ocean depths, to correctly guess which species will feature in their daily catch, or where is the best place to cast line or net. And they can do this after several years of fishing. They know the moon phases, they know other environmental cues. And then we take that knowledge and we integrate it with the science. So I was thinking for this presentation for such a long time, and how best to try to frame this blueprint along the value chain. And of course, we go from inputs, the pre-harvest section, to sales and marketing, because we have inputs. Sometimes people forget about the pre-harvest component. We move on to harvest, post-harvest, distribution, and marketing. And the first, we're going to look at inputs and pre-harvest, where there's a focus on climate proofing infrastructure. A research area that not many people have specialized in, a lot of engineers, of course, but because of Beryl, there's no special focus on the need for that particular discipline to be included. And not only the construction aspect, but the physical modeling aspect, the science behind that. And this is an area I wish to see more young people pursuing. And this is the Bridgetown Fisheries Complex, and this is Oystins. So you can see in terms of our vision for development for fish landing facilities in the future, we need to have that skill set of not only coastal engineers, but coastal engineers that understand the fishery sector and know how best to build climate-proof infrastructure. Something we forget about, the boat building industry, the discipline of naval architecture. These are beautiful photos taken by Craig Burley, and he has a really nice article online. But boat building in Sherman's St. Lucie was very popular way back when. These pictures were taken in 1977. But there were also boat builders on the south. And some guys can tell you if a boat was built in the north of the island or the south of the island, just looking at the bow and the pitch. And it's amazing. And we have maybe 12 shipwrights left on island, and not many approved marine surveyors on island. And again, a very under-described sort of discipline. So an area, again, that we would wish to see being explored and becoming part of that, research strategic plan that we have for the fisheries sector. Fishing gear technology too is of special interest, as well as software engineering. We will have a presentation by our consulting software engineer, Mr. Payne, soon. But those are the key themes that we want to explore as it relates to the pre-harvest and the inputs component. Moving along to harvest, this is something that more people might be familiar with. Stock assessments, landing statistics, fleet behavior, for instance, analysis of oceanic variables, and aquaculture and mariculture research. We have a presentation on that specifically coming up. But when we think about harvest, and I spoke to it a bit earlier, we tend to only have a lot of outdated biological studies for flying fish and dolphin fish. An area that we, internally are exploring, but definitely would need research to sustain a lot of these initiatives, age and growth studies, for example, for flying fish. Those particular, we wanted to look at gonads, for example, look at the response of the sargassum influxes and the impact on flying fish. And those are special themes that we would like to explore. We have started to look at fleet behavior. How far are the boats going? How long are they staying out? Which areas are they frequenting? Which are, potential fishing grounds? And this area of research is, feeding into the marine spatial planning process, for example. And it's quite interesting because we were able to record a boat going 800 miles from the fisheries complex, which means that these small boats, 44 feet long, are traveling much further to get fish that would usually be closer to island because of the changes being seen. And here is one of our outstanding longline captains. And when he explained how he looked at the oceanic variables to suggest where fish might be located, there were some oceanographers in the room that were blown out of the water to see that the understanding that these guys have at captains and the ability to interpret sea surface temperatures, sea surface heights, ocean winds, and salinity to help them fish smarter. And the fact that we want to use this information and overlay it with where they have been catching the information so we can probably do some habitat modeling in the future. Sargassum, of course. This picture was taken back in 2018, September 4th in Belize. But we know, and the Theatre Collective spoke about it, the impacts of sargassum on fisheries, the lost fishing days, some positive, some negative impacts, but we want to see more research around this. Aquaculture and mariculture. There were some mariculture facilities here in the past, and there were lessons learned. What to do, and what to do right, what not to do. And basically, we have been seeing some proposals, but yet nothing concrete, but still an area that we would like to venture into. And we'll hear a bit more from the president of the Caribbean Aqua Producers Association later. Post-harvest. So I'm taking you through the value chain, and I hope everybody is with me, because this post-harvest is another area we're quite excited about in terms of the establishment of our own seafood inspectorate and the science that needs to be behind quality assurance. The shelf life studies that need to be implemented for different species under different ambient temperatures. This is something we will be exploring. Microbiological testing as well. We're looking at the tops of surfaces in the markets as well. Histamine testing, for example, for tuna, especially when we're making sure the quality is good for export. These are a lot of different areas that we still need to pursue. And distribution, supply chain studies, product development, traceability research, socioeconomic studies, and the fact that these studies can be along the value chain, not just in the distribution aspect, but the distribution aspect tends to, bring everything together. And then even going beyond to the sales and marketing component, how do we go about having market analysis type studies being done, economic valuation studies, and seeing the need for making sure that we have persons in the division with the skills and intellect to be able to consistently pursue these areas of research and to have the resources to do that. I'm very happy that my intern cohort is here today, because who knows, in the future they might join the team and to be able to sustain some of these initiatives. Of course, I'm all about blue tech, and I wanted to think about how digital solutions could be used along the value chain, and just thinking about the inputs part of it, where we can use databases and AI analysis to help us with insights for fisheries management. A dashboard, for instance, illustrating summary statistics, and we're on our way to seeing that being materialized. We have the vessel monitoring systems, part of our DigiFish program, and we have piloted onboard cameras as well, where we see the AI analysis being able to pick up the species, potential sizing, but most of all helping us to comply with international standards. We have a vision for our cold chain Internet of Things devices, especially if we can have cold chain devices tracking temperatures within the ice box, but also tracking temperatures of tuna in boxes for export. If we look at the distribution side of things, not only tracking the tuna in the box, but looking at flight trackers, vehicle trackers. You want to explore making sure that the cold chain holds up along the process. And then supply chain insight platforms. We've been able to see a few of these being proposed. And finally, on the sales and marketing side, we know that some initiatives have proposed online marketing platforms, and we would like to see this come to fruition, that digital solutions can be used throughout the value chain to really support the research that is necessary for decision making. I just had 10 minutes, so it was really just a teaser. My team will do a better job of fleshing out more of the research that we're doing, but I wanted to end again with the words of Cindy Celeste, just to summarize this blueprint. Remember all the ways that our practices prioritize sustainability, thriving on renewable energy, marrying fish and efficiency. And what horizons could we reach? And what adventures could we have at the intersection of the old ways and the new ways? What we could do where innovation isn't a replacement for instinct, but is an extension of the way we already think, an appreciation of our intrinsic values. We'll be angling for something far more rewarding, far more resilient, far more revolutionary, when we cast our sights where innovation meets instinct, pride, and industry. Thank you very much for your attention.
Our next presenter is Jaleesa King, fisheries biologist in the Barbados Fisheries Division, and her presentation will be entitled Towards an Enhanced Fisheries Data Collection Program in Barbados. Ms. King.
Hello? All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jaleesa King, and I'm the fisheries biologist at the Barbados Fisheries Division. And today I will be presenting a study that I did last year entitled Towards an Enhanced Fisheries Data Collection Program in Barbados. And this is just about the data collection systems that exist, how we can improve on them and their efficiency, and how accurate they are. So we're gonna dive into the next slide on the fish landing sites. Oh, I am clicking. So the fish landing sites are very varied in Barbados. We have primary, secondary, and tertiary landing sites. So the primary are the markets, and the markets have a well-built infrastructure. They have the jetties, they have the ice, they have running water and electricity. And these are markets such as Bridgetown, Oistins, the backbones of the fishing operation. We also have secondary landing sites such as Shallow Draft and Pile Bay, which have some semi-permanent structures with some areas of processing. These are smaller and have less amenities than the larger landing sites, but they're still very important. And then we have the tertiary landing sites, which are just beaches. So they have no infrastructure at all, and most of the landings occur on the shore. And this would be Whole Town and Sixmans. No, sorry, Foul Bay. So we know where fish are landed. Now we're going to go into the data management timeline, or the data collection process over a period of time. So first it was paper-based records. Mainly all the weight was gathered together in one and not disaggregated by species. But then that was later done in the 1980s. And then as we became more modernized and stuff became more computerized, we went into structured systems for fish landings and for capturing information on the vessels. This will be the LRS CENTIT, which is the licensing and registration system, and the trip interview program, as well as CARIFIS and the Barbados Fisheries Information System. But before we get there, or as we continue along the chain, we're now at the COBO Toolbox platform. So this is a new advancement in our data collection where we have the online survey for field data collection. And it is a free open access platform where the data collectors go in, they collect their data, well, we'll discuss the challenges with that as they come along. So we're gonna go into the data collection before 2023, which is the toll system. The toll system is governed by the Markets and Slaughterhouses Act of 1958, and this occurs exclusively at the primary landing sites. So this states that the fish toll is payable on the stake fish, such as the dolphin fish, the swordfish, and the kingfish of 10 cents. And for all other fish, such as turpits and amberfish, is 6 cents, and then for flying fish is 4 cents. So this is the process that is currently in place to collect data. And as we can see here, this is just an example of how the data is collected. You have the boat registration number, the amount of kilograms it brought in, and then what is payable to the markets. But this system is not without its challenges. So there's a lot of problems and gaps that we've identified with this system. There's little to no validation of the data, which makes it unreliable and untrustworthy. And then there's an aspect of the fishermen avoiding paying the tolls because they just don't believe that they should. And this leads to the underreporting or underrepresentation of our data. And then because the limited scope of the markets is only about 6 primary landing sites and one secondary site is not representative of the whole picture. So these are some of the gaps we've identified. And in 2023, we look to try to fill those gaps. So in 2023, we brought on board 5 data collectors and increased our staff complement, and they mainly collected data at the secondary and tertiary landing sites that were previously unmonitored. But they also enhanced the dockside data collection program at the primary landing sites, which markets was also collecting data at. So because the landing sites are so large, we really wanted to capture all of the boats that were passing through, and it is kind of difficult to manage such a large fleet, so we also have them collect at that landing site. So the monitored sites have gone from 7 to 21, and this is depicted in this picture here, with the green representing monitored sites and the red representing the unmonitored sites. So with the Cobalt Toolbox survey, it was adopted from Dominica, from the Chief Fisheries Officer, and he kind of helped us tweak it to our Barbadian context. So the Cobalt Toolbox survey has more variables than the normal market data collection. So we can get a sense of the trip departure and trip return, which is an indicator of effort, how long the fishermen are out. Economic data such as price per pound or price type, kind of giving an indicator of the value chain and the fluctuation of prices as supply and demand are in play. The gear type and the bait type, as well as expenses of the ice that Shelley-Ann would have mentioned that the fishermen need, or the fuel that they need to go out, as well as how much crew are on the trip to really get this catch. So there are a lot more variables assessed in this Cobalt Toolbox survey, and the data, why we chose to go this route is because the data is inputted digitally, and there are offline submissions for the field surveys. So this is what we wanted to be more streamlined and more modern in our data collection. So this is my guiding question on my research. Basically, I'm just trying to figure out if the survey that we implemented is effective or more efficient in collecting data than the market, the traditional market toll collection. And then what would that mean for us? Can we use this data to then enhance evidence-based decision-making? So this is all we're really trying to find out with this study. We did that with 3 key objectives, which is to compare the accuracy and coverage of the data collected through Cobalt Toolbox versus markets. We wanted to evaluate the effectiveness of this survey, and then we also wanted to get more economic data to kind of give a valuation of the contribution to the fishery sector to GDP. So the data collection period happened for about 6 months, from January to June. And the primary method of data collection came from market tolls, from the Cobalt Toolbox survey, and we did some key informant interviews with the market supervisors, the data collectors, and the fishery staff to just kind of give context to the data that we're looking at. So the data analysis, we compared the 2 different data sets. We analyzed the new variables, and then we had a qualitative analysis with the key informant interviews. So I just want to take you through what I have been doing for about a year. So the comparison of the 2 data sets we do every month, and we send the reports to Central Bank, but this is just a very small snippet of what we go through. So at the top, we have markets, and at the bottom, we have the Cobalt Toolbox. And as I state here, each record is given a particular label. So if I found a boat in one data set that I didn't find in the other, I labeled it boat not found. If I found a date, the same boat, but different dates, I put date not found. So in this example, we're gonna go further. So the boat is the same, the date is the same, and then we can see that dolphin at the top and dolphin at the bottom is 15 kilograms, which means it's a duplicate. The fisherman gave the information accurately to both data sets. But then we can see some instances of species not found. So markets captured billfish, amberfish, and turpits that was not found in the Cobalt Toolbox data, and the Cobalt Toolbox data found AOV, which means any other variety. So that is just one of the things that was kind of off, a discrepancy of sorts. And then we have the tuna. The tuna was 938 kilograms in Cobalt Toolbox, but in markets, it was only reflecting 743, which is a gap, which is a discrepancy that we found. But putting all this data together after we've cleaned it gives us a better indication of the accurate figures in fish landings. So we also have other labels such as secondary and tertiary landing sites, which just means those that were unmonitored before, and migration means a landing site that moved from primarily giving data to markets and doing it in the COBOL toolbox survey so that we could get an understanding of its effectiveness. So the key findings, boat not found totaled are ranged about 70 to 90% in the first 3 months for markets, and then subsequently declined to 25%. But all in all, it totaled 227,416 kilograms. And this could be because this is the data that markets captured that COBOL did not. So the data collection efforts from the data collectors, the sampling of the boats kind of made it easier to compare the records for boat not found. And then on the COBOL toolbox survey side, there's 4 to 17, it ranged from 4 to 17 and it fluctuated. And because markets is such a historical data set, there was not a lot of boats that COBOL sampled that markets did not. So you would not see that comparison there. But it totaled around, I think, 44 or so kilograms. But my screen is a little bit cut off, so I can't see. So for the weight discrepancies now, the species group with the highest total was tuna of 4,734 kilograms. And this was just the amount that varied between the two data sets. And one of the reasons for this is the times that the fish is landed. So sometimes fish are landed within the very wee hours of the morning, and market officials are not there to capture that data, as well as Shelley mentioned that tuna is exported. So that also is not captured in markets, which could lead to why we see such a big discrepancy here. The highest discrepancy recorded in one trip was 1,796 kilograms in the species flying fish. So basically I looked in one data set and probably saw 2,000 kilograms, and then I looked in the other data set and saw probably 3,796 kilograms more than I anticipated. So I was wondering, why was this not captured? Why has this gone or slipped through the cracks? So this is one of the things that we need to keep in mind when validating the data. The lowest discrepancy recorded in one trip was about 0.8 kilograms. And this could just be differences in the conversion of pounds to kilograms, or just differences in the calibration of the scale. So this section here is the previously unmonitored landing sites, which amounted to 11,256 kilograms. And this just underscores the importance of why these landing sites should be monitored, because this is how much data we have been missing for all these years. And they had about 50% of the records in the first 3 months. And then for the economic data, we created a price data table. And this was very, I guess, insightful to see how the prices fluctuated from month to month. Lobster, which is one of the more fish that are creatures that are of a delicacy in Barbados, is 16 to 15 pounds per, well, price per pound, Bajan dollars per pound, and then turbot has the lowest of $4 per pound. But this is a good indicator of supply and demand, and it goes to show how much information we can really capture to contribute to our GDP. For the market interviews, a lot of the market supervisors said that the market tools were very outdated, and the prices, were outdated and needed upgrading. And I also asked them if underreporting was a concern at their landing site. And a lot of them said currently no, but in the past fishermen have avoided the toll completely. And this can have an inaccurate picture on our landings. And interestingly enough, the markets only captures what is sold, while the data collectors capture the whole picture. So this is why we can see these discrepancies in the data. And there's a term in the markets called dinner fish, which means the fish that they keep back are used for subsistence to feed their families or to feed their friends. However, as we saw in the flying fish species group, the weight discrepancy was 1,769. And we need to have a clear delineation between what is commercial quantity and what is dinner fish. And then for the cobalt to box side of it, it's not without its challenges. So there's a lot of challenges surrounding the cobalt to box. One being that the offline submissions didn't quite work how we expected them to. And we had to kind of revert to putting it into books. And then when we got into an area where Wi-Fi connection was available, then we uploaded it digitally. Also, sometimes there was issues with the server, and they had to resubmit the data, which was very time-consuming and onerous on our data collectors. And because the survey was new, there was a lot of resistance from the fishermen in collecting this data. But overall, coming from the study, the fishery staff and stakeholders recommended that there be a complete overhaul of the toll system and instead place a berth fee system or a licensing system where the money towards that would go towards like support or recovery, for example, in disaster emergency situations like Barrow. And that there should be a set allowance on dinner fish based on the capacity of the boat to catch the fish and then the catch that they also have from the trip. As Shelia mentioned, our next presenter will be talking about the new fisheries information system. So if all of these data sets could be centralized into one and standardized, then it will be much easier for reporting purposes. Also, the Sustainable Fisheries Management and Development Act was passed enacted was on the 12th of May. And it also mandates that all commercial fishermen submit their landings. And we want that this be enforced so that we can have good quality data, accurate data to inform our management. So in conclusion, the cobalt toolbox and the market data needs to come together to get the best and accurate picture of the landings. I don't think right now we can do one without the other because it's just very complementary in nature. Also, the different variables that we collected with cobalt toolbox just gives a more holistic picture to the fishing activity occurring at the landing sites. And then finally, the secondary and tertiary landing sites that are monitored really need to have continuous surveillance so that we can always capture the data that's coming in and not guess what is happening at those landing sites, that we have accurate and available and timely data in order to manage our fishable resources. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Ms. King. The third presentation in this session is the FIS Ultra, which is the Fisheries Information System. And the discussion is going to be on development of a bespoke fisheries information platform for Barbados. We're now going to have Mr. Christian Payne from Intergen Tech. He's a software engineer doing this presentation.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. Thank you. My name is Christian Payne. I am the CEO and co-founder of Intergen Technology, Inc. I seem to have gotten my clicker. All right. So, about a year ago, we started collaborating with the Barbados Fisheries Division. Right. Today, I will tell you about some of the things that we would have learned, some of the challenges that we would have faced, and show you some of the things that we've built. But before I do that, let's talk about some of the challenges with the legacy system. As Jalissa just talked about, when we started collaborating a year ago, the Fisheries Division was using a lot of disparate tools. What this meant is that while they were using all these different softwares like Cobalt Toolbox, Excel sheets, and different sets of software to actually do this analysis and provide these services to the Barbados fisher folks, as well as providing their analytics to their different stakeholders like the Barbados Central Bank and the Barbados Coast Guard and whatnot. This obviously created 4 core problems. The first thing is that the technology itself, while it was fantastic to run the Fisheries Division, going into our new age, which is focused on AI agents, and all these types of technologies, it wouldn't have scaled to meet the needs. The second thing is, as I mentioned before, and as Julissa mentioned, this data was fragmented. It was stored in so many different places that if you wanted to do analysis, you had to, most of your time was spent in what we call data engineering, i.e. sitting down, figuring out how you're going to connect these different data sets to be able to clean it and then do your analysis. And then the other thing is that that's just completely inefficient. And then finally, most importantly, this data was still only had limited access, i.e. it was only available to certain stakeholders. So for instance, Julissa obviously would have access to it, and maybe the Fisher folks, but if other people wanted to have access to this data, like researchers, it would become a more cumbersome process to actually get access to this data. So what do we do? Well, us and the team at the Barbados Fisheries Division sat down and thought about FAS. What is FAS? Well, firstly, it's going to be a centralized call platform, right? It's API-first architecture, meaning that it's able to communicate with all software platforms across the internet, i.e., if someone wanting to offer services to a fisher folk, they will be able to integrate with the Barbados Fisheries API to be able to offer those services to the fisher folks. If other technical authorities within the Barbados government wanted to be able to pull data directly, like the Coastal Management Zone or the Barbados Coast Guard, they will be able to pull this data directly from the Barbados Fisheries Division with no need for being able to, no need to always have to contact them directly. The second thing is that we started pulling all the different data from the different components. So VMS data will be in the platform, data related to fish landings, as we'll show you later, data related to the inspections. All these different data sources which were previously fragmented are now being centralized and combined into one place, as well as markets analytics. So let's talk about a bit what's under the hood. So firstly, everything is built on open standards. Most of it is open source. So even down to how we store the geographical data. Everything is built on open API standards. Essentially, these APIs are well documented and easily able and accessible for anyone to be able to use. The second thing is that our infrastructure is serverless. So while we do have servers that will serve you web technology, we don't actually maintain a physical server, even though we will have one for backup purposes and data backup purposes. The second thing is, as I mentioned before, everything is API driven. This may not mean anything to some of the non-technical folks, but to give a better example of this, it will allow us to ensure that we can control who sees what data when they're pulling in the request. It gives you full control of your data governance and having this direct ability to actually be able to scope permissions. And the final thing is our top layer, which is our analytical and AI side. So the reason and the rationale behind doing everything API first is because in this coming time, we're going to be building more agentic technology. We're going to be using AI heavily within the actual fishery sector. As Dr. Cox said, we're going to want to do image processing. We're going to want to do more and more interesting things. And to do that, you have to have a very, very solid foundation to build on top of. So I'm going to show you, is this going to play? This is supposed to, oh, okay. All right, so this will be the new data collections form outside of Cobalt Toolbox. It works fully offline. I'm going through it really quickly, and it will collect all the data. It's mobile friendly. And after you put in your observations, you go straight to your fish landings. You get a nice platform that shows you all the data. And this is the fish landings dashboard that Dr. Cox was talking about earlier. This is the first version of it that we'll be excited to start debuting from today. And go to the next, wrong direction. Next slide. And then we're also providing portals for people to be able to provide inspections data to the inspectorate, as well as being able to provide portals that would go out to the Coast Guard. So if the Coast Guard needed to check in with the Barbados Fisheries Division related to where a particular vessel is located, no more will they have to be calling ADREL a million times. They'll be able to have their own centralized portal, put in some information, and as you see over there, they'll be able to download their own Excel sheet. Of course, Barbados Fisheries Division will have total and complete control over what the Barbados Coast Guard or any other data partner will be able to see. Right, so how does this help anybody, right? All this technology that we've built, the way that we see it is that firstly, for researchers, it will allow researchers to be able to take their research from just, always having to ask someone, hey, do you have this data set, to being able to go and see what is available and be able to start your research from day one. The second thing is that we're thinking about how this helps the fisheries management officials, even outside of FAS. You will have a platform which shows you exactly how you can store this type of data going forward, how you can build very interesting processes and very scalable architectures. And then for government policymakers, well, it's already going to start helping the central bank to be able to do better analysis and understand how Barbados' fisheries division is actually contributing to GDP, because for the first time ever, you'll be able to see exactly how the different inputs go directly into a landing coming out of the ocean. Right, at least that's the very, very hope. And so, we're not done yet. So our roadmap. For Q3, we're doing further VMS integrations with Remora and Shall Catch so that in the actual FAS, you'll be able to see a bit of a delayed real-time mapping of the actual vessel in the ocean. We're also adding a FAS AI-powered assistance, which will improve fisherfolk access to fishery services via WhatsApp. So this will be something that you'll be able to just go on WhatsApp and say, hi, I'm Joe Blow, here's my fisher ID card. It will do an authentication process, and then you'll be able to do things like requesting your owner certificate or requesting other necessary details that you may otherwise have to spend an entire day coming down to the Barbados Fishery Division to actually perform. And then for 2026, we want to expand to complete and to cover the entire marina so that we can increase our data capture to provide an even wider view of the actual data. Okay, so Intelligent Technology Inc. is a deep tech research firm focused in Barbados. We have a history of working with the government for the last 5 years. We've built and researched things with them in machine learning from image understanding and image processing all the way down to this project that we're working with them here. It's been an absolute pleasure and honor to work with the team at Barbados Fisheries Division, and I hope that our collaboration continues. And if you want to connect with us and learn more about this project, you can reach out to Shelley, you can reach out to myself, or if you actually just want to have access to the API, you will also be able to do that. So thank you very much. This is my presentation.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Payne. Our next presentation is going to be entitled Assessing the State of Knowledge and Charting a Path for Deep Sea Biological Research in Barbados. This presentation is going to be done by Fisheries Data Analyst, Mr. Kyle Foster.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and also good morning to those online. My supervisors are watching, so I have to give special shout out to them and my colleagues. But it's really great to see you all here this morning. While I am the fisheries data analyst, I'm also doing a master's in environmental biology with a particular focus on deep sea biology. So today I'll be presenting on my first chapter of my thesis, which is titled Assessing the State of Knowledge and Charting a Path for Deep Sea Biological Research in Barbados. Now, I'm going to start off with a figure that is quite familiar to most people, or some version of it. But if you aren't familiar with it, what it is showing is Barbados, and the outline in blue is our exclusive economic zone, or the ocean that is within our national jurisdiction. And as you can see, it's quite large. It's more than 400 times our land space. And as you would have heard from the presentations this morning, also the performances by Voices of the Shore, we heavily depend on this ocean space for multiple sectors such as fisheries, as demonstrated this morning, tourism, marine transportation, and shipping and such. And the other staggering statistic that I found during my studies was that 99.8% of this space is deep sea. So you might be wondering, what even is the deep sea? That is waters that are 200 meters and deeper. It's characterized by extreme conditions. So you have crushing pressures, extremely cold temperatures, there's a lack of sunlight, and these conditions make it extremely difficult to be able to carry out research on such an area. And typically the types of technologies that are required to research are very expensive and out of the fiscal reach of small and developing states like Barbados to even consider using, really, for the most part. So that means that the majority of this area is vastly understudied. But why is it important that we have information, biological information, on our ocean space? well, you would have heard this morning that Barbados is in the process of a marine spatial plan for the entirety of its EEZ. And if we want to ensure that we are making well-informed decisions, it's important that we get as much data as we possibly can on our pelagic and benthic deep sea ecosystems. So what my first chapter aims to do is to essentially conduct a biodiversity data review and synthesis of Barbados' deep sea so that we can see exactly what species we have, at what depths, where within our waters they are living, and also understand what gaps exist in our knowledge so that we can then begin to chart a path for deep sea research in the future. So how did I go about getting all of this information together? Well, I'm not going to lie, it was a very long and arduous process. So I would have started with going through peer-reviewed literature, would have consulted online databases like the Ocean Biodiversity Information System, the Globe Biodiversity Information Facility, museum databases, gray literature such as cruise reports and fisheries reports, and of course I would have consulted local sources such as the Ministry of Environment, Barbados Museum, and tertiary institutions like UE Sermes. And then once all of this information was gathered into one master spreadsheet, the records were cleaned by depth, location, and duplicates as well, because when you use large databases, there tend to be some error within there. Some locations might have, some records might have fallen like outside of Barbados' exclusive economic zone. So once all of that was like plotted onto a map and overlaid with a shapefile of our EEZ, you're able to see which fell outside, and those had to be cleaned, and the duplicates as well. And then once everything was cleaned to a certain standard, the species information was then checked against the World Record of Marine Species so that we can ensure that the species names were all correct and up to date and such. So once that was done, I would have split all of the species up into whether they were pelagic or benthic. So pelagic being those that exist within the water column, much like this example of the cutthroat eel here, or those that are found on the seafloor, like the Cladorhiza methanophylla here. That's a carnivorous species that was first described in, is a sponge by the way, a carnivorous species that was first described in Barbados' waters. So yeah, I feel quite proud of looking at the species. But then species richness is also calculated using the total number of benthic and pelagic and invertebrate and fish species that were identified. So then what did we find after doing all of this work? Essentially, we found 1,774 deep sea biological records. 1,146 of them were from benthic habitats, 613 were pelagic, and we were unable to determine about 15 of them. So all of the footage that you're actually seeing here today is from Barbados' deep sea. So these would have been collected by the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. During a study, an expedition in 2012, they would have gone around some mud volcanoes off to the east of Barbados. But we really have very limited footage of these types of ecosystems around Barbados. So this graph just shows the number of benthic and pelagic records that we have overall, and I think it does a good job of visualizing the number of benthic versus pelagic species. And you can see that across the 10 phyla that we found within Barbados' waters, with chordata being the most abundant. And we also analyzed all of the records by depth. So there were 11 depth classes, going from the most shallow, 200 to 700 meters, all the way up to 5,200 to 5,700 meters. And as you can see, the majority of the records were collected in, well, shallow waters, well, relatively shallow. All of them, 81% of them were from 200 to 700 meters. And then what we also found when we analyzed the samples by where they were located, you can see that the majority of them were collected close to Barbados' shores, with most of them being benthic. As you moved away from Barbados' shores, pelagic species were more sampled because it gets deeper, so it's harder to go down there and actually collect samples. And then you might be wondering, I said earlier that Barbados and small and developing states don't really have the capacity to be able to collect information on the deep sea. So how exactly did we go about getting all of this information? Where does this information come from? So from 1871 to 2012, there are about 14 expeditions that took place sporadically, and that's where all of this information came from. The USCSS Blake, the RV Atlantis II, and the RV Atlantis are all American vessels. So basically all of the information that we got came from institutions that were from outside of the region. And what also typically tends to happen is that they take this information back with them, and they don't really leave it here for us to be able to make sustainable management decisions with. And these are the various types of gear that they would have used. So it ranged from epibenthic sleds to remotely operated vehicles, human-operated vehicles, and then within pelagic methods, they would have had long lining and other various methods of pelagic trawling, such as nets. So that's how all of those samples were collected. And then as ecologists, we also like to figure out exactly, based off of how many samples have already been collected, how much more species and families out there exists for us to really discover. So I would have done a species richness curve for species diversity and family diversity. What it essentially showed is that from the 652 species that were identified down to the species, that number was then used to extrapolate that we have 2,619 species in totality, deep sea species in totality in Barbados' waters, still left to discover. And then the same would have been done for a family curve. From the 290 that we have, 32 more families left to be discovered in Barbados' waters. And essentially, what we found is that despite the limited research, Barbados still has a high, rich biodiversity in our waters. And that is because, well, the trends that we're seeing are because of the highly localized sampling that has occurred, the highly varied methods of collection, and the burst of activity that occurred in our EEZ. So there really needs to be more systematic sampling going forward. And it's important that we build deep sea research capacity. As I mentioned, because of the Marine Spatial Plan, they're already doing quite great work in terms of setting a scientific research agenda, but we also need to work in how we go about getting information on Barbados' deep sea. It's also important that going forward we build partnerships with other countries. Yes, we are a small island, but there are plenty of examples across the world where countries have come together to pool their resources so that we can go about getting additional resources. So CARICOM is a good vessel for us to then be able to pool our resources together. So further study is also required. We can link the baseline biological information with bathymetric data, physical oceanographic data, oil and gas information, which is probably not publicly available, but I'm sure that government can go about weaving all that together. And of course, traditional ecological knowledge. We would have seen from one of the graphs earlier just how much the fisher folk use of our EEZ. You would have seen the tracks, and they go all the way out even further than Barbados' exclusive economic zone line. So they also have information within their brains on the deep sea that would be good to utilize. And of course, increasing deep sea literacy is good as well. Of course, sponsoring people to go off to study deep sea studies, but also utilizing massive ocean online courses that are relatively cheaper and allow more people to be educated I don't know. Yeah, you know what I mean. But yes, so thank you all so much for listening this morning. These are my references, and I'd just like to acknowledge all of the sponsors as well. So yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Foster, for that deep dive, literally and figuratively. Okay, as we go on to the last presentation in this session, it's going to be titled A Case Study, Analysis of Small-Scale Aquaponics Farm in the Caribbean Region and Their Potential for Growth. This presentation will be delivered by Ms. Christina Adams, President of the Caribbean Aqua Producers Association.
Good morning. Okay, so again, I'm Christina Adams from the Caribbean Aqua Producers Association. And this is actually a presentation I gave last year. So I'm trying to squash 20 minutes into 10 minutes. So I'll see how much I can get through. So basically, we were doing analysis of aquaponics farms in the region. It's not moving. Okay, good. Great. So what we're finding in the Caribbean is that we're not really seeing a success in aquaculture. There's a global trend that aquaculture is increasing, mainly to counterfeit the effects of global warming on fisheries. So if you're not going to get your fish from the sea, you're going to get your fish from aquaculture. However, in the Caribbean, we are not seeing success in aquaculture farms. And this has been going on for about the last 25 years. However, we noticed that in the last 10 years, we're seeing an increase in aquaponics, and this study was to look at why this increase is happening. Okay, nope. Good. So the analysis started from 2014 and went forward to 2024, and basically in 2014, there were really only about 3 aquaponics farms operating, whereas now we are in 2024, we have at least 30 commercial farms and hundreds of small producers. So the biggest catalyst for moving this forward was actually some workshops funded by the FAO in 2016, where they thought to bring together the small-scale farmers that were interested in aquaponics from 5 islands and to kind of put the best minds together to push it forward. They also set up a demonstration facility in Barbados, which was at my farm, where we do training and promotion of aquaponics and actually show people in the Caribbean how they can get into aquaponics, not just by doing an online course, but by actually coming to a farm and getting hands-on training. And having this demonstration facility has kind of spiraled into more islands getting into aquaponics. So in 2024, under the guidance of the FAO again, we finally formalized what we kind of almost had from 2017, an informal group of farmers on WhatsApp sharing data to an actual association that now has 50 members from various islands across the region. So to promote what we grow, it is mainly tilapia. Most of us are growing either red or black tilapia. And a few farms are actually focusing as well on aquarium fish, not just for their own use, but actually for sale as pet fish. In terms of the plants that we're growing, most people think of aquaponics as lettuce only, but we've actually seen an increase of specialty greens, things like mizuna, endive, kale, peppers, tomatoes, things that locals do not normally eat on these islands because they're imported and they're very costly. But now through the aquaponics systems, you're producing affordable food for your local population. So this is an overview of the farms that we recorded. And you can see from the data that Barbados was leading the way with the most aquaponics farms, as well as countless backyard hobbyists. I said 100, but there are probably more. These are the ones that we documented. And the main reason we're seeing this is because Barbados is the island that has the demonstration farm. Okay, there's nothing like being able to go and see something actually working. It's one thing to see it on YouTube, but when you can come and visit an actual farm site, figure out how to catch fish, how to plant stuff, ask questions, you're more likely to get into something. So the Adams Aqua Farm, we work with the Fisheries Division to do certification courses every year. So the training, like I said, it started kind of pre-COVID, had a few hiccups through COVID because it was hard to get people to the farm with all of the lockdowns, but we've persevered and we're continuing to offer the training. So I'm just going to fly through some of the farms just so you guys can see what's being done in the region. This is a farm in Antigua. This was the first commercial aquaponics farm in the region, and they're doing lettuce and tilapia. We have my farm in Barbados also doing, we tend to do lettuce and herbs. And we use red tilapia, whereas Antigua uses black tilapia. This is a farm recently set up in St. Kitts. They would have started in, I think, 2022, 23. And they're doing very, very well. There's another farm in Barbados. They actually are fully enclosed in a greenhouse with a nice cooling wall, so it gives them a lot of opportunities to grow different crops in the Caribbean climate. And they're using a ready-made system out of the US that is working very well here. And then 3D aquaponics in Trinidad. They do a lot of ready-made systems, especially for schools and homeowners. What we found from this project is that there's a huge amount of community outreach involved with all of these persons running aquaponics farms. A lot of them focus on training and involving youth in the farm. So this farm in Barbados was actually built entirely by young people. And then it's a place for them to come and learn how to grow vegetables and care for the fish. Same Indies Green in Antigua is actually where I went as well and got some training as well. And they opened their farm to not only training, but to events, because they have their whole farm landscape. So you can go and get married there, you can have a birthday party there, and they'll cook the tilapia right for you. In terms of my farm here, we do a lot of school tours and work with schools. And every summer we take on interns. We also put a system in the prison here in Barbados in Dodds. So they have a system that is feeding their inmates. It's 1,000 plants and about 800 pounds of tilapia. And they do have the option to also make it part of their rehabilitation program, where they're going to train inmates on aquaponics so that when they leave the prison system, they don't have to rely on someone to give them a job. They could actually start up their own aquaponics system. In Anguilla, there are also a lot of government-run systems. These ones actually are run by the ministry staff, but they're at government institutions such as senior care homes and the hospital, so that they are feeding the patients, basically. And then, of course, in Barbados, we're focusing a lot now on pushing it in the schools. And this list is the ones that have functioning aquaponics right now. Some other schools have come and gone. Their systems are down at various times. But we're getting to see that more schools are interested in getting their systems back online. And in 2023, we actually did the training for secondary schools through the Fisheries Division again, where the teachers were invited to be trained in aquaponics so that they can teach it at their schools, as well as they're allowed to bring their students with them. So now the majority of these secondary schools are also looking to get aquaponic systems put in. So also what we found with this study is that everybody who seemed to get into aquaponics was some form of entrepreneur. They built their own businesses, but they also found other things to do as well. So the same Indies Green, as I said, they started with aquaponics, but now they do weddings, they do birthday parties, they do a fish fry every weekend. They also produce seedlings for sale, and they have an area too with ornamental tropical fish for sale. So they do a lot of different things in one location. Myself in Barbados, but I'm not only the demonstration farm, but I've also become the regional tilapia hatchery. So we produce baby fish for all of the aquaponics farmers. And we also do export to other islands as well to try to get them to get their hatcheries up. We build a lot of systems as well, homemade systems, if you want to get into aquaponics at home. And this is why we have so many small-scale systems in Barbados, primarily because of this service. So people just call me and we discuss their budget or what they want to grow, and we get a system in at their backyard. So this is actually someone's backyard. And this is actually just like, for a lot of people, I found the interesting thing is that it was mostly pensioners. A lot of pensioners is who contacted me. So they're retired and they're at home, but they still want to feed their family and they want to make a little cash as well. And we also do feed and equipment. 3D Aquaponics in Trinidad also does similar to this. They do mini systems that promote a lot of backyard farming. So to summarize all of this, because they've only given me 10 minutes today, we found that there are a lot of opportunities with aquaponics. Aquaponics is costly to start up, but most of our islands have high food prices. Right? So being able to still price the aquaponics vegetables at a reasonable price, not too high, not too low, you will be able to service loans, which is the main requirement of most lending institutions, that they want to make sure it's a viable business. Because of the network that we have, with sharing the knowledge, that is actually what increased the success. People from different islands were messaging each other, trying to see what equipment to use, what was working, what isn't. And obviously in each island, we're increasing the food security because things that locals normally could not access or afford is now becoming affordable. The systems too, as most of them you will see, were built above ground. They're easy to contain. There's not going to be no flooding affecting them, no pollution from the ground affecting them. And once you can get them to under coverings, they're a lot more climate resistant than vegetables out in an open field. And most importantly for most of us in this business is the faster cash return. Because when you wait on fish, they take 9 months to grow, but aquaponic systems will start producing vegetables within 2 months. So by the time you set up, 2 months later, you have something to sell. Whereas in an aquaculture situation, you'd have to wait a year or more sometimes before you have anything to sell. So obviously, one of the biggest successes of this whole case study was the demonstration farm. Having the ability to go somewhere, to ask questions, to see what to do, make sure that you did not make the same mistakes that everybody else has made before you, which has helped increase the profits for most farms, reduce their mistakes, reduce their cost. And obviously, too, because you get to see it happening in your own island, it sparks interest in people, especially the youth, and encourages innovation because, as you can see, we all started as aquaponic farmers, but then we branched off into different areas. And definitely it's very attractive to young people because when they come to my farm, they're very excited about farming again. It's not like the old school ways in the mud. The biggest limitations we saw was still a lack of technical expertise. Unfortunately, there's only one of me right now in the region, and they're flying me all over the place, but I'd like to see more experts. I have a Master of Science degree. I'm a very technical person. I'm a scientist. And there need to be more scientists getting into aquaponics, especially in the other islands. Also, we have a lot of difficulty getting equipment. A lot of it has to come out of the US, and it's not made for our climate. So it's about trying to have enough farms that we can convince suppliers to change the equipment to suit our temperatures. Right now, they're building for American climates mostly. Obviously, funding continues to be an issue, as well as feed. Feed is very hard to source and quite expensive. We have to ship it in from the US. And still limitations on sharing of data. So I was actually kind of interested in that app today. We need to get things that make it easier for farmers to upload data so that you could just access data on different crops, and obviously more research into things that are happening in the world. Because, for example, a lettuce that we planted a couple years ago might not grow now because of how fast the temperature has been changing. So we need a lot more research on crops that are suited to aquaponics and how to mitigate the issues that we're having with increased temperature. So the way forward basically is islands continue to share success stories and assisting the other islands to get to where we are. And having the body of 50 or more farmers will make it easier to approach funding agencies, also to source equipment because we can buy it in bulk. And of course, one of our main things is to continue to educate and give a lot of outreach to different persons interested in getting into aquaponics. So this is what our association is about. If you want to find out more about us, you can contact us, or you can go into Facebook and Instagram. We're both on both of them. But it's open to farmers. So it's going to be an association run by farmers. To be part of the association, you just have to have an aquaponics, hydroponics, or aquaculture system. Doesn't matter how big it is. Thank you very much.
Okay, so at this time, I would like to invite the previous 5 presenters to take to the stage for the Q&A session. So Dr. Cox, Ms. King, Mr. Payne, Mr. Foster, and Ms. Adams. There will be a wireless mic for persons to ask their questions. Just come to the center to the front if you have any questions. Or raise your hand and the microphone can be brought to you. Persons online, you can use the comment box on the YouTube channel and you can place your questions there as well. Any questions? Someone up there.
Good morning, Naomi Cumberbatch, Public Investment Unit. Just have one question for Dr. Cox. This is in relation to your value chain that you would have discussed earlier. Is there a possibility of having processing in the area, like canned fish and that type of thing, in your value chain strategy?
Thank you for that. And I have a black and white, actually, of flying fish being canned back in the 70s. So it was something attempted in the past. It became a bit too expensive, but it's something that we can definitely look into. Hence why the product development type research was highlighted in that blueprint. But certainly it has been done before. Unfortunately, we don't have the flying fish landings like we had in times past, so that we would have, more our gluts that we could be able to do the canning. But I think our seafood inspectorate is tasked with really looking into those types of products for the post-harvest sector.
Next question.
Good morning. My name is Andre Joseph Witzig. I'm with the Nature Conservancy. My question is for Mr. Foster, I think, about the deep sea research. Yeah, pretty fascinating presentation. I was interested in terms of your data set seemed to go up to 2012. And I think when I looked online before, because I'm interested in this, that there have been other research cruises and things like that. So is it a sort of, are there any difficulties in terms of accessing the data sets? Is there like some kind of processing that needs to take place before you have access to them? And how are you able to potentially use other products that they're capturing during these cruises, like bathymetry, multi-beam surveys and things like that? Echo sounder, yeah.
Yes, so it was a matter of using what was publicly available. In particular, there was a expedition in 2023 that we knew about, but it was just a matter of the things weren't published yet, so it wasn't able to include it within the study. In terms of combining bathymetric and multi-beam data, that is something that, yes, is important to combine those things as well, so you can see I should say that we do have a study coming up in August, which is bringing in the RV Celtic Explorer. So they are going to be doing bathymetric and multi-beam data. So that would allow us to explore the relief or the bathymetry of Barbados a lot better, and then get a preliminary understanding of what exists in terms of submarine canyons, seamounts, and then we can make inferences into the biodiversity that exists around those as well.
Dr. Cox, this one's in your presentation. You spoke about boats having to go further, but you said refer to 12 shipwrights left in Barbados. How does this impact the future development of the industry in Barbados?
This is something very concerning to us, where we have started some training, especially using fiberglass, the GRP, and we hope that we can get more young people interested in boat building and naval architecture. Just those 12 shipwrights have been stretched in trying to fix the boats that were damaged after Beryl, so we can definitely see the deficit in terms of those skilled workers. We have been talking to other countries for help, but I think it remains that we need to have an institutionalized training program to make sure that we have skilled boat builders, shipwrights, naval architects, because the marine surveying reporting process is very important going forward. You would also understand that, you know, when people talk about having climate resilient boats, that will entail not only the design, but looking towards hybrid or electric engines in the future, and that requires a lot of research and innovation for us to get there. So we are looking at that just transition, but it takes, I would say, a lot of human and financial resources for us to get here. That's why I'm really excited about a panel later where we look at research financing and how we can, you know, go about sustaining some of the ideas and the research questions that have been proposed by persons in our space. The SJPI boat building program hasn't been delivered in the last few years because it's undersubscribed, and we have to do a lot more in terms of promoting this field and discipline. We attempted to do a wooden training session and just got 2 applications. So we can see, but this was before Beryl, so now there's, you know, more of a spotlight to the importance of that sector. But yes, it was undersubscribed. So I think we just attempted a training session where 9 young people were trained. But when the boat replacement project does start, we will need to increase our workforce so that we can replace the over 70 vessels that were totally lost.
Good morning, Don here from Don Shore Aquatics. I'm hearing a common theme of capacity building across the board, where we don't have much persons pursuing or have interest in any of the career paths that are needed for this forward charted path of research in the natural environment. What are the connections with the government in terms of raising awareness of these said programs and making them accessible to the public?
Well, we have been participating every month, sometimes twice a month, in career showcases, exhibitions, and looking at partnerships with private sector for us to be able to engage the youth. Our internship program, again, is another delivery of us getting them immersed into the sector, not fishing, but blue economy generally. And, you know, I myself commit a lot of time in the first week to just take them to landing sites and, you know, let them see, speak to people, and get a sense of where are the gaps, where they can help, what solutions can they bring. And I find it's very, very important to do that, because if we just, you know, keep them inside and, you know, not having them interact and see real life problems, they will not be able to be solution-oriented. We, of course, I should put in a plug here that we might be collaborating with you on an Innovations HQ camp for Marine Week, where we will work with some kids, and quite excited about that, for them to be able to expose to biological things, but innovating, looking at fishing gear, and other things. We held a junior anglers camp back in April with the Ebony Anglers from North Carolina. That was a really great program. I never saw kids so excited to leave with a rod. And they also had a tackle box, and they were, 4 stations where they had to learn fish species ID, learn different parts of the rod. So I think that is a model we're going to pursue in the future, trying to have that done every year. But I think there are, national exhibitions like AgroFest and others, Small Island Future Fest coming up, where we, as a team, ensure that we are at one of these exhibitions every month so that we constantly have that messaging going that, fisheries is the place to be, I would say. Yes.
Okay, there was one other question I wanted to ask.
1 second. Stand when you're asking your question, just for the persons online. It makes it easier. Apologies.
There was a follow-up question to the one I asked earlier, but I want to ask to, I can't remember your name, Agroponics? Yes. The government has invested a significant amount of money in 2 educational institutions. That is the Dukes Project and I think the Hope Project. One is in St. Lucie, one is in St. Thomas. The primary focus of those institutions is agriculture. But I was wondering if there was some scope for including agroponics in that structure, and if there's anybody have approached you or.
No, nobody has approached us, but we would definitely be very interested because aquaponics kind of balances between fisheries and agriculture. So it benefits from both because obviously the research done on crops in agriculture would apply to aquaponics. So it's definitely something we'd be interested in working on.
Thank you. And the follow-up question would have been, I know I asked earlier about canning fish, and I didn't mean just flying fish, I mean like any type. I would also been thinking about in terms of processing, also in maybe drying in some other farms, but also in terms of the byproducts or what we call the waste products from fish, if there's any strategy to try to utilize those for some other byproduct down the line.
Yes, actually, we have been working with FAO, looking at fish waste, and not only silage, but we do have one of our large fish processors investing in a bioprocessor that's now producing fertilizer or animal feed. So a very dry byproduct, and it has been doing very well. They're now branding and commercializing that product. We have, exhibited with them at AgroFest, and again, they will be with us this week at Small Island Future Fest. And in our estimates for this year, we do have funds to get a bioprocessor for the Bridgetown Fisheries Complex. Once that's piloted and it works, then we'll be looking to install those at the larger markets around the island. But there were several capacity building with some of the members of the theater collective in producing fish silage. So it's definitely something we're looking to in terms of circular economy for the sector. You'll be pleased to know that some of the fishermen have been drying and salting fish out to sea while they're out fishing. And by the time they're coming, they're selling this salted dolphin fish. I've been promised some, but it hasn't been delivered to me as yet. But it's, from all reports, it's quite good. And as we know, we've not been getting the cod as we would like. We're seeing a lot of salted shark on the market, for instance. So this will be pretty good. And processors like Shorelines are also looking to get back into smoking of fish. I don't know how many of you remembered smoked flying fish here at Hilton for breakfast. It was, it was something I came especially to sample, but of course, as we talked about, the landings haven't been high enough, but we want to do some experimentation with that and see too if we can get the women in the off season. They spoke about it in their performance. There are those 6 to 8 weeks where they're waiting for the season to start and how best they could diversify their livelihoods by getting involved with these processing products.
Just one thing I wanted to say on that. I have seen one of the vendors at Oystons. She was drying the skin of the fish and she was using it like how you would use leather. And I saw that there are other persons who are doing that abroad. Is that something that we're looking at in terms of the byproduct, the waste, but the skin of the fish?
Yes, this is something that several of our fish processing plants have been looking at, particularly Morgan's Fish House. He's used the dolphin skin to make fish leather, but he's just trying to see if it's viable. So these things are in the works, and hopefully somebody can make it into a viable product so that we can have a better circular economy.
Which comes back to today, we need the data so it's
Yeah, we need the
scalable.
data.
Exactly. Other questions from in the audience?
Sure. Good morning. Ingrid Cumberbatch from Ministry of Health and Wellness. Thank you very much for the invitation to this very interesting workshop. I just wanted to know my questions in terms of the vision for the Smart Fisheries platform. I saw you mention a lot of stakeholders. It's not necessary for you. It is it's more for the doctor. The doctor. I wanted to know about, did you think that is a role for Ministry of Health and Wellness in terms of the Environmental Health Department and the work that they do with you already, and going forward, if you're looking for exporting more, if there's a role for interface with that department of Ministry of Health with the vision that you have for your smart fisheries?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Cumberbatch. That is a good question and something I want to pursue with you a bit more. I spoke briefly to the establishment of the Seafood Inspectorate, which comes as part of the thrust for the Seafood Markets and Businesses Bill. And while I recently shared some of our vessels, but that was because of a negative light. The vessels in the boatyard were attracting mosquitoes. But it shows that we've been having a few requests from you, not only as it relates to enforcement, as for vessels and health, but we want to be able to share some of our data relating to the seafood safety audits and some of the microbiological testing that we want to do. Our analyst is here in the back, and we are working with an intern as well to finalize our methodologies, but I think that perhaps it's not too early for us to start to engage with you to see how best we can collaborate on that. We have, worked closely with Coast Guard, Statistical Service in the past, but the plan that Christian was alluding to is that certain agencies will be able to log into the information system and assess what they would like to see. And it comes, with some engagement with stakeholders. But I am glad that you see the usefulness of some of the data that we've been collecting. Thank you.
I definitely see the usefulness. That's why I asked my question, and I know that you were going to tell me yes. And I think that the engagement should be sooner rather than later. And the person that really should be engaged in this with the Ministry of Health and Wellness will be the Chief Environmental Health Officer. All right, Mr. Chapman, yes, you know the person.
Yes.
So from earlier rather than later, I think the engagement should be there so that, you can get the inputs from early of what they would like to see, and also in guidance. And it was very interesting that you were looking to see about developing your cold chain process. Because as you said about cold chain process, I said, well, this is not anything new. This has been going on for vaccines for years. And I can talk about vaccines because that's my area.
Yes.
Right? So it's just that the technology and the monitoring of the cold chain, I think that's a very good initiative that you're looking to put forward. And I really want to tell you that, just look and see what the best practices are, and there's already there. So you just need to follow.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Christian, was there anything you wanted to add? Okay, I'll take two more questions. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Naseba. I'm with the Pattyware Foundation. My question is for Ms. Adams. So it's a two-part question. Thank you for your presentation, first of all. And I wanted to know, in terms of issues that you face in terms of traditional agriculture, how much do they affect your aquaculture in terms of like diseases, predial larceny, and predation, especially from monkeys? And then the second part of my question is, have you explored using other species other than tilapia? And if yes, why have you circled back to just using tilapia? Or is there scope to try and maybe use another type of fish species that's being used in another island?
Okay, so to answer the first question, we're actually very resilient when it comes to the problems that traditional aquaculture is having, because aquaponics uses a much smaller footprint. So you're growing like 1,000 plants in a much smaller area, right? Because you're doing 6-inch spacing for most plants. So you can therefore get them into some kind of structure, whether it's a shade house or a greenhouse or a covering. And that is what will deter the monkeys. They do not like to go into closed spaces, especially if you have a door on it. They know they could get trapped in that enclosure. Similarly, it's easier to secure them because it's a smaller area, it's a structure, you can put on lights, alarms, etc. So the predial larceny is not as much. And of course, because it's a capital investment, you've got pumps, things running like that, you're not going to want to just put it in an open field. So usually most people are putting them near their homes or near a building because you need electricity and that kind of stuff. In terms of pests, really well-run aquaponic systems are going to be disease-free. They're going to have pests like caterpillars and aphids and that, but diseases really do not go after aquaponics systems once they're run properly, because you're testing water quality all the time. You have your structures in place. So I find that disease is not the problem with aquaponics. You get that more in hydroponics, because hydroponics does not have a natural kind of system. They don't have natural bacteria, natural organisms in the water. In terms of what you were asking about using the fish, there's many fish in demand in the world, and the highest would be catfish and salmon, followed by tilapia. So the main reason that we're pushing tilapia is because there's a ready market for tilapia. Yes, you can use a lot of other fish, but the cost of producing them will not make your business feasible. We've done things like crayfish, we've done things like bass, we've done, there are other species that could be done in aquaponics, but they're just not as profitable. The edge that the Caribbean has is that we are tropical, and tilapia is a tropical species. So the Americans actually struggle to do tilapia farming because they have to heat their systems for half of the year, whereas we do not have to do that. So we actually have the advantage for tilapia production, so that's why we're focusing on it.
One more question?
Yes, good morning, Joanna Straker from UNDP. My question actually is for Dr. Cox. I know some retailers, you mentioned Shorelines, for example, they have used biogas in the past to smoke fish and produce products based on that. And I'm wondering, Dr. Cox, if you're looking at integrating more sustainable methods such as that in that fish value chain process that you mentioned, that you shared.
Yes, well, certainly. Well, we know that David at Shorelines is a visionary, and there was a collaboration too with some researchers at university where they attempted the biogas with a mix with fish waste and to produce the gas. They, of course, had to go through several iterations to see that the smaller vessel was more practical. But then, he pivoted with the bioprocessor. But I think that, that particular proposal, and I believe he was an incubator at UNDP in the past as well, too, was still something that we wanted to explore. But I think what happened was there had to be a lot of pig waste to really get it going, and less fish waste was being used. So I know that they're really looking forward to trying to pivot and get the process done, but with innovation comes experimentation and several iterations. So I know that they're still looking to pursue it. And again, another area that we will need financing for to explore. Mm-hmm.
Thank you so very much for your questions. And I know that These presentations and this Q&A would have whet your appetite, but we're going to have a short break for 20 minutes now, and then when we come back in, we're actually going to have a panel discussion, so you will have more opportunities for your questions. So I'll see you back here in 10 minutes. Sorry. So at 5 minutes to 12, we'll return. take your seats soon. To the stage for the next session, I would like Ms. Gina Welch, Ms. Gail Marshall, Ambassador Dr. Christopher Walton, Mr. James Pierce, and Dr. Shelley Ann Cox.
Thank you so very much. Just where you're comfortable.
I'm comfortable in the audience.
So not where you are most comfortable.
Most comfortable.
Not most comfortable.
The first panel discussion for today is going to be under the title Disaster Risk Insurance. The moderator is going to be Dr. Shelley Ann Cox. And then participating would be, from the farthest left, Ms. Gail Marshall, Ambassador Dr. Christopher Walton, and Mr. James Pierce. I now hand over to Dr. Cox.
Thank you, Ms. Gooden. I trust everybody had a very nice lunch. Sorry, Bray, sorry. The plate sizes were big. We do have a scrumptious lunch coming up as well. While you're making your way to the seats, I would say I'm really honored to be in the presence of some very experienced insurance professionals. Of course, when we were organizing this symposium, against the backdrop of Hurricane Beryl last year, we thought that it was very important to have a discussion around insurance against the backdrop too of only a few, 19 vessels out of the 240 damaged with insurance policies, but those 19 were associated with loans. So we can see already that vessel insurance has been something that has been debated in the fishing industry for quite some time. The new legislation does mandate third-party insurance, and we are working, very closely with our partners to be able to explore the new regulations and how that can work towards the provision of affordable premiums for the fishery sector. But that is just one hint. We're talking about disaster risk insurance generally this afternoon. So I'm going to first allow our esteemed colleagues to introduce themselves briefly, a little bit about their background and passions, and then we have some prescribed questions that they will expound on. We'll open it up to the Q&A to the audience, and then we'll close with their last reflections. We have about 45 minutes or so for the discussion, but please feel free to pose your questions and make it a very interactive session. So there's ladies first, so Marshall, we will start with you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Gail Marshall. I actually have worked in the general insurance industry for approximately 15 years, mainly in risk management, which is my profession. I'm a qualified risk management professional. And I have also had experience in risk management for about 17 years. So that's my background.
Thank you very much, Gail. My name is James Pierce. I am, like my colleague next to me, I am an insurance professional. I am slightly different in that I'm an insurance broker. Having worked this year was 33 years. I've been working as an insurance broker and risk consultant. I am also, I would say former, but I guess you could never stop, commercial fisherman and sports fisherman. So I have a soft spot for the industry, and so it's no surprise that I'm here today because my colleague Shelley has inveigled me to come and share some of my knowledge. Hopefully I can add some value to the process. And I have a lot of experience with marine insurance and fisheries insurance in particular, not just in Barbados, or the company that I am head of, Lynch Caribbean Insurance Brokers. We operate in about 13 Caribbean territories currently, and we provide insurance solutions for not just the commercial fishing industries, but also for fishermen and fisherfolk and agriculture as well. So, hopefully as we get into it, we would some of that will come out, and hopefully folk here can leave with a little bit more than they came with this morning. Thank you.
Unlike my two colleagues to the side, I deal in insurance or dealt with insurance on the front end, dealing with them. So my background is military, disaster relief. I was a fireman in the military, dealt with their disaster relief program, got out of that. When I came home, was an EMT for 2 years, worked in a hospital, ran their disaster relief program, worked with firemen, logistics, went to Houston, flood relief, and a lot of disaster relief programs. So coming home and being able to go ahead and put my knowledge of what I've learned in 20 plus years of dealing on the front end of seeing disasters happen, working to prevent disasters from happening, seeing it happen, and then on the cleanup end, getting it cleaned up, then dealing with the insurance companies, getting things together. So seeing what was missing out of people's contracts with insurance companies, what they should have put in there, and having that knowledge now going forward, hoping to be an asset.
And you forgot to say you were a boat owner as well.
I'm a boat owner and a fisherman, and I've been diving since I was 13, and I left Barbados when I was 6, so don't let the accent throw you. I was born in St. Joseph.
Thank you. So as we can see, lots of experience here, so feel free to have your questions ready. We're going to start with a first question, and Gail, I'll pose it to you. What are some of the best practices for disaster risk insurance in the Caribbean?
I think when I think of best practices for anything, I think what's important is the need for data and modeling. Mm-hmm. We do get some catastrophe modeling in terms of the insurance companies, but I believe that is mostly done externally. If it was something that was done in Barbados, it might also be something that might actually directly benefit the fisheries industry as well, from a point of view that you might be able to not only model the risk that the insurance looks at specifically, but also things like marine, like planning and those kind of areas in terms of the island and different things, some of the marine risk as well, so that you will be able to put better processes in place in terms of how you go about doing fisheries and some of these side businesses that come out from those.
Thank you. And I will ask Ambassador Dr. Walton if you want to add to that question or response there before we pose the second question.
I have a response for everything. Again, because I'm not in the industry, but have all dealt with the industry on the back end of things. So for me, when you say what's the best practices, I look at all of the insurance companies that we had to deal with after a hurricane, during a hurricane, and then seeing what worked best coming out of there. So there are insurance companies definitely that brought a rapid payout quicker. So those were, for us, the best thing, because people need their money, especially after a hurricane, the quickest. Getting insurance companies where they're doing community-based models and pools and resources and things like that before the hurricane. Getting knowledge, and even, let's say we have an insurance company that's insuring a vessel. Okay, what can we do as vessel owners to bring that cost down? Is there classes I can take? Is there something that would make me more appealing to an insurance company to bring it down? So those kind of things are what I would say would be, best practices for an insurance company in this situation.
Very good responses. James, Mr. Pierce, we have this interesting question that we had a good briefing on just now, but really looking forward to your thoughts on what is the role of government in disaster risk insurance. And I'm sure you have a great response for that.
Well, I wish it was as simple as the government just writing a check and paying an insurance premium, because I would volunteer as the insurance broker and we would all go away smiling. But no, honestly, jokes aside, insurance really and truly must form part of a comprehensive risk management plan. And the reason being is that it is not always the most efficient way to mitigate your risks. It is just one form of risk transfer mechanism, and it is not always the optimum tool that you can employ. So in terms of what role government can play, that role, as I said, could be in the form of assisting with premium payment, but it needs to be more than that. Governments need to look at their responsibilities, for example, legal frameworks, policy setting. How can the government get in there and create an enabling environment, a supportive environment, that includes defining the roles and responsibilities of the different stakeholders in the industry and what they can do, to help with the whole the question of insurance. So, like, for example, I don't know if it's public yet, but Dr. Cox had shared with me a document that was to be implemented. That was the Marine Act. It was an amendment.
Shipping.
Yeah, merchant
yes,
shipping.
Yeah, the
right.
fishing vessel regulations.
Is that law yet, or?
Not as yet.
So I can't speak about it, or?
You can speak about it, yes. Cabinet approved.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I got to be careful here. So within there were provisions for insurance. There were a provision, that boat owners needed to carry third-party liability insurance. So much so that I've had questions coming to me because of my connections with the fishing industry, querying why would the government be interested in them having third-party marine insurance? But the answer is not that clear, because a lot of people don't know marine law. And they don't know that under marine law, if your boat sinks in a harbor, you are liable to remove that wreck, okay, you personally, all right? And because of that, and the fact that marine insurance has been around for 400 years, marine P&I coverage, which is what they call it, provides for wreck removal, the cost of wreck removal. So we actually dealt with a couple of my very large clients recently, had some very large vessels blocking the Bridgetown port, and they had insurance in place, and some significant claims were paid out to remove those wrecks. But it goes beyond that. So in addition to the cost that was underwritten by the insurers in paying for that cost, the procurement of the wreck removal, there was no local company that had the equipment to do it. So we had to assist the client in getting a firm out of Trinidad to come up here and bring equipment up to Barbados to help remove those wrecks from blocking the main harbor. Now let's contrast that with the fishing harbor, where Dr. Cox intimated that north of 90% of the vessels in there had no insurance. So, so the opposite was true in the fishing harbor, in that now the government, who worldwide are basically an insurance company in denial, really, because, when everything else fails, people knock on the government's door and say, fix it. So, the government had to step in and underwrite the costs of moving all those wrecks out of the fisheries complex. And that was a very expensive process. Cost a lot of money. So that's just an example, of where, government could step in. But outside of that, the government also, has a role, or disaster risk insurance has a role to play in the insurance on, the public assets, because the government itself owns a lot of assets. You have the ports itself, you have, you know, the government buildings. You have all the Ministry of Agriculture, their offices all around the island. You have Parliament, you know. So, you know, government have a role to play in looking after these assets, and insurance against disaster, you know, can play a vital role in fixing these things. Now, obviously, you know, that will be done on a priority basis. So they may be, you know, they may scale that, you know, their risk tolerance and say, well, look, you know, what's the first thing we need to fix? Okay, we need to fix the airport, we need to fix the seaport, you know, but other, so they will use their resources to you know, effect those that disaster mitigation, you know, but the level of insurance coverage quite often would help dictate the level of the recovery effort, one from the point of view of whether it gets done at all, but also the speed in which it happens. You know, so we could then delve into the different insurance products that are available and, you know, what's best tailored to suit a particular disaster. So like, for example, you know, a normal indemnity-based insurance product, fire insurance that we'd be accustomed to, you know, it will respond, but by the time you fly out adjusters from the UK, the US, whatever, to come and do their investigation, and, you know, it could be 2-3 months before you start to see funds coming back in. Whereas you could look at a parametric insurance product, which basically is triggered by an event, and those sums normally can be mobilized within 2 to 3 weeks, you know, and recovery effort can start. Obviously, parametric insurance is more expensive, but again, you know, horses for courses, and that's where, I'll put a little plug for myself, an insurance broker, you know, can come in and help advise you on, you know, your risk in totality, as opposed to, you know, just plucking out, well, let's insure this house here or this car there or whatever. You know, you got to look at, you know, the total risk and assess it, you know, from a priority scale and back down. And another area of where government has a role in disaster risk insurance is, I've spoken thus far on assets, but is the people, the human element, you know, the livelihood of the citizens of a country. And insurance has a role to play there too. It could be at the level of health insurance on a national or individual basis, or it could be at the level of a national insurance scheme like what we have here at NIS. You know, how can that respond to the, you know, the suffering and the needs of the people post-disaster? Again, there are bespoke products out there, like, for example, a product that we have throughout the Caribbean. We call it REAP, which is an acronym for the Regional Economic Agricultural Program. But basically what that is a parametric solution that is tailor-made for, well, when I say low income, for small farmers and fisher folk. And what that does is sovereigns, and as I say, we're actually launching it in 2 weeks' time. It's in place already, but the official launch in St. Lucia of, you know, their government has taken it out for their banana farmers and, you know, for now. But again, what they're looking to do is provide a livelihood protection that post-disaster, you know, their farmers can receive a stipend for a period of 6 months. But again, you can buy it for 3 months, you can buy it for 12 months. You know, you basically, you know, have a product that responds post-disaster, you know, to help put food on the plate of the effective constituent citizens of the country. So that's another area, public livelihood, that, you know, needs to be assessed, because if, I'm not going to quote you guys Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but certainly, you know, food and shelter are obviously up at the top, you know. But unfortunately, a lot of risk and insurance conversations don't, unfortunately, go to that level for whatever reason. It tends to focus more on assets, you know. Oh, what about my house? What about my car? What about my, you know, but guess what? If you don't have nowhere to sleep or none to eat, those things are secondary, you know. Other areas that government can help out with is financial support for disaster risk reduction. So apart from my opening joke about, you know, paying a premium, you know, governments can support disaster risk reduction directly. They can do that through, you know, programs, self-insurance funds that they can manage, you know, for immediate disaster relief, or it could be a blend of private risk insurance and public insurance, whereby they can come in and say, well, look, we'll help if you take out an insurance policy to cover whether it be your livelihood or your business or whatever, we'll fund the deductible. Everybody knows about those dreaded deductibles. Well, imagine after a hurricane when an insurance company imposes a 2% deductible on you, again, you could find a situation where the government could help with that, either directly or through, as we have seen in the past, where I remember fondly when I first built shutters for my house, because me and the carpenter built them together. I was able to claim them off of my income tax. It was very well received, I assure you. And were it not for that, back then, I might not have done it. So programs like that, where governments can step in indirectly and work with the insurance industry to help achieve a particular risk mitigation result. And then on a regulatory side, government can also help work with the insurance industry to help regulate and facilitate. So we see situations where in Barbados, we have the Financial Services Authority and the insurance regulators, and that's an area where government can come in and help regulate the industry on both sides, not just look at the insurance company side and look at the solvency requirements, look at the reinsurance arrangements for the insurance companies, make sure they're paying their taxes, all the fun stuff. But it could also help look at it from the consumer side and say, well, what products are you selling? Are these products, as we Bajans would say, a pig in a bag, that you will never have a claim? Or are these products actually doing what the advertising, the lovely advertising on your radio is purporting it to do? So the government has a really key role to play in any insurance, whether it be agriculture, whether it be fisheries, whether it be house owner, business, whatever. And then lastly, I don't want to keep, am I taking too long, Dr. Cox?
Oh, it was a very comprehensive answer, and I definitely, we have to have you on the training in July for the fisher folk. No, but I was enjoying
I'm not done yet.
But yes, I'll let you finish, and then
the last thing I was going to say was public awareness. Again, the government has, a key role to play in public awareness. And letting citizens know, sensitizing them, like what we're doing here today. In other words, getting a message to the people. I know Dr. Cox has been saddled with that down at Fisheries with her 93% of boat owners who claim that they couldn't get insurance. I'm only telling you here today, you can throw stuff at me if you would like, but I've had commercial fishermen insured unbroken for the last 30 years. There's never been a lack of insurance in Barbados. Just let's get that out there. I don't know if you've heard it before, but it has always been available. One of the main things that has changed, however, is when the government exited the insurance market, when they sold ICBL, premiums naturally went up. If government owns their own insurance company, well, then they can charge what they like. Whereas it's now owned by private enterprise, whole different ball game. But it's available. I'm not going to tell you that it is the insurance companies are not charging too much. That's another conversation. But it is there, and these are conversations that, if any good can come out of barrel, it's that we're now having these conversations. We're once again looking at cooperatives. We're looking at collective bargaining. We're looking at pooling risks. All these conversations that kind of weren't had when the government was essentially running the show. They're now being had, at the level of the fishermen themselves. Big Brother has moved on, and now you got to look after yourself. So I think it's good that we're having this discourse. And lastly, international cooperation. I had a conversation prior to this with Dr. Walton, there's so much to be gained by sharing our experience here in the Caribbean, but more importantly, hearing of the experiences of others and learning from their misfortune, or hopefully learning from things that they did that prevented misfortune. So I'll stop there. Sorry to take
very comprehensive answer, but it's always good to learn, and thank you for sharing your experience. So now that James has sold us on disaster risk insurance, this follow-up question here, Directed to Gail, are there any limitations to disaster risk insurance?
I think right now, but let me just say there are always going to be limitations. One of the challenges that I think we're seeing, especially when we consider what a disaster is that we're seeing a lot of changes in some of the risk events that they were dealing with. So we're seeing the storms getting stronger, we're seeing them getting more frequent, we're hearing about earthquakes all the time, you know, different things that are impacting us that really and truly, when I was a child, for example, these things were very infrequent. So some of the limitations that would arise from that change is basically the fact is, are we prepared? James would have mentioned in his response just now the need for improving awareness. And I think that is very important. I actually think it needs to be a little more than that in terms of building a culture. And this is where the challenge comes. What a lot of people don't realize, and you would have spoken to the government just now, is that where the citizens, where their response ends, the government has to take it up, right? And it's a lot. But basically, if we start by building what I call a resilience culture, then we would actually be inherently more responsive when there are disasters that happen. This will go into our personal individual lives. This would also go into our businesses, our industries, and then even in these type of decisions that are made on behalf of our country, because it would be almost focused towards one goal, which is that we will come out of this, and this is what we expect to achieve. So in terms of the limitations, I feel like that is a big one. In terms of preparedness, I also think in terms of the need for a clear understanding of what we need to deal with, and that mainly comes, again, in the form of data. Do we have any idea the value of our housing stock on the island? Do we have any idea of the other needs of the people? I mean, as James would have mentioned, you have a house and stuff, but if you can't eat, that house really and truly may not mean that much. Things like our infrastructure, you may actually still be able to maintain things like your vessels and so forth, but can you actually reach the market that you're targeting? Can you actually do your processing and so forth? Communication, things like that, and all of this we really and truly should be able to quantify so that we have an idea of what value the insurance really should think about. And then, generally, I spoke about resilience a little bit, but in terms of our culture and incorporating risk management ahead of the event, which again is something that as individuals we have a responsibility for, as well as the government, as well as the businesses and so forth, then essentially if we do all that we need to do before the event should hit, then by the time the insurance needs to kick in, ideally it wouldn't need to be that impactful because we would have done a lot of the work beforehand. And I think for that we need the information and the awareness, and also, like I said, to develop a culture so that we know how important this is, how to respond, and the significance of that to the country being able to recover and continue after an event should occur.
Very interesting response. And Dr. Walton, you have anything to add to that question before we proceed?
I think one of the biggest limitations would be accessibility for the people, especially for like fisher folk, small business owners. And I think even going back to where we said the responsibility of the government or how the government could play a role in that. Looking at Barbados, we're small. We're very small. So dealing with insurance companies, you know, your premium is going to be one price for 100 people, and it's going to be a whole lot lower price for 1,000 people or 10,000 people. So in that aspect of it, knowing that we are a country that is very small, where the government could come in is how to now we look through the Caribbean and say, okay, this island over here and this island over here, can we all get together? Can we all now get a plan from an insurance company that deals with all of our islands, where we're all now in this one bundle. Although our situations may be different, our triggers may be different, but we're all under the same company, which would dramatically bring our costs down. So in that aspect, and that's something that we as individuals can't do. So we'd have to rely on the government to do that part of it. And it would create a bigger, like I said, accessibility, especially now where, like I said, Barbados, we are telling it's mandatory now to have insurance. So now having to look for these different ways to make it accessible to all of the fisher folk.
Now that you're on that train of thought, I thought it would be good for you to expound on how can individuals and businesses then prepare themselves for disaster risk insurance as a boat owner.
Being prepared, especially when you're dealing with the insurance and seeing other people going through it and what they didn't do in the beginning. And it's some really small things that we don't even think about. As far as on my boat, I have receipts for everything. I have receipts for everything. I have pictures of everything. I have a folder that if anything happens to that boat, I can whip it out to the insurance company and say, you owe me this, you owe me this, you owe me this, you owe me this. I'm claiming all of it. A lot of people don't have that. A lot of people just say, oh, we have that, or something happens, oh, well, I don't know what I had on the boat, or I don't know exactly how much it costs. So going forward, we have to make sure that we plan ahead for it, that we plan ahead for if something happens. Yes, we pray it doesn't, but make sure you have your stuff in order. Planning for insurance. We plan for it when we buy a car. We plan for it when we buy a house. This shouldn't be anything different. The only difference is it's not been happening. So now that it's happening, I've been hearing it's a wake-up call for a lot of older fisher folks, a lot of older people who I'm not. Now it's you're mandatory going to have it. And it's kind of upsetting, but when you look at the world you live in, you're going to need it, and it's going to be an asset whether you think of it or not. So you now have to plan for it going in. Okay, well, maybe I can't buy this because I need to do that. Maybe I can't get this because I need to do that. Is now you're going to have to really start making some choices in this day and age on what are you going to do with your boat, what are you going to do with this company, and how are you going to move forward in doing it, and start running it like a business and not a mom and pop shop.
Interesting perspective. James, I want to pose this question to you because it's around what you spoke about earlier in terms of how can disaster risk insurance be used to incentivize risk reduction, and then also pose it to the panelists before we take some audience questions. But I thought this was quite an interesting question to ask.
So in terms to, sorry, let me hear your question again. To incentivize disaster?
Risk reduction.
And this disaster risk insurance, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, sorry, just gathering my thoughts. It can easily be used, and I'll give you a classic example. You have a scenario where, and I'd use with the boats earlier. Something as simple as a third-party P&I coverage on a vessel, would immediately help reduce the cost of clearing out the harbor post-disaster. So that's a example I'd used previously as one that's very current. The question of where the government can fit in and all of that is the government could help steer the effort, the government could help provide resources, pooling resources, even if not financially, in terms of bringing people together through using the current licensing or registration system, to create that pool, and then bringing in the insurance companies to either singularly or collectively, underwrite the risk, and then the government could even decide to say, well, look, we'll throw a 30% of the premium in at the back end to help reduce it to everybody else. So, that's an immediate way that insurance can reduce the cost of disaster risk, but it can also, reduce the costs in other ways. The purchasing of an insurance product, can be used, let's say, with the banking sector. Have collateral on a loan. So folks can basically, upgrade their vessels, and it can be done two ways. One, forward-looking with making funds available through, creating a level of security that we've seen. Like, for example, we worked with the co-op in St. Vincent and put a vessel marine insurance program in place down there where the government wanted to get involved, but the government was nervous, about just lending this money and, where it was going to go and all the rest of it. So, we were part of a tripartite committee. We said, well, okay, let's bring in, we need a vehicle. So the co-op said, fine, we'll front it, we'll handle all the admin, we'll chase down the boat owners and make sure they pay back their loans and, per month, every month. So the government said, fine, we'll provide the seed capital. We said, fine, we'll provide the insurance product to secure the loan. And then all of a sudden the government said, well, great, well, let me now put some money and start lending money for people to buy boats. It was as simple as that, but it was, people working in silos. You just needed to bring everybody together, which is kind of like what your question is saying. How do we merge these areas such that they are complementary and they help one another? And in that case, we had a situation where post-disaster, the insurance product, the insurance industry was able to step up and say, well, look, we're providing this security, to help. So if I think of anything else, I'll let you know.
Thank you, James. And Gail, any additions? How can disaster risk insurance be used to incentivize risk reduction?
I also just want to add on to what James said in answering this question. I like what you were saying in terms of that whole coming together. If you understand what insurance really is basically people coming together to create a pool of funds that will be able to benefit the individuals at a time they need it. If you come together as a community, and I'm trying to refer specifically to the fishing sector, at the end of the day, me as a one person, I have a limited amount of knowledge, but basically if I have a group, then the knowledge basically just continues to increase exponentially by the number of people in the group because everybody knows different things. If that knowledge is put together by the forming of a community that looks at things like how to safeguard your boats, how to safeguard different things related to the actual industry, the actual practices, and so on, these are things that you can actually take to the insurance company to say, okay, this is what we're doing. This safeguards the way we do business. This improves our risk exposure overall. And as a result, we want to be able to negotiate for different rates. What also can come out of that is the fact that it gives an opportunity to educate the insurance companies. So basically, unless the insurer is a fisher or fisherman, then basically there might be things they don't understand that might reduce the risk exposure, which they can probably, if they have reinsurance coverage as backing, they can actually take to the reinsurers and, make certain appeals for the product, because the insurance company also benefits from additional people buying insurance products, right? So basically, in forming this community, you benefit each other in terms of the amount of knowledge, in terms of support. And this also benefits the insurance company, and it can result overall in everybody benefiting financially.
We now open the floor to questions from the audience. Dr. Walton wants to just answer the question, but let's not all put up our hands at once the audience is invited.
That question is really the disaster insurance and the incentives that it uses. In the States, they have progressive insurance, car insurance. And when you get Progressive Insurance, I had Progressive Insurance, they give you a little box. You plug it up under your car, and you go driving, and it records everything that you do. And at the end of the month, they actually can monitor that box, and depending on how you drive, your rate will go up or down. So if you're a safe driver, if you don't speed, if you're not jackrabbit starting, your premium will go down. So the same thing that can be done here, where fisher folk and boat owners, now you have this insurance. At the end of every year, whenever you do your inspection, they come into the boat, they inspect the boat. You have upgraded systems, you have a satellite, or you added more buoys or something like that, that can drop your premium. And that would incentivize you to, let me see how else I can reduce risk if a hurricane does happen. Every captain I know, I don't know too many that actually went to school. They just learned it. This is what they've been doing for years. But for an insurance company, when they look at it, they're like, well, how do we know you're a captain? How do we know you can actually drive a boat correctly? So are there classes that you can take? Are there training that you can go into and take that can show and say, hey, see, I'm actually accredited for this. Can you drop my price? And moving forward in those type of areas can actually bring the risk reduction down with the help of the insurance.
Very, very good intervention. So now we welcome any questions from the audience. We have the microphone for those. I know they have been very clear and informative. Okay, I see.
Naomi coming back again. Okay, there's two questions I really want to ask. Not sure if I'm asking it correctly, but I know that within the insurance sector, there's a reinsurer. Then I would believe that even though you may speak to how you may design the particular product, that's really dependent on what the reinsurer is willing to support. And I have, over time, you hear people saying that where the reinsurer, where something may happen outside the region or outside of Barbados, the reinsurer may increase rates in a particular area, and that would impact us, even though nothing has happened to us. But when something happens to us, the reverse is not true. We don't benefit when nothing happens to us, but we feel the impact when something happens to others. And because we know that, I'm assuming, because I think I've heard this, that fishing is a relatively high-risk area, and most of the fishing folks say that insurance is really expensive. How would we go about building confidence in those persons to take that risk, or remember it's a risk to them too, to take that risk to buy insurance given all of that? Anybody can answer?
Anybody? You want to go ahead, Gil?
Probably I would like James to answer first, because I remember, I recall you mentioning also that you were looking at insurance regionally, also for agriculture, and I think the same could be said for the agricultural sector as well.
Yes, so to answer your question, you're absolutely correct. And it's interesting the terminology that you use, because I spoke recently to a bunch of insurers recently who didn't even know they kind of shook their head when I said what I had to say. And you mentioned about insurance companies selling insurance. That's actually a bit of a myth. So you were right, and you didn't even know you were right, in that the vendor in an insurance policy situation is actually the customer. The customer is the insurance company. You sell the risk to the insurance company. The insurance company actually buys the risk from you. And that has huge legal ramifications. I'm not going to get into them here, but it's interesting that you mentioned that, because it would help shape a person's understanding and interaction with insurance companies if they understood truly what their role was in the relationship. Now, don't get me wrong, insurance companies like to produce prepackaged products, which are very, very convenient. I'm all for them, by the way. And I can see where that would help, like a house owner policy, a motor policy, would help create the impression, that the insurance company is selling something to you, but it's actually the other way around. You're selling yourself. When you buy a car insurance, the car is not insured. What's insured is your insurable interest in the car. So I said that to say this, that you have a vital role in that relationship. And therefore, it's up to you to market yourself, not fraudulently, but market yourself to the insurance company, such that they're willing to transfer that risk onto themselves and produce a premium that is attractive to you, that can work. And the same is true for the reinsurers. So just yesterday evening, last night before I went home, I was on a conference call with St. Vincent, for example, and we were arranging reinsurance for an insurance company in St. Vincent who didn't have the policy form or the capacity under their treaty to write a particular marine insurance policy type. So we went in the international market, we found the coverage, brought it back to the insurance company, and said, well, look, here it is. They were happy with the security of the reinsurance company, they were A-rated, etc. They said, fine. And so it's literally like me going to a farm, going to the store and say, well, I want oranges, and the store don't have no oranges. But I'm a broker. That's what I do. I make deals happen. And I go and find a farmer with quality oranges, they're all, certified, no poisons used, whatever, organically grown. Bring them to the store and say, well, here you go now. Here's your oranges. Let's do a deal. So we do a lot of that. That's what I do. I don't do a lot of, day-to-day transactions personally. Our company does. We have 100 employees, but that's not what I personally do. I get more involved on the side of, setting policies and arranging policies. And in the context of agriculture, there's a big void and fisheries of coverages where coverage just doesn't simply exist at the level of the insurance companies. They don't have a product. I mentioned fishing boats only because there was always a product. It wasn't necessarily affordable, but it was there. And we can get there and talk about how we can make it more affordable. Like chattel houses. Every time there's a hurricane, I get calls from different ministers, and they say, "Oh my gosh, you need to find an insurance policy for chattel houses." And I'm like, "Why do you need to find one? You don't have to look far. There always has been one." It's just the dynamic. The people that own chattel houses are at the lower end generally of the economic scale, and chances are they can't afford it. So don't pass the buck in our direction unfairly. The product is there. I have a lot of old clients. Mainly older Barbadians where insurance is a priority. They make sure their insurance is paid by the first of the month. They will pay that before they buy food. And their chattel house is insured. It is very insurable. But I acknowledge that it's difficult for a lot of people. And so the government, in assessing these situations, they need to reflect, because their complaint always is, after a hurricane, we got to become the insurance company and fix all these houses. And I'm like, well, you could do it that way, yes. Or you could sit and plan with someone like me or my colleague, and, and let's come up. And instead of being faced with this huge bill all at once, let's do what insurance does and plan it long term. We say, okay, we look at the CHIRPS data for the region, we look at the amount of hurricanes and the frequency, severity, and, we can sit down, we can work out, how often, over the last 30 years, a hurricane is expected to hit. We can extrapolate it with climate change and come up, with some really decent projections as to, how much catastrophes we are expected to receive in the coming 10 years, and structure a product, that works for everybody. Obviously, the insurance company got to make some money, so they're going to price it. They're not in it to lose money. But again, with data, which you talked about earlier, proper data and proper planning, it can be done, and it's done all over the place. I hope that helped.
That answers your question.
One of the things that would have been the complaint was the fact that when we are affected, we pay the same insurance. Our insurance may go up because we're affected, but we don't benefit from the insurance when we are not affected. when the external people are affected from reinsurers end, we also pay higher premiums when others are affected. So I was just trying to figure out, when you said all that, how are we gonna
I can answer. You want-
feel
Go ahead,
better
go ahead.
about being insured when we don't have control necessarily over the reinsurer?
Right, just to kind of clarify that, because I know there are a lot of people that don't necessarily understand how the reinsurance works. So reinsurance is basically insurance for the insurance companies. So the same way how, for example, if you have your vehicle insured and they have like big claims, like if a bus has a big accident and a lot of people die and stuff, you might tell yourself, oh, well, I know the premium's gonna go up. And you say this normally, even though it wasn't your car, right? The reinsurance will work in the same way, which is that they have reinsurance contracts from companies in Barbados, from companies in Japan, from companies all over the place. And whereas Barbados, we have been very fortunate, and a lot of these things we have not made significant claims to the reinsurance companies. You have places where there are wildfires. You have places where there are tsunamis and all sorts of different things. And those things are significant because also if you think about the number of people who are impacted and the volume of the claims that is paid out in those other territories, then you will kind of just add up all those in numbers and you understand what your insurance company is paying. If in Barbados, your premium goes up when there's a large claim generally, and you kind of, this makes sense to you, then that also is unfortunate. But, you know, that is kind of what we deal with as well in the Caribbean from that point of view, where basically the reinsurance companies, reinsurance is a business for them, like it's a business for the insurance companies here, and they have to also make money. If not, they go out of business, and it actually makes it a lot harder for the insurance companies because there are less companies that they can go to get support. So they might have to raise their reinsurance premiums to the insurance companies. Another thing that they might also do is change some of the coverage being offered, which might actually make it a little more expensive for the insurance companies here. So for example, if I am purchasing reinsurance for 80% of my portfolio, right? Or something like that, just using normal terms just so it's easier to understand. I'm buying reinsurance for 80% of what I have covered my sum insured, right? And basically they may adjust their rates based on the type of coverage they want to offer. And the insurance company might no longer be able to afford the 80%. So they might say, all right, I'll buy the reinsurance for 60%, right? In which case, the insurance company has to cover more, which means they have to have more money in the individual insurance company to cover these things. And again, all of these things actually make premiums change. So there are a lot of little stuff that goes on that actually affects the premium that people may not necessarily be aware of. Things as well, such as like the investment income that the insurance company might be making in their investments. For example, we would have had the debt restructuring a few years back that basically the value of the investments available would have fallen, right? Which means the insurance companies wouldn't be able to make as much from investments as they would from, I guess, so that more of that money would go towards payment of claims, which makes it harder for the insurance, because obviously there's less money that they have to play with. So a lot of these little things that the insurance company deals with in managing their financial situation and paying out the claims and the premium income, you know, it has to stretch far. So a lot of those little things, a lot of people are not aware of. So I hope that helps. I also wanted, sorry, really quickly to speak to you about you had spoken about the fisheries and the availability of insurance and even in relation to agricultural insurance. So as it turns out, a long time ago, I did my thesis on agricultural insurance. And basically, there are a lot of things that are challenging in terms of agricultural insurance, and presumably the same as fisheries, that are not as consistent as things like motor. So everybody in Barbados, for the most part, has some sort of vehicular access to vehicle, a lot. You don't have as many boats, you don't have as many agricultural products. Then you have things like seasonality. You have a lot of different things to consider that make it a little harder to come up with a year-round product. And I think it makes it a little more challenging for the insurance companies. This is why when I would have spoken earlier and I said, you know, it's helpful if you kind of bring together a community where you have better information and you can kind of improve things for yourselves and also educate the insurance companies on things like your own risk reduction measures, because the insurance company, if they're not in your area, they might not understand it in the same way that you do, right? So it actually gives you a better advantage if you're able to kind of come and give the insurance company some better information that would help them determine whether a product would be viable for them to come up with that is affordable for people at different levels of fishery.
Okay, thank you. But there was one other thing that James mentioned, and that would have been third-party insurance being not necessarily the best solution in this particular scenario. I'm thinking that maybe you could, is in hybrid that you may be looking at, something where government is supporting some aspect of it and the third party is supporting some aspect of it.
Sorry, if you don't mind giving me some context. I recall mentioning third party, but with regards to the vessels, and if that's the case, the third party is a very good solution. So if I've created that,
okay,
I apologize. So but in terms of what the government could do, I mean, I don't want to put them on the spot, but I mean, certainly if the collective fishing community takes on board that responsibility to provide through insurance, the removal costs of another disaster like Beryl, then obviously, that burden would have been now taken off of the government. Whether the government wants to reward them for that, I can only support any effort that you make in that regard. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. It looks as though we can have a series of incentives.
Oh, excellent.
Yes.
Thank you. Lunch has been prepared for us. Are there any pressing questions? Okay, we have two. Okay, Susan first.
Mine's really quick and really basic. Is there any benefit to the fisher folk to belong to Barnufo in terms of their insurance premiums?
Barnufo is the Barbados National Union of Fisherfolk Organizations.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, just in case.
Well, the benefit, just to answer that really simply, is the benefit is what Barnufo makes of it. In other words, any pooling of resources is, generally speaking, a good thing. There's a couple of, in insurance, areas where pooling of risk is not a good thing, but generally speaking, any pooling of resources is a good thing. So if Barnufo, with their membership, can get together and bring numbers to fisheries, absolutely, because it's a numbers game. In the end of the day, if you can imagine, a lot of people wonder where insurance premiums come from. They come from actuaries. They're number crunchers. They're very dispassionate about what they do. The fact that you're crying because you've lost your house means very little to them. They're just looking at numbers, and the laws of large numbers would dictate what happens after that. So I hope does that answer the question? Yes. Sorry. Right, but if you notice, my first answer was the benefit will be what Barnufo makes of it.
Right.
Yeah,
So they would have to get together and advocate.
Yes, and advocate,
as a group?
absolutely.
Right.
And there are other groupings, more, what's the word I'm looking for, more visible groupings like BARP, etc., that have achieved some success, in varying degrees, doing exactly what you say, but yes,
Okay.
that's where.
Okay, yeah,
Sure.
thank you.
And the Barnufo members want to do a quick response here, or do we go on to Sylvia? But in a meeting we had recently, they are coordinating an upcoming meeting to try to get the boat owners involved and look towards a group insurance policy. Sylvia? Oh, okay, Carrie. First, just a quick response, and then Sylvia.
Good morning to everyone. Carrie Anoa Brown, Secretary of Barnufo. Yes, we are on board one line, and we have started, so we will see you soon.
Thank you. And you want to go quickly before Sylvia's question?
Look, but you know that I think you would have to agree, that the vendors would not have gotten the payment that they got after Beryl if it had not been for Barnufo coming in and trying to help to say, look, you know, and advocate for them to get what they felt they needed to continue their livelihoods after Beryl. Am I the only one that sees that?
Yeah, that's a valid point. It's a side point. But she's referring to the business interruption benefit that was given from the government. And of course, the government did work with Red Cross and World Food Program to make sure that vendors also got an addition to the one-off payment. But, you know, we're discussing insurance specifically this morning.
Hi.
But thanks again to Barnufo for supporting that initiative. Yes, Sylvia.
No, Sylvia Donner, IDB. I have two questions. One is I'm wondering about the Caribbean Catastrophic Risk Insurance Facility, and if that would make it easier to offer parametric insurance to these sectors, fisheries and agriculture. And then the other one is, I don't know if you were here this morning to see the presentation on DigiFish, but whether data like that would also help lower the cost of insurance to the boats participating in that kind of like data collection initiative.
So she's referring to like vessel trackers on board vessels. I think Dr. Walton spoke to the one on the car, and if that would be something that would be attractive to reduce, yes.
I'll deal with the first part. Upfront, totally transparent. I cannot talk about CCRIF simply because my job, my employment is with a competing scheme. And so I can speak all about the scheme we have with CARICOM. We were appointed by the Ministerial Subcommittee on Agriculture and Fisheries. I've worked very closely with Minister Mustafa in Guyana. President Ali is one of our biggest supporters. As I said, I could talk forever on this subject, but it would be disingenuous of me to sit here and talk about my competitors, and you know that wouldn't be right. I would hope they wouldn't do it about me either. So, and you want to do the trackers? Okay.
I can kind of speak briefly on the CRIF as well. Basically, Barbados is a member. They have been for a while, I think probably from inception. But in terms of the funding received, once they make a claim being directed towards fisheries, I'm not sure if it is industry specific or if it is country specific. So it's possible that when Barbados buys the coverage that they have fisheries in mind and a portion of it will go towards fisheries, or maybe it is dependent on what the particular impact is to the country. So if, for example, fisheries doesn't get a large impact, but housing stock does, then, or whatever, infrastructure or whatever. So I'm not 100% clear on their strategy, but I can say for sure that the CRIF payment goes to the government of the country and presumably it is used as needed. As it relates to the trackers, Dr. Walter, right? We actually have a similar product here in Barbados. We actually have that tracking facility here in Barbados. What I can say as it relates to the vehicles is that it is used to offer lower insurance premiums because in monitoring for the vehicles and the way you drive, it can actually justify you having a reduced, like a discounted premium. I'm not sure exactly to what extent the digi-trackers monitor things like risks and behaviors and some of the things that would happen. But it's a possibility, it's something that can be taken, because if it can be done for vehicles, it will probably definitely help the insurance companies in terms of having a better understanding of the exposures that are faced in offering certain marine coverage, and also in terms of tracking the way how some of the actual property, some of the risks that, because I mean, if you're dealing with the ocean, like there's a lot of unknown out there, especially for an insurance company that may not understand as well. So it's something that can definitely be taken to the insurance company. I would not say, don't try, but it definitely offers a lot more information so that they might be able to create a product from it a lot easier than just dealing with some of the unknowns that, you can face out in the ocean.
So some of the data analytics from the trackers include like total distance travel, number of trips, speed. So it is definitely something that could be used to explore. Yes. Okay. Any final questions before we break for lunch? And we're going to ask you kindly for a 40-minute lunch. It's not the prescribed hour, but we have another impressive lineup after lunch, and we wish to get through them before we have our fantastic networking opportunity.
Just a last comment, I guess. I know that, because there was a question asked about the CRIF, the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk and Insurance Facility. There was a specific type of parametric insurance for fisheries that was piloted in Grenada and St. Lucia called COAST. And actually, Grenada benefited from specifically that one, as well as CRIF, regarding both agriculture and coastal sectors and fishermen because of the direct hit from Beryl. I think the CRIF payout was a record payout, and the COAST payout was still really important in terms of specifically directing funds to fishermen. So I'm not sure exactly why that maybe hasn't been expanded to other countries, whether there are some barriers or challenges, because I've only heard about it implemented in those two countries. I'm not sure of the status. Yeah.
You would like me to comment? Sorry, because I've participated at Caribbean Week of Agriculture last year in St. Vincent, the year before in Bahamas. I consult with the OECS, with their ministerial agricultural subcommittee. As I say, I work with CARICOM, with their agricultural subcommittee. So I've had a lot of interactions with them, and I think the product that our company has was started simply because CRIF has done exactly what they've said they're going to do. I have nothing bad to say about it. Let's let you know up front. The problem with CRIF was that, and it was a problem for the agriculture sector. It is not a problem with the product, in that it's a sovereign product that paid out based on certain parametric triggers and paid the government. And the government would have certain disaster priorities post-disaster, which unfortunately had never trickled down in all the nations that we are currently engaged with. We're currently engaged with 13 nations. We have proposals in with 7. We've got a policy, just as I said, bound in St. Lucia, which is specific to fisheries and agriculture. And the problem is that to a country, they wanted a product that was specific to agriculture. And I think that was, and so it was no failing of CRIF. I just can't say that enough. It's just that because the sovereign level coverage that was arranged went straight to the government would have other priorities. It might be schooling, it might be the hospital, it might be whatever. And the amount of coverage that the government would have needed at that level, was very difficult to buy that amount of coverage. So basically, we initially were brought in by the OECS to come up with a product to help them that was direct with fisheries, direct with their ministries of agriculture. And so we built it from the ground up. We went in, met with all the technical officers, the permanent secretaries, the went into the field, did all the research on the different crops, the phenology, you name it. I've learned more about the Caribbean and agriculture in the last 3 years, and as I said, fisheries was my thing all along, and but agriculture was where it's at. So, so when Ms. Adams was earlier talking about aquaculture, I found it interesting because I was in Guyana late last year presenting to their fishery sector, and I found it very interesting that aquaculture down there is growing leaps and bounds. But the research that that we looked into leading up to the conference was amazing, in that right now in the Caribbean, aquaculture is only like less than 10%, probably 5 or 6% of the total the total capture fisheries. Whereas worldwide, it's almost 60%. You can correct me if I'm wrong. And if you're just a pure businessman, and you see a spread between 5% and 50%, I mean, that's a lot of money waiting to be made, So you don't need a more persuasive argument than that. So when I heard her talking about all her trials and tribulations, I think maybe, you need to, modify your approach more along the lines of, the pure numbers, to me speak to, this is a huge opportunity, for the Caribbean, an absolutely huge opportunity. But getting back to the parametric product, absolutely, it is best suited, for fisheries and agriculture, simply because, quantifying claims, the whole process, etc., is just, it's too difficult, too time consuming, and then in terms of dealing with it, the governments all, are very, very interested in starting it up on a sovereign level, but then passing it on, weaning the population off of it, going into subsequent years, and I think that is where, our technology arm, a company called Raincoat, come in. They have a scenario where, each fisher, for example, you have an app on your phone, and you can drill it down, as we've done successfully in Mexico and Argentina, where the payment can go straight into the bank account of the fisher or the farmer post loss. Similarly, they can select coverage based on higher levels of coverage if they want. So the government could set up the program, provide the critical mass to get it going, to whet the reinsurer's appetite, make it financially viable, and say, well, look, we're going to provide $500 a month post-loss for the next 12 months. But then a farmer could go in and top it up and say, well, you know what, the government providing this $500, but I really would like $1,500, because I not only want to feed my family, I want to buy some fertilizer, I want to buy some root stock, and these are things that can be done, and as I said, the Marshall McLennan, who we work with, worldwide, have really done some really incredible projects in Africa, a lot of work in Africa and in Central America. So, the Caribbean is ripe for it, and and I think whereas the product type, CRIF, us, there's another product, I try and remember the name, out of Dominica. There's another parametric product in Dominica that actually provided insurance, interestingly, after Beryl, for the nutmeg farmers in Grenada. They all provide similar products, but I think the structure, the product is where the rubber meets the road, because oftentimes people like to blame the insurance product or blame the insurance company and say, oh, it didn't do this or it didn't do that, and we hear that, but because where I sit, I'm like, well, a big part of that is the engagement. You mentioned Coast, again, a specific product, and more of that is what's needed, to make it relevant to the particular target market. So,
any final reflections from Gail and Dr. Walton? Well, we have a question. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Catherine Sandy Fertel. I'm the president of Western Fisherfolk and Community, Inc., and the treasurer of Barnufo. And I want to thank Shelley for putting on this symposium. It's really great so far. I have two questions. One's directed at Shelley first, and then Mr. Pierce. Most of the fisherfolk and boat owners are not here, but we're talking about the government getting involved and the government should do this and the government can do this. I would like to know from Dr. Cox if in her conversation regarding third-party insurance or boat insurance, has the government said anything about being involved in the premium of anything?
It's still a bit early and we're undertaking discussions, but no. And this, I would say this public awareness and us going back to the industry in July, we started to have discussions with the General Insurance Board as well to see from their assessment of the clauses in the Parent Act, but more so the merchant shipping insurance regulations, what they could possibly provide. And I believe, that involvement from the government is what, the extent of it in terms of, from a regulatory approach, how do we mold and craft the premiums, and they, of course, come and explain to us what a marine policy would look like, but the addition of things like wreck removal and some other specific clauses. So, I mean, that is to the extent that our involvement would be. But we have to see going forward in terms of projects, initiatives, what could be explored. Maybe out of this discussion we come up with something.
Okay, great. Because I don't want anybody to be misled when the insurance companies, I know that your group is working on a solution, but there are other groups working on solutions as well. So when they come to the fisher folk and the boat owners, I don't want them to be misled into thinking that they're going to get help with their premium. Whatever they come with is what the boat owners have to look out to pay, right? Mr. Pierce said that there has always been a product available. He said 93% of the boat owners did not have insurance. So there's a reason for that. So we don't want to just assume that it's the premium that's the problem, because there are some charter boats that in order to go out on the water, they have to have insurance. So if you borrow a loan from the bank to help purchase your boat, you have to have insurance. So the insurance is being paid. What we need to look at is what's covered. So I wanted to know what plans are being put in place to meet with the boat owners, go over their policies, what is covered, to see what's missing, and hear their complaints, because their complaint is not just the premium, it's what's covered and what's not covered on their boats.
My discussions, though, with Gina, we were looking at a meeting in July to work with Mr. Prescott to go over a marine policy. And you might be aware there's an insurance institute, which I was not aware of before starting all the discussions with Gina and your colleagues. But they do offer courses, and we, started some discussions about how best they could tailor-make a course for our sector. Yes.
If I could just add here quickly as well, Barbados has 16 insurance companies. And one of the challenges with marine insurance of late, I actually have a meeting tomorrow with the CEO and some others at an insurance company. And the proximate cause of the dispute is a dispute with a marine claim. And the reason being is that in the last, I would say, 10 years, a lot of insurance companies have, with the best intentions, strayed from the Marine Institute clauses that all of my life, they've been around 300 years, guide the insurance policies. So traditional insurance companies, what they would do is they would take the marine insurance clauses, which you get from the Royal Insurance Institute. They're identical all over the world, and they would stick their logo on the top, and everybody would know what they're covered for. What we have now in the insurance industry locally is, because the writing on those policies is very difficult to decipher and very small. You ever hear about fine print? Well, I'm telling you, this is ultra fine. But it makes sense to me. It makes sense to Gina. It makes sense to my colleague here, everybody. But I fully appreciate, to the average person, you can't read that, okay? Now, so a lot of insurance companies have strayed from that and created their own policies. And they're all different. So the policy you get at one insurance company is different from the one now that you get from the other. In the good old days, they were all identical. It was just the logo and who you paid the premium to. Same policy form. So the problem that has created now is your question was meeting with the boat owners and talking about their policy, but I assure you it may not be that simple. You know, it's like every motor insurance policy is different. Well, I say every different company. They all have little differences, different deductibles, how the deductible is applied, you know, different limits, different, you know, they have certain basics that are regulated by law because luckily we have the insurance, you know, the Motor Insurance Act, you know, which stipulates what the third party section must do. But the comprehensive section of your motor insurance policy, you understand, is largely guided by the insurance company issuing it. So there are going to be differences. So when you speak to your members, understand that you can, you know, these guys will be able to speak in certain general terms, but there are going to be specifics that, you know, need to be addressed on an individual basis. And you know, it's just something to bear in mind that coming away from let's say you're a group of fish boat owners is like in here, you know, there's no way an insurance person could look at any two people and say, this is what your policy says, because that would not be correct, unfortunately.
Well, hopefully we'll get away from the individual policies and get into group, and hopefully get the premiums down that way.
Excellent, excellent.
I know we're a bit short on time, but Dr. Walton, you get your last reflection before lunch. You have the final word.
In all of this, I've heard a lot of words, but mostly keeps coming up, high risk, high risk. She said it in the back. She said, you know, fisher folks are considered high risk. I do this, but not do that. We have to be really honest with ourselves. I mean, honestly, my son turned 17. If I bought him a car and just gave him the car because he turned 17 and said, go ahead, go drive, and then go try to find an insurance company to insure him and that car, won't happen. Absolutely, won't happen. But I came here, I bought a boat, and I did some research and, you know, was talking to people, and I was like, all right. So they was like, no, you just go, you buy the boat, you go to the fisheries, you get you know, your licensing thing, and then you can just take the boat. And it's like, what do you mean? Whoa, I can just drive the boat? They were like, yeah, just go take the boat. I was like, but I didn't go to, they was like, no, just go get the boat. So when you look at an insurance company and they look at me, they don't know me. I have nothing to prove that I can do what I said I can do. So the title is now put on me, high risk. So we have to be honest. So there's some things that needs to change. We have to come up with a way to validate captains. We have to come up with a way to validate boats. So when we go to an insurance company, we say, I'm not high risk, here's my proof. So that is a lot of the reason why 93% of the boats don't have insurance, because they're considered high risk. And they're a lot older people, and a lot of those folks, and they're not gonna go back to school, they're not gonna take a course, so they're just gonna be that. So we gotta move going forward in reality that this is how we're seen, and we have to come up with ways now to change that outlook.
I think that's a good way to end. Thank you very much to our panelists. And we look forward to further engagement as we explore this new insurance mechanisms for the fishing industry going forward. Although, of course, it was, you know, vessel insurance is of great concern. I'm still glad that you spoke to general things like housing stock and so on. So I really want to thank you for that really thought-provoking session, and I hope all of the audience members enjoyed it. Because you were so engaged, we are begging you for 28 minutes for lunch. We have our colleagues at the Coastal Zone Management Unit with really great presentations about the Marine Spatial Plan, as well as some of the coastal works that occurred after Hurricane Beryl. So we want to make sure that they have the time to expound on their presentations. So if we can, 35, 40 minutes, we'll round you back up. And enjoy the lunch. And I look forward to further engagement. We have the question and answers, and then finally we will end today with a research financing panel, because we know that sustaining these initiatives always require resources. So thank you very much, and do enjoy your lunch.
I'm third generation. My grandfather would have done a bit of fishing. My dad fished and was also a boat owner. That's where I got my passion, and it's all I know, all I think about, all I do. Fishing, boats is our life.
The Caribbean region is highly vulnerable to natural hazards. The fishing industry, in particular, is susceptible to impacts.
The closest experience I had was I was caught in Hurricane Ivan along with my dad and my grandfather. I'd never experienced things like that before. I actually had the boat spinning all around in different directions. We had to take the boat off a pilot and hand steer. Large waves, high wind, light lane, lots of rain. I guess you couldn't see probably 2 feet in front of you.
We was out to sea. We get the weather up there late, so we had to ride it out. You couldn't sleep at night. You had to keep the boat facing up and just riding the seas all night. The experience was not good.
With the potential threat of natural hazards ever present, reliable early warnings become especially crucial.
The major bad weather impact that we had was Hurricane Janet, and that was years ago. Since then, we tried to get the fishing vessels with import at least 48 hours before the system impact. That will give enough time for the vessels to be taken out of the water if need be, or to secure in port.
All weather systems are treated with high importance and urgency. We don't take nothing for granted. Once we hear of a system, we put all things in place to protect our investments. The only way really to prepare for the upcoming hurricane season is to stay on top of weather news.
Communication, we depend upon, as radio station is 900 or 1400 as the thing not coming out, station not coming out to Carco. We just tune into mostly 1400 and 900 because 900 is a Barbados channel, but we don't hear good on the sea. Barbados short here and Grenada all the way southwest of it. And just pick up 1400 like, you're home.
We get it around the same time as the public, which I guess we should get like a head start, being that we are actually closer and more out there in the elements. But if we get the information around the same time as the public, we ain't really got more time to actually prepare ourselves or get sure in time.
Other than technology, some guys would feel it in the atmosphere.
You see this, pick it up first, the swells and the wind. The wind started to blow a little harder. The waves get a little bigger and the sea get choppy.
There's always a change in the wind direction and it gets really gloomy. So when they say we're having the weather, we're really expecting it by that.
As a diver, I also use the creatures of the sea. Surprisingly, they pick up the weather long before the media houses do. So we know that there's going to be something coming along. The problem we would have is that we have to wait now on the authorities to open up certain places or ports of entry for us. Even though you have to go there for safe shelter, they don't open to us, I would say, in a timely manner. Fortunately for us in Barbados, we haven't had a situation where it requires us to spring into action to help one another in terms of their vessel is damaged or anything. But we have a unity going on, so what we do, we help each other out in any eventuality.
In case of bad weather, we make sure that everybody is secured and have everything prepared. So that is one of the best things that, we can do, help each other.
I love the sea. Fishing is something I love with all of my heart. I love the excitement of catching a fish. You going on here though? Hey, fishy, fishy. Come on, girls and boys, I'm out here. My great-grandfather, my sisters, my older sisters, my older brothers, my mother, my father, everyone was in the fishing business. Oh, these down here, my brothers and sisters, you know. Everybody you see down here. His brothers and sisters, sisters, children, sisters, children. She taught us that we would need more than one job, but always we can go back to the sea.
I love fishing. If I could fish every day, I would. To be honest, the only thing that stopped me from fishing would be the bad seas. For me, would like to pass it on to my kids, but then in the end of the day, if that is something that they're like how I love it, I have a passion for that, for fishing. I love fishing.
I just had to come on the beach by a certain time because I wanted to know what was going on. I wanted to see where the people caught. I wanted to see who's going out. You know, this is amazing, you know. It is amazing. Fishing, I just love it. I just love it.
What made me feel more proud about fishing is that I get a chance to feed people. I love the opportunity to go and look for food, bring home and supply to households. I like that opportunity.
I get up in the morning, I can't wait to get up on the beach. We can't select when it comes to fishing. People are putting love.
For me, it becomes natural. I feel good to know that I could get out there among the guys and kill.
If you're giving up fast, this is the place for you. Because some days you go fishing and you go fishing a whole week, I went fishing a whole week already and didn't catch anything. But I give up. All right. Damn, man. Man, don't they pulling out my bait all the time? I'm going to take off that hook and put on a smaller hook.
Like, it's got 3 different things. Then just want to teeth your bait. But you want to teeth them too.
I can remember one time I was going fishing and I put on the engine and everything, but I forgot to tie it. And I was going along very good, and I spin around, engine fall off. You know if engine fall off, boat stop. I tie the boat, I throw off my creeper, and I went for the engine. I tie on the engine with the rope, there's some rope, dive back up, and haul it back up. When I pull the engine, it starts.
Some of my friends always just tell me about the Titanic and this and this and this and this. Put that aside and let me get going. Give it a try. I don't think that you will regret it because for me, I had to give it a try first and then it wasn't a stopping for me. This is the conga that got me playing the guitar.
That we need to teach more in school about fishing. The younger ones, they're not being educated enough. When we were small, some days at school you had to come to the beach. You had to come to the beach. And when you come to the beach and you see fishermen and things, you're excited. I see the branding fish, I see them getting money exchange day and day. We had Fisherman's Day. I think out of Fisherman's Day, we get 11 children that was interested in fishing. Because Fisherman's Day, we take them out on the boats. We take them fishing in the boats and to let them feed the fish bugged in. Some of them get big ones, some of them get small, but they were excited. At least 2 or 3 of them will come out today. You understand? And that's what they will like. You ain't gonna get all. It is fishing, ain't car racing. So much little boys that come here that know there's men. They tell me, you remember you teach me how to fish? So much little boys tell me, you can't remember me. You give me food for my mother. You help my mother. You help me. When it comes to fishing, once it comes to fishing, again, the hooks, I got my lines in there. I got lines, a whole big reel of line in there, a whole set of hooks, a whole set of legs. If we see it come down there and you look like a waterfish, I can make a rod for you. Here a little bigger, man. There you here, a little bigger. When I go fishing, I catch a particular size fish because I want when I come back tomorrow or next 3-4 weeks, I can get a bigger one. Because if you take out the small ones, there won't be no big ones. So when it comes to sustaining, that is a problem.
I think we need more fishing women, but I think that the women are scared. You just need to be focused and you got to be serious. It's something that you just can't up and get into, and you about sport, you got to be very, very serious. When it comes to the sea, you got to be very serious. You got to be positive. You got to got good energy. You got to be able to, whoever the team is that you're going, willing to, the good energy. Always good energy is important to start the journey. In my 12 years on this lovely water, every single time I go on the sea, I come back home with fish.
I would just like to see more women in the industry, all women. Because in fishing industry, they say that fishing industry is dying. And I ain't saying that. Fishing industry is one of the biggest industries we have in Barbados right now. Fishing is bringing real money. Women don't know you. I remember till I left home and I take trips like break, I go to the beach and get some money today. I come to the beach, I clean fish. I do a lot of different things like on board barracudas and things. When I went home in the evening, I have $1,700. Now one day. You gotta work. You really have to work and you gotta be determined. But the industry isn't dying. The industry ain't dying at all. At least try to get more women into it. Men is driven by women, you know. Men is driven by women. Anything a man say he want to go fishing, and a woman say, man, I feel like going fishing, he going fishing. And 9 out of 10 times, that might be the biggest catch they get. If you give up, you will never know what the following week will bring. That's why you gotta be persistent, you know, got the drive. Got all that thing.
I'm third generation. My grandfather would have done a bit of fishing. My dad fished and was also a boat owner. That's where I got my passion, and it's all I know, all I think about, all I do. Fishing, boats is our life.
The Caribbean region is highly vulnerable to natural hazards. The fishing industry, in particular, is susceptible to impacts.
The closest experience I had was I was caught in a hurricane Ivan along with my dad and my grandfather. I'd never experienced things like that before. I actually had the boat spinning all around in different directions. We had to take the boat off a pilot and hand steer. Large waves, high wind, light rain, lots of rain. I guess you couldn't see probably 2 feet in front of you.
We was out to sea. We get the weather up there late, so we had to ride it out. You couldn't sleep at night. You had to keep the boat facing up and just riding and riding the seas all night. The experience was not good.
With the potential threat of natural hazards ever present, reliable early warnings become especially crucial.
The major bad weather impact that we had was Hurricane Janet, and that was years ago. Since then, we tried to get the fishing vessels with import at least 48 hours before the system impact. That will give enough time for the vessels to be taken out of the water if need be, or to secure in port.
All weather systems are treated with high importance and urgency. We don't take nothing for granted. Once we hear of a system, we put all things in place to protect our investments. The only way really to prepare for the upcoming hurricane season is to stay on top of weather news.
Communication we depend upon as radio station is 900 or 1400 as the thing not coming out, station not coming out to Carco. We just tune into mostly 1400 and 900 because 900 is a Barbados channel, but we don't hear good on the sea. Barbados short here and Grenada all the way southwest of it. And just pick up 1400 like, you're home.
We get it around the same time as the public, wishing I guess we should get like a head start, being that we are actually closer and more out there in the elements. But if we get the information around the same time as the public, we ain't really got any more time to actually prepare yourself or get sure in time.
Other than technology, some guys would feel it in the atmosphere.
You see this, pick it up first, the swells and the wind. The wind start to blow a little harder. The waves get a little bigger and the sea get choppy.
There's always a change in the wind direction and it gets really gloomy. So when they say we're having the weather, we're really expecting it by that.
As a diver, I also use the creatures of the sea. Surprisingly, they pick up the weather long before the media houses do. So we know that there's got to be something coming along. The problem we would have is that we have to wait now on the authorities to open up certain places or ports of entry for us. Even though you have to go there for safe shelter, they don't open to us, I would say, in a timely manner.
Thank you. All right, that's good.
Unfortunately for us in Barbados, we haven't had a situation where it requires us to spring into action to help one another in terms of their vessel is damaged or anything. But we have a unity going on, so what we do, we help each other out in any eventuality.
In case of bad weather, we make sure that everybody is secured and have everything prepared. So that is one of the best things that, we can do, help each other.
Yeah, check 2, mic, check 1, 2, hey.
No, see you. And Shelly. I am good, very good job so far. I'm just looking to see. Also, this is the monitor here, the presentation will be on to. There's something here, you mean this, Q? I now come in to find out. Yes, please. At the top. Because they say the only one green big one here.
You can hear me? Check 2, mic, check 1, 2. If you play anything from a video I can't currently hear it.
Hey. All right, Shamar, you got me?
Fishing and stuff, I love it all of my heart.
That is
I
a
love
no.
the excitement
Hey,
of catching a
T.
fish. You know what here though? Hey, fishy. Come on,
Check.
girls and boys,
One.
I'm out here.
Yeah, Shamar?
I can hear you. Yeah.
All right, you got me. And talk
I'm not hearing
again.
nothing. Yeah.
I hear you.
I'm not hearing anything from you.
You kind of low coming in here. Go again.
Sisters, my older brothers,
One,
my
two,
mother, my
check, two,
father,
mic check.
everyone.
One, two.
Right. So what you was telling me?
I was telling you I'm not hearing anything from
Sisters, you know, everybody used to
You
come
you
here.
audio ain't clean. Sound jumble at times.
Children. She taught us that we will need more than one
Oh,
child.
you know what? It may be the internet back there.
We can go back to the sea.
I think
I love fishing. If I could fish every day,
All
I
right.
would. To be honest, the only thing that stopped me from fishing would be the bad seas. For me, would like to pass it on to my kids, but then in the end of the day, if that is something that they're like how I love it, I have a passion for fishing. I love fishing.
I just had to come on the beach by a certain time because I wanted to know what's going on. I wanted to see where the people caught. I wanted to see who's going out. You know, this is amazing, you know. It is amazing. Fishing, I just love it. I just love it.
What made me feel more proud about fishing is that I get a chance to feed people. I love the opportunity to go and look for food, bring home and supply to household. I like that opportunity.
I get up in the morning, I just can't wait to get up on the beach. We can't select when it comes to fishing. Because put love.
For me, it becomes natural. I feel good to know that I could get out there among the guys and kill.
If you're giving up fast, this is the place for you. Because some days you go fishing and you go fishing a whole week, I went fishing a whole week already and they catch anything. Man, give up. All right. Damn, man. Man, don't they pulling out my bait all the time, I'm going to take off that hook and put on a smaller hook.
Like, it's got 3 different things. They just want to teeth your bait, but you want to teeth them too.
I could remember one time I was going fishing and I put on the engine and everything, but I forgot to tie it. And I was going along very good, and I spin around, engine fall off. You know if the engine fall off, boat stop. I tie the boat, I throw off my creeper, and I went for the engine. I tie on the engine with the rope, there's some rope, dive back up, and haul it back up. When I pull the engine, it starts.
Some of my friends always just tell me about the Titanic and this and this and this and this. Put that aside and let me get going. Give it a try. I don't think that you will regret it because for me, I had to give it a try first and then it wasn't no stopping for me. This is the conga that got me playing the guitar.
That we need to teach more in school about fishing. The younger ones, they're not being educated enough. When we were small, some days at school you had to come to the beach. You had to come to the beach. And when you come to the beach and you see fishermen and things, you're excited. I see them bringing fish, I see them getting money exchange day and day. We had Fisherman's Day. I think out of Fisherman's Day, we get 11 children that was interested in fishing. Because Fisherman's Day, we take them out on the boats. We take them fishing in the boats and to let them feed the fish biting. Some of them get big ones, some of them get small, but they were excited. At least 2 or 3 of them will come out today. You understand? And that's what they will like. You ain't gonna get all. It is fishing, ain't carry racing. So much little boys that come out here that know there's men. They tell me, you remember you teach me how to fish? So much little boys tell me, you can't remember me. You give me food for my mother. You help my mother. You help me. When it comes to fishing, once it comes to fishing, again, the hooks, I got my lines in there. I got lines. a whole big reel of line in there, a whole set of hooks, a whole set of legs. If we see it come down there and you look like a water fish, I can make a rod for you. Here a little bigger, man. There you here, a little bigger. When I go fishing, I catch a particular size fish because I want when I come back tomorrow or next 3-4 weeks, I can get a bigger one. Because if you take out the small ones, there won't be no big ones. So when it comes to sustaining, that is a problem.
I think we need more fishing women, but I think that the women are scared. You just need to be focused and you got to be serious. Is something that you just can't up and get into, and you about sport. You got to be very, very serious. When it comes to the sea, you got to be very serious. You got to be positive. You got to got good energy. You got to be able to, whoever the team is that you're going, not willing to, you know, the good energy. Always good energy is important to start the journey. In my 12 years on this lovely water, every single time I go on the sea, I come back home with fish.
I would just like to see more women in the industry, all women. Because in fishing industry, they say that fishing industry is dying. And I ain't saying that. Fishing industry is one of the biggest industries we have in Barbados right now. Fishing is bringing real money. You know, women don't know you. I remember till I left home and I take trips like break, I go to the beach and get some money today. I come to the beach, I clean fish. I do a lot of different things. I on board barracudas and things. When I went home in the evening, I have $1,700. Now one day. You gotta work. You really have to work and you gotta be determined. But the industry isn't dying. The industry ain't dying at all. At least try to get more women into it. Men is driven by women, you know. Men is driven by women. Anything a man say he want to go fishing, and a woman say, man, I feel like going fishing, he going fishing. And 9 out of 10 times, that will be the biggest catch they get. If you give up, you will never know what the following week will bring. That's why you gotta be persistent. You know, got the drive. Got all that thing.
I'm third generation. My grandfather would have done a bit of fishing. My dad fished and was also a boat owner. That's where I got my passion, and it's all I know, all I think about, all I do. Fishing, boats is our life.
The Caribbean region is highly vulnerable to natural hazards. The fishing industry, in particular, is susceptible to impacts.
The closest experience I had was I was caught in Hurricane Irene along with my dad and my grandfather. I'd never experienced things like that before. I actually had the boat spinning all around in different directions. We had to take the boat off a pilot and hand steer. Large waves, high wind, light lane, lots of rain. I guess you couldn't see probably 2 feet in front of you.
We was out to sea. We get the weather up there late, so we had to ride it out. You couldn't sleep at night. You had to keep the boat facing up and just riding the seas all night. The experience was not good.
With the potential threat of natural hazards ever present, reliable early warnings become especially crucial.
The major bad weather impact that we had was Hurricane Janet, and that was years ago. Since then, we try to get the fishing vessels with import at least 48 hours before the system impact. That will give enough time for the vessels to be taken out of the water if need be. or to secure in port.
All weather systems are treated with high importance and urgency. We don't take nothing for granted. Once we hear of a system, we put all things in place to protect our investments. The only way really to prepare for the upcoming hurricane season is to stay on top of weather news.
Communication we depend upon as radio station is 900 or 1400 as the thing not coming out, station not coming out to Carco. We just tune into mostly 1400 and 900 God. 900 is Barbados channel, but we don't hear good for the sea. Barbados short here and Grenada all the way southwest of it. And just pick up 1400 like you're home.
We get it around the same time as the public, wishing I guess we should get like a head start, being that we are actually closer and more out there in the elements. But if we get the information around the same time as the public, we ain't really got the more time to actually prepare ourselves or get sure in time.
Other than technology, some guys will feel it in the atmosphere.
You see this, pick it up first, the swells and the rain. The rain start to blow a little harder. The waves get a little bigger and the sea get choppy.
There's always a change in the wind direction and it gets really gloomy. So when they say we're having the weather, we're really expecting it by that.
As a diver, I also use the creatures of the sea. Surprisingly, they pick up the weather long before the media houses do. So we know that there's got to be something coming along. The problem we would have is that we have to wait now on the authorities to open up certain places or ports of entry for us. Even though you have to go there for safe shelter, they don't open to us, I would say, in a timely manner. Fortunately for us in Barbados, we haven't had a situation where it requires us to spring into action to help one another in terms of their vessel is damaged or anything. But we have a unity going on, so what we do, we help each other out in any eventuality.
In case of bad weather, we make sure that everybody is secured and have everything prepared. So that is one of the best things that, we can do, help each other.
I love the sea. Fishing is something, I love it all in my heart. I love the excitement of catching a fish. You going on here, though? Yeah, fishy, fishy. Come on, girls and boys, I'm out here. great-grandfather, my sisters, my older sisters, my older brothers, my mother, my father, everyone was in the fishing business. Oh, these down here, my brothers and sisters, you know. Everybody you see down here. His brothers and sisters, sisters' children, sister, children. She taught us that we will need more than one job, but always we can go back to the sea.
I love fishing. If I could fish every day, I would. To be honest, the only thing that stopped me from fishing would be the bad seas. For me, would like to pass it on to my kids, but then in the end of the day, is if that is something that they're like how I love it. I have a passion for that, for fishing. I love fishing.
I just had to come on the beach by a certain time because I wanted to know what was going on. I wanted to see what the people caught. I wanted to see who's going out. You know, this is amazing, you know. It is amazing. Fishing, I just love it. I just love it.
What made me feel more proud about fishing is that I get a chance to feed people. I love the opportunity to go and look for food, bring home and supply to households. I like that opportunity.
I get up in the morning, I just can't wait to get up on the beach. We can't select when it comes to fishing. People are putting love.
For me, it becomes natural. I feel good to know that I could get out there among the guys and kill.
If you're giving up fast, this is the place for you. Because some days you go fishing and you go fishing the whole week. I went fishing the whole week already and ain't catch anything. But I ain't give up. All right. Damn, man. Man, don't they pulling out my bait all the time. I'm going to take off that hook and put on a smaller hook.
Like, it's got 3 different things. Then just want to teeth your bait. But you want to teeth them too.
I could remember one time I was going fishing and I put on the engine and everything, but I forgot to tie it. And I was going along very good, and I spin around, engine fall off. You know what, engine fall off, boat stop. I tie the boat, I throw off my creeper, and I went for the engine. I tie on the engine with the rope, there's some rope, dive back up, and haul it back up. When I pull the engine, it starts.
Some of my friends always just tell me about the Titanic and this and this and this and this. Put that aside and let me get going. Give it a try. I don't think that you will regret it because for me, I had to give it a try first and then it wasn't a stopping for me. This is the conga that got me playing the guitar.
That we need to teach more in school about fishing. The younger ones, they're not being educated enough. When we were small, some days at school you had to come to the beach. You had to come to the beach. And when you come to the beach and you see fishermen and things, you're excited. And seeing the branding fish, and seeing them getting money exchange day and day. We had Fisherman's Day. I think out of Fisherman's Day, we get 11 children that was interested in fishing. Because Fisherman's Day, we take them out on the boats. We take them fishing in the boats and to let them feed the fish biting. Some of them get big ones, some of them get small, but they were excited. At least 2 or 3 of them will come out today. You understand? And that's what they will like. You ain't gonna get all. It is fishing and characterization. So much little boys that come out here that know there's men, they tell me, you remember you teach me how to fish? So much little boys just tell me, you can't remember me. You give me food for my mother. You help my mother. You help me. When it comes to fishing, once it comes to fishing again, the hooks, I got my lines in there. I got lines, a whole big reel of line in there, a whole set of hooks, a whole set of legs. If we see it come down there and it look like a waterfish, I get back a rod for you. You're a little bigger, man. There you here, a little bigger. When I go fishing, I catch a particular size fish because I want when I come back tomorrow or next 3-4 weeks, I can get a bigger one. Because if you take out the small ones, there won't be no big ones. So when it comes to sustaining, that is a problem.
I think we need more fishing women, but I think that the women are scared. You just need to be focused and you gotta be serious. Is something that you just can't up and get into, and you about sport, you gotta be very, very serious. When it comes to the sea, you gotta be very serious. You gotta be positive. You gotta got good energy. You gotta be able to, whoever the team is that you're going out willing to, you know, the good energy, always good energy is important to start the journey. In my 12 years on this lovely water, every single time I go on the sea, I come back home with fish.
I would just like to see more women in the industry, all women. Because in fishing industry, they say that fishing industry is dying. And I ain't saying that. Fishing industry is one of the biggest industries we have in Barbados right now. Fishing is bringing real money. You know, women don't know you. I remember till I left home and I take trips like break, I go to the beach and get some money today. I come to the beach, I clean fish. I do a lot of different things, like on board barracudas and things. When I went home in the evening, I have $1,700. Now one day. You gotta work. You really have to work, and you gotta be determined. But the industry isn't dying. The industry ain't dying at all. At least try to get more women into it. Men is driven by women, you know. Men is driven by women. Anytime a man say he don't want to go fishing, and a woman say, man, I feel like going fishing, he going fishing. And 9 out of 10 times, that might be the biggest catch they get. If you give up, you will never know what the following week will bring. That's why you gotta be persistent, you know, got the drive. Got all that thing.
I'm third generation. My grandfather would have done a bit of fishing. My dad fished and was also a boat owner. That's where I got my passion, and it's all I know, all I think about, all I do. Fishing, boats is our life.
The Caribbean region is highly vulnerable to natural hazards. The fishing industry, in particular, is susceptible to impacts.
The closest experience I had was I was caught in Hurricane Ivan along with my dad and my grandfather. I'd never experienced things like that before. I actually had the boat spinning all around in different directions. We had to take the boat off a pilot and hand steer. Large waves, high wind, light rain, lots of rain. I guess you couldn't see probably 2 feet in front of you.
We was out to sea. We get the weather up there late, so we had to ride it out. You couldn't sleep at night. You had to keep the boat facing up and just riding and riding the seas all night. The experience was not good.
With the potential threat of natural hazards ever present, reliable early warnings become especially crucial.
The major bad weather impact that we had was Hurricane Janet, and that was years ago. Since then, we try to get the fishing vessels with import at least 48 hours before the system impact. That will give enough time for the vessels to be taken out of the water if need be, or to secure in port.
All weather systems are treated with high importance and urgency. We don't take nothing for granted. Once we hear of a system, we put all things in place to protect our investments. The only way really to prepare for the upcoming hurricane season is to stay on top of weather news.
Communication we depend upon as radio station is 900 or 1400 as the thing not coming out, station not coming out to Carco. We just tune into mostly 1400 and 900 because 900 is a Barbados channel, but we don't hear it good on the sea. Barbados short here and Grenada all the way southwest of it. And just pick up 1400 like you're home.
We get it around the same time as the public, which I guess we should get like a head start, being that we are actually closer and more out there in the elements. But if we get the information around the same time as the public, we ain't really got more time to actually prepare yourself or get sure in time.
Other than technology, some guys would feel it in the atmosphere.
You see this, pick it up first, the swells and the rain. The rain start to blow a little harder. The waves get a little bigger and the sea get choppy.
There's always a change in the wind direction and it gets really gloomy. So when they say we're having the weather, we're really expecting it by that.
As a diver, I also use the creatures of the sea. Surprisingly, they pick up the weather long before the media houses do. So we know that there's going to be something coming along. The problem we would have is that we have to wait now on the authorities to open up certain places or ports of entry for us. Even though you have to go there for safe shelter, they don't open to us, I would say, in a timely manner. Fortunately for us in Barbados, we haven't had a situation where it requires us to spring into action to help one another in terms of their vessel is damaged or anything. But we have a unity going on, so what we do, we help each other out in any eventuality.
In case of bad weather, we make sure that everybody is secured and have everything prepared. So that is one of the best things that, we can do, help each other.
I love the sea. Fishing is something I love with all of my heart. I love the excitement of catching a fish. You going on here, though? Yeah, fishing, fishing. Come on, girls and boys, I'm out here. My great-grandfather, my sisters, my older sisters, my older brothers, my mother, my father, everyone was in the fishing business. Oh, these down here, my brothers and sisters, everybody you see down here. His brothers and sisters, sisters' children, sister, children. She taught us that We will need more than one job, but always we can go back to the sea.
I love fishing. If I could fish every day, I would. To be honest, the only thing that stopped me from fishing would be the bad seas. For me, would like to pass it on to my kids, but then in the end of the day, is if that is something that they're like how I love it, I have a passion for that. For fishing, I love fishing.
I just had to come on the beach by a certain time because I wanted to know what was going on. I wanted to see what the people caught. I wanted to see who's going out. You know, this is amazing, you know. It is amazing. Fishing, I just love it. I just love it.
What made me feel more proud about fishing is that I get a chance to feed people. I love the opportunity to go and look for food, bring home and supply to households. I like that opportunity.
I get up in the morning, I can't wait to get for the beach. We can't select when it comes to fishing. Because I put in love.
For me, it becomes natural. I feel good to know that I could get out there among the guys and kill.
If you're giving up fast, this is the place for you. Because some days you go fishing and you go fishing the whole week. I went fishing the whole week already and ain't catch anything. But I ain't give up. All right. Damn, man. Man, don't they pulling out my bait all the time? I'm going to take off that hook and put on a smaller hook.
Like, it's got 3 different things. Then just want to teeth your bait. But you want to teeth them too.
I can remember one time I was going fishing and I put on the engine and everything, but I forgot to tie it. And I was going along very good, and I spin around, engine fall off. You know what, engine fall off, boat stop. I tie the boat, I throw off my creeper, and I went for the engine. I tie on the engine with the rope, there's some rope, dive back up, and haul it back up. When I pull the engine, it starts.
Some of my friends always just tell me about the Titanic and this and this and this and this. Put that aside and let me get going. Give it a try. I don't think that you will regret it because for me, I had to give it a try first and then it wasn't a stopping for me. This is the conga that got me playing the guitar.
That we need to teach more in school about fishing. The younger ones, they're not being educated enough. When we were small, some days at school you had to come to the beach. You had to come to the beach. And when you come to the beach and you see fishermen and things, you're excited. I see them bringing fish. I see them getting money exchange day and day. We had Fisherman's Day. I take out the Fisherman's Day, we get 11 children that was interested in fishing. Because Fisherman's Day, we take them out on the boats. We take the fishing in the boats and to let them feed the fish biting. Some of them get big ones, some of them get small, but they were excited. At least 2 or 3 of them will come out of there. You understand? And that's what it will like. You ain't gonna get all. It is fishing and characterization. So much little boys that come out here that know there's men, they tell me, you remember you teach me how to fish? So much little boys just tell me, you can't remember me. You give me food for my mother. You help my mother. You help me. When it comes to fishing, once it comes to fishing, again, the hooks, I got my lines in there. I got lines, a whole big reel of line in there, a whole set of hooks, a whole set of legs. If we see it come down there and you look like a waterfish, I get back a rod for you. You're a little bigger, man. There you go, a little bigger. When I go fishing, I catch a particular size fish. Because I want when I come back tomorrow or next 3-4 weeks, I can get a bigger one. Because if you take out the small ones, there won't be no big ones. So when it comes to sustaining, that is a problem.
I think we need more fisher women, but I think that the women are scared. You just need to be focused and you gotta be serious. It is something that you just can't up and get into, and you about sport, you gotta be very, very serious. When it comes to the sea, you gotta be very serious. You gotta be positive. You gotta got good energy. You gotta be able to, whoever the team is that you're going, willing to, you know, the good energy, always, good energy is important to start the journey. In my 12 years on this lovely water, every single time I go on the sea, I come back home with fish.
I would just like to see more women in the industry, all women. Because in fishing industry, they say that fishing industry is dying. And I ain't saying that. Fishing industry is one of the biggest industries we have in Barbados right now. Fishing is bringing real money. You know, women don't know you. I remember till me left home and I take trips like break, I go to the beach and get some money today. I come to the beach, I clean fish. I do a lot of different things. I on board barracudas and things. When I went home in the evening, I have $1,700. Now one day. You gotta work. You really have to work, and you gotta be determined. But the industry isn't dying. The industry ain't dying at all. At least try to get more women into it. Men is driven by women, you know. Men is driven by women. Anytime a man say he don't want to go fishing, and a woman say, man, I feel like going fishing, he going fishing. And 9 out of 10 times, that'll be the biggest catch they get. If you give up, you will never know what the following week will bring. That's why you gotta be persistent, you know, and got the drive. Got all in things.
I'm third generation. My grandfather would have done a bit of fishing. My dad fished and was also a boat owner. That's where I got my passion, and it's all I know, all I think about, all I do. Fishing, boats is our life.
The Caribbean region is highly vulnerable to natural hazards. The fishing industry, in particular, is susceptible to impacts.
The closest experience I had was I was caught in Hurricane Ivan along with my dad and my grandfather. I'd never experienced things like that before. I actually had the boat spinning all around in different directions. We had to take the boat off a pilot and hand steer. Large waves, high wind, light rain, lots of rain. I guess you couldn't see probably 2 feet in front of you.
We was out to sea. We get the weather up there late, so we had to ride it out. You couldn't sleep at night. You had to keep the boat facing up and just riding and riding the seas all night. The experience was not good.
With the potential threat of natural hazards ever present, reliable early warnings become especially crucial.
The major bad weather impact that we had was Hurricane Janet, and that was years ago. Since then, we try to get the fishing vessels with import at least 48 hours before the system impact. That will give enough time for the vessels to be taken out of the water if need be, or to secure in port.
All weather systems are treated with high importance and urgency. We don't take nothing for granted. Once we hear of a system, we put all things in place to protect our investments. The only way really to prepare for the upcoming hurricane season is to stay on top of weather news.
Communication we depend upon as radio station is 900 or 1400 as the thing not coming out, station not coming out to Caracol. We just tune into mostly 1400 and 900 because 900 is a Barbados channel, but we don't hear it good on the sea. Barbados short here and Grenada all the way southwest of it. and just pick up 1,400, like, you're home.
We get it around the same time as the public, which I guess we should get like a head start, being that we are actually closer and more out there in the elements. But if we get the information around the same time as the public, we ain't really got more time to actually prepare yourself or get sure in time.
Other than technology, some guys will feel it in the atmosphere.
You see this, pick it up first, the swells and the rain. The rain started to blow a little harder. The waves get a little bigger and you see get choppy.
There's also a change in the wind direction and it gets really gloomy. So when they say we're having the weather, we're really expecting it by that.
As a diver, I also use the creatures of the sea. Surprisingly, they pick up the weather long before the media houses do. So we know that there's got to be something.
Good afternoon. Anybody still on the outside? Okay, let's just do a call for the persons who's still on the outside. This morning, in session number 1, we would have learned a lot about fisheries and started some good conversations, have a lot of good rapport going on. And so we're looking forward to what's going to come from the talks this morning. As we go into session 2, we're going to be focusing more on coastal. We're going to start with the first presentation on the marine spatial planning process. The presentation is entitled Geospatial Data Journey for the Marine Spatial Plan, and this presentation is going to be done by Ishmael Desai of the CZMU.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone had a good lunch. Based on the presentation, I'll give you a brief overview of what the geospatial team at the coastal zone and the MSPU unit within the coastal zone have done so far related to the MSP and some of the processes going forward of what we're trying to achieve. As most of you probably have seen earlier this morning, the map was showing the EEZ of Barbados. In case persons haven't known, like the marine territory of Barbados, the EEZ, total EEZ is 76,223 square miles. While the territory, the Barbados itself, is only 166 square miles. As you may also not aware of, this is 460 times, the EEZ is 460 times the size of Barbados itself, which is how vast of a bigger area that we are trying to map, manage, and determine a plan going forward for. In terms of the statistics related to our marine protected areas that currently exist and proposed areas that marine managed areas that were proposed, the current area being protected is 0.84 square miles, which is 0.01% of our EEZ. Of that, different reports in the past, you would have had 3 different proposed marine managed areas, which would have been on the East Coast, which is the National Park area, north, just off of Maycots and Maycots Beach, as well as along the West Coast, spanning from beyond Old Town all the way past to Drill Hall Beach. If these areas were actually become a marine managed area, these will only account for 45.88 square miles, which is 0.06%. Based on the depth and nature swap agreement that Barbados government had made, we are supposed to look at protecting about 30% of our EEZ area. Obviously, this is driven based on our scientific approach and what the data would prove if is viable or not viable, or how much is viable to determine that actual percentage. So it's not in full concrete, but we are ambitious in looking for that 30% or within that 30% range. It may be more, it may be less, but it's going to be science or data driven. In terms of how we've collected data to do the assessment, we went around it in a couple of different ways. First is collecting and analyzing of existing data. So what would be kept at coastal in their repository. We went to fisheries, we went to Ministry of Energy, we went to other government agencies, and obviously as you start going, persons would highlight who may have particular data sets or who we could potentially ask based on studies that they would have done, reports that would have been published to get that information. Outside of that, we would then create a repository of this information. So we would have classified each data set as primary, secondary, what type of data is polygon line, what it represents, and have that as a repository, a library for us as we go ahead and do our analysis. What my colleague that isn't here today would have done would have been a SWOT analysis, strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat analysis of all the data that existed, seeing where weaknesses are, where strengths are, what the opportunities and threats in terms of what data to get and how to go forward. He would also have done a data assessment needs, determining where the gaps are, what needs to be collected, what information is ideal, what is, I guess you could say, shaky data, obviously stuff that may not be fully validated, or that information that came that you say is more granular, so like broad-based scenario. From there, then we would determine how we collecting our data, and we go and collect data collection. A lot of this were surveys, and hopefully in next in August, we'll be looking to do a bathymetric survey with the Marine Institute. And then we will have then started our data analysis on what we have. And then obviously this is going to be an iteration process where as we get more data, we're going to feed back into the process and update it as we go along. The main data collection assessments that we've conducted was the targeted space use assessment, key informant interviews, ocean use survey, and beach use survey. When we started, the targeted space use assessment was the initial aspect or initial approach that we took, where we went to lifeguards and key personnel that was identified in the initial SWOT analysis, where we get information from them of what happens on our coast, what activities occur, how frequent it occurs, how important it is, what area it occurs, and maybe if it's seasonal, and any other information that people are willing to share. We would have gotten this in a polygon shape, so the persons would have drawn a area on a map and have this information in that we could access. From there, we went to do a key informant interviews, which is we went to a wider variety of personnel that plays parts in different industries, be it tourism, in fisheries, and other activities that would have been initially highlighted in the targeted space use assessment. And then our wider data collection was in the ocean use survey, where it was given to, or enumerators were hired, and they went out to the wider public in general to get their understanding or perception of what areas are utilized by individuals and the value they have. And then on a smaller level, we did the beach use survey, which was not as GIS related, so persons didn't have to draw anything, but it's just a basic questionnaire where persons highlighted the beach that they use, why they use that area, what they found interesting in that area, how often they use it, what they're looking at when they go to the beach, how often they go to the beach, if the time of year as well as time of day made an impact on their decision. After we collected data, obviously we did some level of processing and analysis. At each stage, we would have done the processing, quality control to make sure that the polygons made sense and that information made sense. Also to sensitize the information a bit so that persons were not given sensitive information or information that can identify them because it's supposed to be anonymous. We will also have done like reporting for each aspect of the data collection. So you have a report which will show you maps of what was found in that round of data collection, as well as summary from that information. Obviously, all these findings and all these data sets, data points, we're then going to feed into our JS analysis that comes down later. And this information is also going to be feed into the different scenarios and multi-criteria analysis that would going to be done using the ArcGIS platform, as well as MarkSand, which is a platform that we were utilizing to help with the situational modeling and scenario modeling that's supposed to come. So this is an example of what the OUS data would look as we import it into ArcGIS. It would have a simple analysis done already, where you take the polygons and do a summarize within analysis, which therefore means that all the polygons overlay, and then those areas where there are multiple polygons overlay, you will get a hotspot created. As you can see, this would have done in early March. So subsequently from there, we would have information that would have expanded out from this data set that you see here right now. And as you can see, the major part of our EEZ is hardly being utilized, and a lot of the activity, as most people would guess, is our nearshore area. And as you can see, a lot of it is along the west coast and south coast. This is zoom-in image of that same map. And as you can see, as mentioned before, Carlisle Bay is the hottest area on that map. And as everybody could know, Carlisle Bay is one of those areas that everybody utilizes, be it for catamarans, turtle watching, swimming, kayaking, and a whole number of activities. And as most people realize that Carlisle Bay is probably one of the most visited areas because of the facility available, as well as what it gives to individuals between calm seas and these shipwrecks that is in that area. You can also see along the west coast, there's also those hotspots that exist along that area as well, and around Pile Bay, Brandon's area as well. This is a more zoomed in version of what Carlisle Bay and along the west coast would look like. And obviously, one set of analysis that we would do is that you overlay or underlay information related to benthic habitat, so like the coral reefs and any other information that we put into that map. All this is like just a pretext of like what sort of analysis we would be doing with ArcGIS, as well as the MarkSand program, which would then do the actual modeling or the different analysis that comes out of it. So the next steps really for this project is to continue modeling the marine space, so that you get understanding of what is actually out there. Creation of these zones and scenarios. So after you do the modeling, you're able to give it, you do like situational modeling, so you'll give areas that they recommend that conservation will occur, and areas of very high activity and obviously greater chance of conflict would occur. This will help with the generation of zones and probably scenarios like if you do 15% high biodiversity protection or managed areas versus zero protection areas, what that would look like. Once we are able to create these zones and scenarios, our intention is to create a registry for the proposed zones and scenarios, so persons will have an idea exactly how much percentage of reef is covered, what type of habitat is covered, what sort of activities occur in this space, so persons will be able to quantify what sort of impact or assessment would happen in that particular zone or area. Once we are able to get this, we are looking to do stakeholder consultation, where we go to the general public, partners that we have, fisheries, so show them what we have developed, get their feedback on it, so that they would tell us if this makes sense or doesn't make sense in the real world scenario. And based on their consultation and feedback, then refine these zones and scenarios so that everybody is on board with the step going forward in trying to get this 30% marine managed area. Thank you very much.
So this morning we went out to the deep sea, and now we are coming nearer to shore. Now, the second presentation is also by a representative from the Coastal Zone Management Unit. This is going to be by Mr. Fabian Hines, and the presentation is entitled Coastal Planning, Adaptation Strategies, and Emergency Engineering Operations Process. Got it?
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, so let's start about the integrated coastal zone management process. What is it? It's really a dynamic, multidisciplinary, and iterative process seeking to promote sustainable management of our coastal zones. It includes all of the stakeholders, all and sundry. It's a consultative process. But it really strikes a balance in terms of environmental, economic, social, cultural, and recreational objectives. It is something that can be very challenging. It involves all players and even the competing interests amongst the players, be it the managers, investors, political directorate, etc. As it relates to the adaptation strategies involved in coastal planning, that is part and parcel of the integrated coastal zone management process, we have a few strategies, some of which we already have a sense of, but those strategies are in terms of adaptation to the impacts of climate change and the climate hazards, climate fuel hazards, such as those ever intensifying now tropical storms that produces the storm surge and the storm waves that impact not only our coastlines, the ecosystems, but the infrastructure associated with it. So, hard engineering intervention. That's the easiest, most obvious, known adaptation strategy. We're all familiar with the boulder structures, the groins, revetments, breakwaters that we see more and more along our coastlines. Many of us have an objection to them, but the do-nothing option is simply not feasible. If those structures are not put in place, our coastlines, I guarantee you, would be devastated. And the economic activity dependent on those coastlines, being coastal tourism, would be in dire straits. Okay? So, soft engineering, nature-based solutions are also a nice feasible option, but it tends not to rise to the surface or be as attractive because the timelines it takes for core restoration activities, etc., can become a bit too long in attaining the outcomes. The instantaneous approach, in a few months of construction, your borders is done, you have beach accretion, beach stabilization, property protection. Okay? So what we tend to look at more recently will be the green-gray approach, where you try to synergize and marry the two, the hard engineering and the ecosystem-based approach. Manage retreat in terms of setbacks or even complete relocation. It is something that may be applied elsewhere, even here in Barbados, but it has its limitations given our historical infrastructural ties to the coast. Our main coastal road infrastructure, our main hotel infrastructure, all of our towns, Oistins, Pointstown, Whole Town, Bridgetown, all coastal towns with all the banks, businesses, homes, everything within 2 kilometers of the coast. So managed migration in its truest sense could be very challenging within our small island context. But we try our best at the unit in terms of development planning and trying to get those many developments who are already less than the ideal or recommended minimum landward setback of 30 meters from the high water mark to hold the line. If you're already inside of that 30-meter setback zone, hold the line. Because the temptation is always great to come further and further closer to the sea, or even, in fact, in the water. Adaptation planning and governance, flexible policies that evolve with change for long-term resilience, hence our management plans, living documents. You update them every few years. Okay? Every once in a while, you have an investor that brings a nice curveball, something that's outside the box, that forces you to think, come up with strategies of how you can help guide the process, not only in terms of disaster risk reduction, but also to help facilitate the social economic advancement of Barbados in terms of employment, because people will work in these infrastructure once operational. Community engagement, stakeholder involvement, that is something that can never ever be ignored. Everyone must be on board. Can't always be 100%, but you can't succeed in any management effort because think about it. We're talking about very often about managing resources, coral reefs, etc. But what are we really managing? We're actually managing, for the most part, the people and how they interact with the resource. In fisheries context, catch limits, size limits, what type of gear you use. In coastal planning, how close do you build to the high water mark, to the edge of cliffs? What do you do with the first floor if you are well within an inundation zone and extremely vulnerable to flooding? All right? So in many cases, we're actually managing people and how they interact with the resource. Agencies involved, this is just a short list. Of course, along with the coastal zone management unit, we have the planning and development department. I have to work almost on a daily, weekly basis with that department in terms of issuing recommendations, in terms of proposed development, or recommendations as it relates to unapproved development that is occurring. The National Conservation Commission, the Environmental Protection Department, just to name a few. Very important strategic partners because coastal zone is not the end all and be all of coastal zone management. We can't do it without each agency executing their respective mandates. This is our revised coastal zone management area. We're managing the coast, but where is our geographic jurisdiction? The new zone has now gone up to the 12 nautical mile, that blue area there. And that happens to also be the zone of influence. The primary coastal zone management area will be the area in green. And the yellow area will be the terrestrial zone of influence, right? Recognizing that inseparable linkage between our land in its entirety. So if you imagine the gully networks all across Barbados, where stormwater flows and makes its way at some point along Barbados' coastline. So the extent of how the sea can impact the land and the extent of the land can impact the sea. Just a quick appreciation for our 97 kilometers of diverse coastline. Is not homogenized, and our physical development plan and the policies outlined in it seeks to maintain the diverse integrity of our shared coastal characteristics from cliff to beach. Building resilience, what are we really talking about? We're talking about money, investment. How does our coral reefs, our beaches, play a role in that in terms of their ecosystem services to buffer or offset the impacts of our natural disasters? We have here a guy, hotels on our west coast. This guy standing here in the white shirt. He's one of the owners of the properties there down Sunset Crest. You can see how narrow his beach is. The carrying capacity for his patrons to sit and relax in those chairs diminished. And he's crying out for assistance. And the presence of those boulders behind him stands testimony of the impacts that nature would have had on the property in terms of the damage and the need to protect it. Likewise, down here, bottom left, that's in Spike Stone, near Schooner Bay, how the road had been undermined. And actually you can't drive past there now unless you want your car to take a swim. Every year, even before hurricane season, this is the story. Many of us don't register it because we're going about our lives just driving past coastal properties. But for us that work in the environment, every year as soon as the winter swells show up, it isn't if, it is where along Barbados' coastlines, particularly the west and south coast, you will have this. And when you have this, hotel guests want to cancel their bookings. Property management and staff start thinking about laying off staff because revenue isn't coming in. All right? And then the more lower income folks struggle to find income to do the necessary repairs. Under a sea level rise scenario, or even a coastal hazard scenario in terms of storm surge, storm waves, both of these can be the result. This is Carlisle Bay in the area of the boatyard. Nice big wide beach, can be as much as 50 meters wide. And this photo, I took this from the boatyard jetty in 2004, the day after Hurricane Ivan impacted Barbados, and it brushed us. We weren't hit directly. The entire 50-meter wide beach, gone. It went back to the pre-1920 situation where that was prior to the accretion that we are now so familiar with. It was sea and buildings. Only the boatyard suffered some physical damage where they had to move debris, but the beach provided its ecosystem service in mitigating the impact of the storm surge by nature of its width. And we have too many investors now trying to achieve a 30-meter setback. Yeah, reduce the width of the beach from 50 to 30 on a nice sunny day, not accounting for when nature decides to take that sand away. We rely heavily on the Planning Development Act, the new act, or Coastal Zone Management Plan, because development, and I keep thinking about development in terms of adaptation strategies, because in order to protect investment, the adaptation strategies have to be in place and work. But many people don't understand what development is. One guy told me, I just dropping borders in the sea that don't need an application, planning application. But we must be clear. Development is the carrying out of building, engineering, mining, or other operations in, on, over, and under any land, the making of any material change in the use of any building or other land, or even the subdivision of land. You require planning approval. The decision support tools, I mentioned the physical development plan a couple of times before, or integrated coastal management plan, which has been revised. The environmental and social impact assessment, which seeks to identify all significant negative impacts before the development occurs. And then you will have your environmental management plan, which operationalizes those identified mitigation strategies. Heritage impact assessments, geotechnical survey investigations for the cliff-top developments in particular. Numerical physical modeling improves the confidence that you will achieve the outcomes that you need. The National Coastal Risk Information Planning Platform, a product of the Coastal Risk Assessment and Management Program and our shoreline change study. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time to get into all of those, but these are important decision support tools that help us to make the necessary recommendations, and developers also have access to those management plans and are required to go through the environmental impact assessment process in order to guide and safeguard our natural resources, our beaches, our reefs, etc., if they are done properly and if they're monitored and implemented well. A quick snippet here, a proposal for shoring up an area of the West Coast. I will mention it, but I just borrowed this image here from an actual application to demonstrate to you that this area of coastline was completely eroded. Walls falling down, trees coming down, etc. Lateral access next to impossible. But you have one individual occupying one property, assisting the government of Barbados by attempting to stabilize and enhance an entire coastal segment, well, a kilometer long. Similar to the work we would have done at the Richard Haynes Boardwalk. Okay? Another one, in terms of an area on the southeast coast, where you have cliff top development. Believe you me, some people try to build close to the edge of cliff or at the edge. We've seen those applications. But many of you don't know how much things we fend off before it's actually built. This is a very important component and a product of our institutional strengthening coming out of the studies that was done, the geotechnical survey investigations, where it's no longer just a 10-meter setback from the cliff's edge. We now have a more scientific approach in terms of making recommendations regarding setbacks from the edge of cliffs. So you can see the total allowable setback here includes the undercut. This is why the setback is now from the edge and not the toe. The toe of the cliff would be, well, it's hard to see the dot, but that cantilever section, the very back, this would be the toe. We used to have setbacks from the toe, but now we quote the edge. And we classify the cliffs now in terms of very high risk, medium, and low in terms of probability of cliff failure. So we actually, if I have a parcel of land, I find that parcel of land, I go to the specific site, and if I see Roman numeral 4, I know at 4, the recommended total setback is 35 meters from the high water mark. And if that lot of land, as in has a green band, for example, I know the probability of cliff failure is less than 8%. It's low. So I know anything from low to high, if the developer is proposing to build within the setback, the recommended setback, they have to do a site-specific geotechnical survey investigation. You don't want another arch cut on course. Right? So this is typically what we look like. You send a plan, I find it's kind of hard. Just look through the kind of translucent thing, but I find the lot, we make the recommendations. All right? National Coastal Risk Information Planning Platform. We get the data section to run the risk models, and we know whether the 1 in 25 year, 1 in 50 year, where the inundation zones would be, and we make recommendations accordingly in terms of adaptation. And I have advised that the developer should use the ground floor as a parking lot or non-essential services, and all the rooms, the livable space, will be on the second floor up, stuff like that. Because they're well within the zone, they have a development use right for the land parcel. It's an approved lot, so you can't stop them from developing the land. Otherwise, government will have to acquire it or compensate. Public education outreach and community involvement I mentioned as one of the adaptation strategies. We get in the schools, we get people out in the field. I've even presented to the entire management and staff of the Hilton, not just the Hilton here, but the Hilton line. All the Hilton branch met here and invited me to do a presentation for them. It's that type of outreach we have been involved in. So very quickly, the emergency engineering process, it has been ongoing, especially since the impacts of Hurricane Beryl. And this is what the Planning and Development Act says, Section 45. Nothing in this act shall render unlawful the carrying out of any engineering operations which are urgently necessary for coastal conservation or sea defense, or in the interest of public safety or the preservation of property, provided that an application for planning permission is regularize the unauthorized development is made to the board pursuant to section 31 as soon as may be practicable after the necessary emergency works arises, right? Necessity for the works arises. Where such an application is for retrospective approval of emergency works undertaken on the seabed or shoreline for the purpose of coastal conservation or sea defense, the application shall be accompanied by a certificate issued by the director of the Coastal Zone Management Unit, verifying that the engineering operations carried out without prior planning permission were urgently necessary. And we have been processing so many of these since Burrell. I kid you not. What we require for those coastal ones, we ask them to provide quickly designs for the structure, be it a seawall, revetment, etc., the construction methodology, how you're going to access the site. Are you coming through the same site property, or are you coming down the beach via causeway? And you must notify all relevant stakeholders, your neighbors, even your parliamentary representative. It has gotten to that point. Because when people challenge the representative, people building on the beach, and representatives say, I don't know about that, it creates a challenge. So we've tried to formalize that process, and then we issue a certificate if we think the urgency is legitimate, not only to the director of planning, but to the developer themselves. And thereafter, they have a responsibility, as I mentioned before, to submit the formal application to regularize the development thereafter. Essentially, this is our vision. This is the last slide. The aim is to have a coast to be proud of, which is valued, appreciated, and safeguarded, because we only protect what we value. As a place to work, live, relax, use, a place where economic activity and the use of resources are sustainably utilized and managed. Is resilient to climate change and other hazards, and where the natural environment is protected and enhanced to keep its essential and unique place in the Barbadian heritage and economy. This is a revised vision statement which now includes the words economy and climate change and hazards, because we've brought the vision now into the future in terms of where we feel we need to go in terms of adaptation strategies to climate change, while still acknowledging our economic umbilical cord to the coast and all the infrastructure on the coast. So essentially, you're marrying the pillars of sustainable development, the economic, the social, and environmental. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. I was looking at the agenda and I was seeing ICZM, and I'm like, what is this? But then he said it, Integrated Coastal Zone Management. And so the next presentation is the ICZM through Coastal Protection, and it's going to be by Ms. Angelica Catling from the CZMU.
Good afternoon. So you learned what ICZM is, and I really hope that everybody was listening to Fabian's presentation, because he laid the bedrock for my presentation. So we're going to look at integrated coastal zone management through the lens of coastal protection. So I am Angelica Catlin. I'm the project engineer in one of our project units at the Coastal Zone Management Unit. So CZMU has evolved through a series of projects and programs over the years. These was in order, as Fabian would have highlighted, our vision was to realize climate resilience as the bedrock of our approach to make sure that we can actually make sure that we safeguard our nation. So these projects have been financed over the years by the Inter-American Development Bank, and they have been focused on our policies, data collection strategies, and we had a series of pilot projects. And some of them had substantial coastal infrastructure projects in the background. Some you might know, and some you might not know. So as you walk our coastline, you might have seen the changes. I know sometimes I only see the changes through pictures. I don't know how many of you got our calendar last year, but it showed some before and after photos of what our coastline would have looked like. And it has changed dramatically, some because of natural situations and some because of man-made. And CZMU also would have influenced it in terms of the man-made changes, but for sure that was for a positive reason. So we would have, so the projects we would have had would have looked at improving swimming areas, highway protection. We had a pilot project on coral reef restoration, and we would have looked at improving lateral access and recreational areas. So just brought some photos for you. So we have under the Coastal Infrastructure Program, which was in 2002 to 2009, we had our Welches project, and that would have been highway protection before and after there. And then the famous Richard Haynes Boardwalk, which is coastal protection and also improved recreational space. So I hope y'all realize that that is KFC with the water butting along on its property line. So we have gone through these series of programs over the years, and we are again embarking on another program. This one is a 6-year program from 2024, so started last year officially, until 2030. So I have a long time ahead of me. And this is what I'll be basically doing. So it's under the Climate Resilient and Sustainable Integrated Management Program. We have our component 2, which will be looking at, and Fabian would have mentioned it, we have an encrypt system, so our National Coastal Risk Information and Planning Platform. We're looking at upgrading that a little bit. That is to make sure that we have all the information that we need to make data-driven decisions. And another big component of the component 2 is our ecosystem accounting, because you need to know what the value of different services out there are, and persons would have done valuations over the years, but we're looking at tying that now into our actual governmental system of accounting and going further than just looking at GDP. So that is a pilot project, and then we have some other activities such as monitoring systems and operations manual and training. So that is institutional strengthening, which has been the bedrock for most of our projects over the years. But the biggest component is component 1. And this is 98% of our budget, and that is going to be looking at integrated coastal infrastructure development. And just for you to know, the overall goal for the project is to enhance the resilience of Barbados's coastal zone against degradation and the intensifying risks of climate change. So these are our project sites. There are 5 project sites, 3 along the west coast, Clinkett, Sand Street, and Mullins, and 2 along the south coast, St. Lawrence Gap to Rockley, and Oistins. They will look at enhancing 4 kilometers of our coastline and valued, estimated budget right now, $48 million US. And the objectives are to provide reduction to coastal erosion, highway protection, flood mitigation in certain areas, that's mainly in the Oistins area and some in Clinkett, improving public access and providing beach amenity. You might ask yourself, how do we choose our sites? Because yes, we go around and we would see that there are a lot of vulnerable areas around, and it is true data-driven research. So our site selection would have looked at the annual erosion rates of various sites across the island, and we would have recently completed our coastal risk assessment and management program, which would have done things, which would have assessed shoreline change over the years, and that would have been some of the information that would have utilized. We also would have looked at disaster risk management capabilities, climate change, adaptation, and economic benefit. Those are just a few of the considerations that were taken into play when looking at site selection. After we would have done site selection to make sure that there's a holistic process of considering both environmental, social, and engineering considerations. Of course, we would have done all the environmental and social impact assessments, the stakeholder consultations, we would have done our physical and numerical modeling, and utilized some of the information that would have come out of the CRMP also, such as the nearshore sand movement, and we would have upgraded bathymetric data and also the information out of the NCRIP. And these were done in order to, so that was done, and then we would have had our design optimization. And there were a long list that just placed there, and those were all the things that we would have assessed in our multi-criteria assessment in terms of when we would have shortlisted our design. Then we would have done this assessment to say which is the best design, obviously still with stakeholder considerations. So now I'm going to take you along that journey along Barbados and also, I guess, a little bit into the future. So clinkets, well, we call it clinkets. It would have been referred to by Dr. Cox a little earlier today as Shermans, when she would have mentioned the boat building. That is not evident anymore. Maybe you have a little peep of the boat, the top left, well, that's left, yes. Top left-hand corner, January 2020, you can see that there's still some persons that do have a boat there, but there's not boat building as it would be per se. The bottom right-hand corner shows you July 2024, which is the effects of beryl that would have occurred in the Clinkets area. So this is near the Half Moon Fort Primary School, and it is a crucial access area for the pedestrians and vehicles and the communities around. And we're looking at 430 kilometers of road, and our goals are to improve driver and pedestrian safety and to increase the available beach space. And how will we be doing this? We will be providing a walkway along the entire length of the project site. So these are just renders. So we will be doing a walkway along the entire length of the project site. It will have 4 submerged breakwaters and 1 groin next to a bridge. So the bridge is more on the northern side of the project. That bridge currently is a bit of, needs some structural work, so it will be removed, reinstated, elevated to increase drainage capacity in this space. And also, there will be 2 headlands created at the project site. I do want to note that beryl, I would have shown you the damage that beryl would have done. And obviously we're working with MTW very closely to make sure that the imminent issue of safety is dealt with now, and then we will build from whatever they will do on the ground and then realize our projects. The next project is at Sand Street in St. Peter. This is, well, not really hard to Spice Town, but Ammon Bay, it's New Sandals Beaches, what I've known as Ammon Beach Hotel previously to the Spice Town Baths, is a quite similar design and issues as the Clinkets project site. It is 380 meters of shoreline, which we are looking at improving. Right now, the road is a bit, the sidewalk and road, the foundations are not good at all. So they experience also the effects of beryl. We are looking at increasing the recreational space here and providing, by bringing in some sand, by widening the beach, we will be looking at like 5 to 10 meters of improved beach space. We will be creating a bigger buffer against what they experience right now, which is like overtopping of waves, which they could in extreme events experience, and also sand going into the road, hence the name Sand Street. It will have 4 offshore breakwaters and a groin near a drainage area that is on this site. And it will be a continuous walkway, and it would go around Bahia, which is on the southern side of the project site. So the walkway is actually going to be on the coastal side of that also. So expect great things. Oh, and this is just on the other end to show how it would terminate. And our last western project site is the Mullins project site. So this starts at St. Peter's Bay and finishes by Mullins Beach. I would have heard persons, not experienced it for myself, but persons would have discussed about being able to walk all the way from Mullins Beach to Spikestown. That is not a possibility right now at all. They have severe coastal erosion, and we are looking at creating a holistic solution in this area. There are some larger properties more to the north of this project site, which is 800 meters in length, and smaller properties on the southern side. A lot of persons that have the financial well-being and could do some work would have done some work, but we realize that for coastal engineering, sometimes you might look in front of your property and do work, but it requires a holistic solution. And that is what we are aiming to do here, to make sure that this entire coastal stretch is shored up for everybody along this stretch. So this will see the modification or construction of 6 groins with 5 submerged breakwaters. And the important bit here of this project site, you might not be able to see it clearly in this side, but this is on the southern side with the smaller properties, but there's going to be a walkway in front of these project sites. So it's not like Richard Haynes Boardwalk, get that out of your mind right now. It will be a concrete buried walkway. So when the beach is healthy, no one will see it. But when it is that there is a time when there is some erosion, then it will become exposed, but it will still allow for lateral access in this area. And I guess one thing that I've not been saying, but all of our walkways are protected by armor stone, because yes, persons, like even for Richard Haynes Boardwalk, sometimes you just see the walkway on the surface, but know that there is the armoring of that walkway, which provides additional protection to the properties. And then here is expected 5 to 10 meters of beach to be implemented, and the beach itself is also coastal protection, and then similarly the submerged breakwater, which you could kind of see there on the southern side in the water also. All of those work together to provide coastal protection to the properties. This is our Richard Haynes extension to St. Lawrence Gap. This is our longest project site. It is 1.9 kilometers in length. The picture, I love to point it out, she's in the room right now, but the picture top left-hand side, Shawnee, y'all can find Shawnee afterwards, in the blue, you can see that it was post-Beryl. The level of erosion that occurred was as tall as Shawnee. The beach has recovered now since then, but you can see that there are vulnerable stretches along this 1.9 kilometers of shoreline. All of them aren't to the same level of vulnerability, so therefore the solution in the various segments do vary depending on what is required. We have it divided into 5 different segments, and it will see a walkway being created, which will extend the current Richard Haynes Boardwalk all the way to St. Lawrence Gap. There will be some areas where it is discontinuous, and also, so therefore improving lateral access at these points. And there will be some groins obviously placed to help shore up some bits of the coastline. And yeah, so this is just an example of the length of the St. Lawrence Gap project site. And the final one that we have on the south coast is the Oystens project site. Privately, this is one of my favorite ones because it is a complex amount of stakeholders. It is a very interesting project site. So you would all know the Bay Gardens, which we love, all the fisheries stakeholders in the area. Everybody needs to be kept into the loop and considered and would have been part of the discussions when we would have been doing these designs. It has a rich cultural and historic background, which we are going to try to capture through the landscaping that we are going to be provided at this project site. So it has two components. The drainage component, which is about 800 meters in length, which will look at reducing flooding risk to the Oystens area by diverting, channelizing water from high up by, say, Foundation School before it gets into the Oystens area. And the second component will be, and I guess the more exciting component, which you would see a lot more, would be the actual coastal engineering works. So this is just the render of that. So number one shows where we will be creating a headland feature next to the jetty. It will not be connected to it. It will be a standalone. And from that headland all the way to Miami Beach will be a walkway which is being implemented. The walkway will no way impede the current beach space that you have. It will be concrete, allowing and have ramps, allowing boats to pass along the walkway itself. Number two is another very interesting feature of this project site. It is a very long groin headland look. That is where the drainage works that will be coming from higher up inland will actually go through this groin and turn and go. Yeah, it will go through this groin, but then this groin also will be providing additional beach space. So it will trap the sands and provide protection to a cliff that is there, but then be additional recreational space for users of the area. And all along the walkway, we're hoping to do some like featured areas, so like interactive museum or even like play park and stuff like that. So that is the way that through the landscaping of this project site, we're looking at providing or tying in the cultural and historic, the background of the project site. So what I would say is you just got a glimpse of what is being built. And as we know, sometimes that is important, but it is about how we are going to be building it that is just as important. So you would have heard about all the inputs to it, but during construction, we would also be having like very strong environmental and social oversight of the project sites. So we have an environmental and social management system. This will be obviously to the standards of our national standards and also to IDB, our funding agency. This environmental and social management system have a series of plans which are accessible on our website if anybody wants to see them. And the plans look at things such as traffic, waste management, health and safety, and biodiversity for sure, because maintaining our coral reefs and sea turtle nesting habitats is obviously of great importance to us. And as Fabian would have highlighted, management requires multiple layers and multiple stakeholders. So it isn't just that the contractor or the engineer or just CZMU's project team. It is also, we have CZMU as a regulatory arm, other government agencies as the regulatory arms, IDB all working together to make sure that this environmental and social oversight and management happens. And our monitoring starts before construction, during construction, and after construction. So just in conclusion about the Climate Resilient and Sustainable Integrated Coastal Zone Management Program, We are looking at enhancing coastal protection, improving beach amenities, improving lateral access, enhancing our habitat, and improving the drainage capacity of certain areas within Barbados. So in a hope that we could safeguard our livelihoods, our infrastructure, our biodiversity, so that we have a more resilient Barbados. So thank you.
Okay, so let me just call back the members of the CZMU team to the stage at this time so that we can have a 10-minute Q&A with them. Thank you so much. Once again, we will have the wireless microphone, so any questions from the audience for the CZMU team?
Thank you. Hi, my name is Nia Brown. I have a question regarding to the last presentation that was done. So I saw a lot of kind of hard engineering as was talked about before, and I like what it's doing in terms of access and stuff like that. But what is the plan for any of those gray-green solutions? So thinking about the corals that are there and kind of rehabilitating those, even things like mangroves that would have historically been at like Sand Street Bistro across the road, stuff like that. Are there any plans for that, and is there the budget for that within this project?
So currently, we would have done our environmental and social assessments. The strategy of it is that we would, as low impact as possible in terms of where we place structures. So right now, in terms of the environmental consideration, like where we place our structures, like when we would have done our coral reef assessment, we would have surveyed the area. If there was like necessarily a place that said had coral, we would have shifted our structures. Sand Street, Clinkets, Mullins, a lot of it is more beach sand, beach rock kind of situation. So right now, it is mainly hard engineering. Coastal, under the Coastal Risk Assessment and Management Program, would have done our EBA coral reef, our coral reef pilot project. The outputs of that are going to be looked at, I guess, in another stream, but haven't necessarily been integrated within this project, but there is still scope for it. There's still consideration of how that could be done, but we're going to be doing the hard infrastructure, yes, as you say, right now, and then there's the potential for adaptation in the future. We do have like our environmental specialists on board with us, but right now we are not impacting, we're not impacting the habitat, I would say, negatively in terms of, negatively maybe in the short term because there will be some destruction, but long term it is looking like you will still be creating additional habitat, but it is more so, as you will put it, the gray infrastructure. And the property that you mentioned in terms of the Sand Street area, yes, it is a mangrove, but that's outside of our project scope. So we are along the coastline, the coastal road going coastal. We are not impacting, so right now it's just the drain, and the drainage system is going to maintain, but we're not actually going to develop the wetland in the background because that's private property. There were considerations. It would have been great when we were looking at design for incorporating that, but it is not part of the project scope just because of it is a private situation. So the things have been considered, but right now, the solutions didn't see how it can be incorporated right now, but if there is potential, there is. But I guess currently breakwaters do recruit coral as time goes along, so that's another consideration.
1 second. You want to come?
Has like any research or consideration been done into the actual selection of material that will be used? Like if any research has been done into like, so say the type of rock you're using for the breakwaters, if it has higher levels of recruitment, has anything like that been done? I can understand if not, because I know we are very limited in our small island scope, but if any studies like that have been looked into to kind of, again, enhance the recruitment, so even if it's not being done actively, it could be being done passively.
Yeah, so I guess I can just speak in terms of the stone that we will be utilizing for the project, and then I will pass on to Fabian in terms of wider research. But we will be importing granite stone, and it was chosen mainly more so from a coastal perspective in terms of erosion. So like our natural limestone here, you could have utilized it, and it is going to be utilized at places that aren't as exposed, but like the density of the rock is what we're looking at to make sure that it has the longevity that we require for 50-year lifespan, design lifespan. So our material was chosen with that in mind. So we will be utilizing areas that are a lot more exposed, more granite stone. And I will pass over to, just because of density purposes, and pass over to Fabian in terms of research in general.
Yes, thank you for your question. The answer is yes, but yes in an unconventional way. The Coastal Zone Management Unit would have had some discussions with one of our agents who would have been part and parcel of the Richard Haynes Board, Beard and Associates to be specific, and they have had those very same discussions. And what was done as part and parcel of some of the larger private sector coastal engineering works in the planning process, a kind of pilot studies were done in terms of the same, say, green-gray engineering. They were looking at, in terms of the design profile of some of the same, say, breakwater submerged, because you know you have the lee side and the windward side, the exposed side, and you can have differential recruitment of corals on it. We realized that granite has been recruited on with some coral species, and some so that I was wondering if by nature of limestone being that natural filter where our groundwater would normally percolate through, and you know you mine it from the quarries here, if it would have had some nutrient retention properties, hence it tends to provide a nice growth medium for algae. Maybe something for some master's student or PhD student to take a close look at, but certainly not to the depth of a master's degree or PhD, but certainly that was done. And as part and parcel of our more recent meetings, Bear would have showed us the pictures a year after, 2 years after, of the level of recruitment, diversity of the coral species, particularly on the same side structures. So but not any conventional way that you may expect, but through private sector investment. I think it was like 4 different project sites on the West Coast. Right?
Good afternoon again. Ingrid Cumberbatch from Ministry of Health and Wellness. I'm a layperson to this topic, but I'm interested in your NCRIP program, and I'm interested in 2 ways. One is to find out if it is being used or if it could be used to advise in terms of what happened in terms of the fisheries and the, I would call it Build Back Better process that we're looking to go about right now, if that program is able to give any advice as to what we should do in terms of building back better in terms of the fisheries. And the other question I have is in terms of the South Coast, and particularly the Randall Phillips Polyclinic. The clinic that's there in Oistins. And you know, when we had we've always thought that in terms of storm surge, that polyclinic would have been very vulnerable in terms of storm surge. But when Beryl passed, and I went and took a look, everywhere else around the coast was under some level of devastation. And in the Randall Phillips area where the polyclinic is, didn't even have any sand up there. So I'm just wondering if in your encrypt program, if you're able to do any analysis to say what is best in terms of that facility as Randall Phillips where it's located, as opposed to the surroundings and the outcome that would have happened with that barrel. And also, if you can give me, if it's able to, tell me about what is happening with the fisheries and what encrypt can do in advising what is best in terms of building back for the fisheries. Thank you.
All right, I would start, thank you for your question. I would start, Angelica probably plug in if we forget anything, but starting with the Randall Phillips first. In the Oisins area, you may notice if you go by the beach side, there's a difference in elevation. So the lands on which the polyclinic sits on is at some elevation above beach level or even sea level. And then you have to look at the distance from the sea as well. So elevation plus setback, and is in excess of 30 meters, addresses the vulnerability bit. The National Coastal Risk Information Planning Platform, the NCRIP, is a GIS-based risk program, and it can provide risk information. So the illustration I have, based on the digital elevation model, meaning the topography of the land, the lower lying areas close to the sea, and the distance from the sea, it would show you the inundation zones. So the further inland you are, you're less likely to be inundated by storm surge, but based on elevation, if you're in a bit, you may be inundated by storm water flows coming from England, all right? So there's inundation from the sea and there's inundation from the rain. So the encrypt can provide information in terms of inundation at varying return intensities of events, okay? Regarding the question as it can advise, you mentioned the fisheries. The building back better issue is a function of improved engineering design. So the dollar structures, those twisted eye-shaped structures that form the breakwater arm down at the fisheries, those were like 5-ton structures, 5-ton. But in the building back, you now have 15-ton or something boulders, granite boulders now. Not concrete, but granite. So the durability of the material, the tonnage of the material, so technically where you would have built a structure designed to withstand a 1 in 25-year event, you now have a structure being built to withstand a 1 in 50-year event. That massive thing that will come and decimate your shores once every 50 years, a large storm, category 4 or something like that. So the engineers, the coastal engineers, were designed for the structure to withstand more powerful events. Hence, the tonnage and these will go into the design matrix, okay?
So basically, my query was to if the encrypt can inform or assist in the information of the decisions that are taken, for example, from the engineering perspective. Because what I would be interested in, particularly from the Ministry of Health and Wellness perspective, would be engagement to say, okay, if I'm looking to rebuild or relocate, say Randall Phillips, I am moving inland. But when I move inland, say across the road, I realized that the inland was more inundated than where it was. So I'm just wondering if the encrypt can provide any analysis that would advise better where is the best place to locate. And that same thing goes for, well, the same query goes for the fisheries, because I'm asking if in the encrypt analysis, I know you said you put additional engineering things because the engineers, but was the encrypt used in any way to help inform what the engineers finally decided to do? Or is it that after the engineers do what they do and you do analysis now with encrypt, it would say, what is your risk based on that analysis?
The encrypt is populated by data. And ideally, when we had the stakeholder consultations with our strategic partners, we asked each agency to provide the data that they may have as it relates to risk, etc., to inject into the encrypt. Because it's only as good as the quality of the data, one, that you put in, and how recent the data is, because things change, so you have to keep updating it, how updated it is, right? So unfortunately, I'm not the coastal risk information specialist, so I'm limited in terms of how much detail I can give you, but based on my knowledge of encrypt, it should be able to give you some information, many of which, though, some of the information that would have gone into the design criteria would probably be injected already in the encrypt. So all I'm saying is that after how many years now of coastal engineering intervention and improvements, and is not only dependent on the encrypt, because we now have what some may consider stringent but very necessary planning and engineering protocols. I mentioned in the presentation numerical modeling, which is that computer-based desktop exercise where you can predict and see, but then there's physical modeling, where the actual coastline was rebuilt in a big lab and the waves were run under different scenarios, and you see how your coastline and your stuff respond. You even build back reefs at a miniature level. So the planning process, if you want to relocate your clinic, just like how the geriatric hospital was relocated and soon finished, that hospital underwent an environmental impact assessment. And that assessment, aside from the encrypt, looks at the drainage issues, noise, air quality, so on and so forth, right? So the various agencies involved will play their role, and there is, in fact, an EIA committee which brings to a focal point all the issues as it relates to those type of developments, including the clinic that you're talking about.
I also want to add to the point. So I can look at it, you can see that I have a very niche area, but I'll look at it in relation to the same coastal infrastructure projects that we have proposed. So the encrypt can give a risk profile for the properties that are there currently. And when the projects were being developed, the engineer would have assessed multiple designs, and based on the designs, the level of risk reduction that the designs would have provided to those properties was one of the multi-criteria analysis that we would have put in. So as Fabian would have said, there would be an engineering, when you would do engineering or building your work, the engineer would tell you, okay, well, I expect that this design will provide a risk protection of this amount, right? Because the encrypt would have already given you what is the current risk, profile for the property right now. Yes, that some of that information will be updated under the next program. You can just do like a subtraction and then know what is the residual risk of a particular property location or that property after a design is implemented or suggested for a particular location. So you can have your baseline risk profile right now, was the design considerations, and then afterwards you could then see was the residual risk, because the encrypt would have taken into account multiple different hazards in its calculation and property value. So there's a dollar value kind of thing that you could put towards what your risk profile is for a particular property.
One last question for Ms. Turton.
Good afternoon, Carrie Ann O'Brien here. My question is for the three panelists. I heard it was said that the for the marshlands when the lady asked about it and they think it's private property. But when the marshlands are destroyed, are we not destroying the natural habitats of some of the fish that usually go there to have their babies and stuff? Why was it not made endangered, that you have endangered species? Why was it not put under the protection of the coastal zone? And you guys, when the people were looking to build there, when we know that that marshland usually hosts a lot of babies and a lot of fish come there to have their babies, why didn't you all take it upon yourself to make it an endangered part of the country so that we would have, because there are a lot of species that usually come that are extinct now, I understand, and I'm wondering why y'all didn't protect the marshlands? Why didn't y'all protect it? As you say, y'all are for resilience and y'all are helping to improve the environment and make it better. Why weren't the marshlands protected?
Still in Spikestone that we're speaking of? Yeah?
The marshlands there.
Yes, please.
Like the one there in Brandon's. There's one in Brandon's, you know, where they used to be, where the water used to come up, where the fish used to breed, the habitat. There's the one in Spikestone. So I'm wondering why weren't they protected? Why were they allowed to be destroyed by people coming and building and all that kind of stuff?
Okay, I could only speak to this in terms of response, in terms of timelines. The CZMU came into being in '83. So because of the early erosion issues that was affecting the fledgling tourism sector at the time in the 70s. And then in the 80s, you had the Coastal Conservation Project Unit, which really sought to diagnose the problem and made recommendations in terms of treatment with some pilot exercises to see how we could address coastal erosion. Following that came the Coastal Zone Management Unit. And during that time period, those same said areas had already been developed or impacted. So therefore, it is impossible to retroactively go back and change anything. And if you observe, even the Graham Hall Swamp has been officially segregated from the marine environment via a road and then a beach that followed after. So the only connection is via saline intrusion coming from underground and that 3-4 foot wide canal that is blocked up by beach sand. So we now have a situation where we now have post-impact a Coastal Zone Management Act, which is, and a management plan and some physical development plans, and train individuals in natural resource management and stuff that are now trying to deal with what remains. And now we're faced with the issue that if you have an approved lot, meaning once a lot is approved as subdivision and you own it, you have an inherent right, legal right to develop it. So, you see what I'm saying? So, how do you manage it? So, the same Brighton area by Wisers that you mentioned, the water table is extremely high because it was historically a swamp. You still have a few mangrove vegetation there that is kept. Hoatown Lagoon by Discovery Bay and Manga Bay between there, the policies of government has been long-standing to protect those. Believe you me, several efforts were made to not only cut them down, but to burn them too. But they're still there because of the effort. So while it may seem as if nothing has been done to protect, they're only there because we try to protect what is left. All right? Yeah. So we're trying our best with what is left. And the same is true for the coral reefs, which are also being impacted by transboundary issues, elevated sea surface temperatures. All right? Pollution isn't only land-based, but it's coming up with the water from the freshwater lanes from the Orinoco, the Amazon River, etc. And comes up in North Brazil current and wash our Caribbean island chain. So we have a multiplicity of local and international issues that affect us as small island large ocean states that we're trying to grapple with. There's no magic pill you could swallow, no magic management strategy. This is why we have individuals from EPD going to various meetings dealing with land-based sources of marine pollution and oil spill this and nuclear energy this and coastal going climate change this and that, because we're all trying to reach out to our international partners to find not only solutions but assistance. How many times have we heard our Prime Minister say on the international and local stage, in order for us to adapt to the damage that the large developed nations are inflicted upon us through the climate change and the greenhouse gas emissions, we can't adapt unless we have money to adapt. And we would like to wean ourselves off the major loans from the development banks. And if the polluter pays principle applies, it means we should be getting grants, right? But that ain't always the case. The grant's too small. They only do their pilot project. But nothing substantial to really shore up our coastlines, do the ecosystem-based approaches that would take a bit longer to achieve the shoreline stabilization and habitat restoration. But it all needs money. But fortunately, we have a few private sector players that are trying the best with the coral reef restoration efforts that's out there on Instagram and stuff for the world to see. Partnerships with PADI and other entities. We have research groups coming down from McGill University, etc. We now just opened yesterday Oceana Hub, which is expected to rope in this nation's youth and to get them more involved with the efforts. We have Corral doing their thing. We have representatives sitting down there in the back row. So we have people here trying, but everybody could stand testimony and say, but it ain't an easy road. There's always a stumbling block, right?
Thank you so very much to the team from CZMU. We will now have our colleagues from the Environmental Protection Department making their presentations, and the first presentation is going to be by Mr. Carlin Worrell, and his presentation is entitled Nitrogen in Our Near Shore, Developing While Defending Our Coastline. Mr. Watson.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying. Today, I'm going to present on nitrogen in our near shore. It is not a topic that it is quite often dealt with. We more tend to focus on what's happening with our drinking water and things that are more along the line of health-based standards. Today, I'm going to focus more on the environment and ecosystems and what that means for us. Okay. This is just an overview of what I plan to present to you today. The who, the what, the where, the when, the why, and our defense. The who is the Environmental Protection Department and our valued partners, which include the Gas Laboratory, the Government Analytical Services Laboratory, and the Besto Santos Public Health Laboratory. We want to talk about nitrogen, or as I will deal with specifically, total nitrogen, which is a parameter that includes organic and inorganic nitrogen. I'll talk about the trends on the west and south coasts, and these coasts were selected because of the popular bathing beaches that exist there. Temporal trends in terms of time, we have about 16 years of data that we have collated and gone through in terms of this presentation. And we will also want to discuss why we're saying what we are seeing. And then the last thing is our defense. What can we do as an agency, as a government, and hopefully as a society at large? Okay, so The Environmental Protection Department has had this nearshore monitoring program since 1971. It's been quite a while. However, in its current format, which started in 2001, we have sampled West and South Coast beaches. We sample the West Coast beaches on Mondays. We start from Brandon's and go north to Haywards. And on Wednesdays, we do the South Coast. We start on Browns Beach, which is quite nearby, and go up to Silver Sands. We do assess quite a few parameters as part of our program. We do focus on bacteriological parameters, and this is, of course, for public health reasons. And then there are the physical-chemical parameters which we look at. Of those physical-chemical parameters, I'm going to focus on total nitrogen, as I said before. These standards are compared to our proposed standards, which form part of the regulations that are planned for the Marine Pollution Control Act. This is an interesting situation. The Act exists, the regulations are close behind. So this is just a visual of the sampling sites that we deal with. I mentioned a lot of sampling sites before, quite a few beaches from Haywards all the way down to Silver Sands. However, for today's presentation, I wanted to focus on the really popular beaches on the West and South Coast. So these are Haywards, Whole Town, and Brandon's on the West Coast. And then we have Pebbles, nearby again, Worthing, which is of special interest, and Miami Beach. So these beaches are quite well known and quite heavily subscribed when it comes to people going to recreate in the near shore. Just to confirm and explain, when I speak of the near shore, I'm referring to where most Bajans go to bathe. Bayside, not much further out. Coastal zone, they have a mandate to deal with what I call offshore, which is further out. Okay? So we're dealing with where Bajans go to recreate, they're playing in the water, you know, they may ingest water, you know, they have the jet skis coming in, all that kind of stuff. So nitrogen. Nitrogen is a nutrient. It is called a nutrient because it is nutritious to certain things. That's my explanation. These things include algae, especially, and other organisms. We want to talk about where it comes from. There are about 3 or 4 main sources of nitrogen in the environment. We classify these generally as point sources and non-point sources. The point sources are normally the focus because they include things like direct discharge, like discharges like from a pipe, from a septic system, that kind of stuff. We have the indirect discharges, or non-point sources, which could be from an agricultural area. We have the rain falling, it entrains the sediment and organic matter and inorganic matter from the farm, and it washes into the ocean, into the roadways, and that kind of stuff. Air is also a source of nitrogen, although not as critical as the other two. When we talk about the nearshore, we think of drains when it comes to environmental protection, at least most of us at first, because we can see that. We see a drain, there's rainfall, and that water washes into the nearshore and affects the nearshore environment. However, as this diagram shows, there is a significant and critical impact from groundwater flow. And as Fabian and the others would have mentioned, we have a limestone base, right? And underneath that, we have the oceanics. This limestone base is quite porous. It may have fractures in it that act as conduits for water, so the water that is on the surface can find its way through the limestone and into the nearshore environment. And this is really important because this water, more often than not, can be contaminated. Just want to make a few things very clear. As it stands, when we speak of nitrogen, there is no impact on human health when you are in the nearshore environment. The negative impacts are mainly about the environment. And backtracking a bit, nutrients are normal in the environment. It is when you have levels that are too high that you have some negative impacts. And some of these impacts include the proliferation of algae, and when these decay, you have reduced oxygen levels. We also have heard, and this doesn't really happen in Barbados that I know of, harmful algal blooms, which can be supported by high nitrogen or nitrogen content in the nearshore. Some of these harmful algal blooms are associated with the formation of toxins, but thankfully that is not a situation we have to face at this point. We also have the impact on coral generally. When you have high nitrogen in the nearshore, it could cause the level of algae to be so high that it then affects the corals themselves. They can't function as they normally would. And then we have the impact on marine and coastal ecosystems. Believe it or not, when we impact the coral, we can impact our natural defense systems. And that is a linkage that we don't often make. It is really important. So something as simple as a bit of extra nitrogen could impact our natural defense systems. And these natural defense systems, again, go on to speak of coral reefs and even some of these same mangroves and other ecosystems that were mentioned earlier. And then we have our tourism product. Nobody wants to go to a beach that's filled with algae. It's that simple. Nobody. Nobody wants to pay to go to a beach that is heavily impacted by algae. Nitrogen in the environment, especially the Caribbean area, is a regional problem. We have the State of the Convention Area Report, which was done under the LBS protocol, which is a UNEP-spearheaded program. And they basically reported that there are literally thousands of tons of nitrogen being discharged into the wider Caribbean region, into the seas of the wider Caribbean region. These are mostly from point and non-point sources, which include, again, waste, domestic waste, toilets, and then we have runoff from agricultural areas. So this is just an overview of nitrogen itself and some of the impacts we have seen. Let's get into some of the data. As I said, we have about 15 or 16 years of data that we looked at. And this graph here shows that from 2009 to 2024, at both West and South Coast beaches, and this is an average for each year, these are the total nitrogen trends. You see the standard there, 0.1 milligrams per liter. And unfortunately, we are exceeding that standard. Also, this graph does start to point out and show to us that we have two peaks. The first peak happening just after 2009, and the second just after 2019, 2020. And it goes up, and then you have a next peak. And I'm going to try to delve a bit deeper into why we are seeing these peaks and possibly what they mean for us. So this really colorful graph here has a lot of information in it. The key thing here is to see the monthly variation in the total nitrogen concentration at the beaches on the West Coast. Again, they're above the standards that we would like to see. Additionally, if you look at the green and some of the blue and brown, June, July, August, September, October, you see that there's a bit of a lean towards higher concentrations during the wet seasons. See this here again from the South Coast. You see this here again for the South Coast. And this is something related to what we have called, in addition to other factors, first flush events, where when you have a dry season, not much rain falling, then the wet season comes along, it's basically flushing out what's in the gullies, in the drains, and the water courses into the sea. So this is a trend we have also observed. Okay, so I said we had selected 3 beaches on each coast because of their popularity, and this is Haywards Beach. Again, we see those peaks and the general trend, which is that those higher values, 2009, and then again coming on to the end of the sampling period. In between, it's pretty level and a bit lower. This is just a box plot that kind of summarizes that data for Haywards. You can see here that the median the middle of that box plot, we see the median values for the total nitrogen content at Haywoods, and it is above 0.1. In fact, most of the values are above 0.1. I want to reiterate again, this is not a major factor for human health, but it is a factor for consideration from an environmental perspective. Whole town, quite similar. Brandon's, same thing again. Just want to show you this graph, this map again, so you can orient yourself with respect to the sites. So we just dealt with the first three from the north: Haywoods, Whole Town, and Brandon's. Going on to the south coast now, Pebbles, quite a popular beach. The first peak is not as evident as the other graphs, but the second peak is there. Worthing, same thing again. And this is really interesting from an environmental perspective, where you see similar trends over such a wide area and two completely different coasts. One which is generally calm, and the other which is usually a bit more rough. Miami Beach, same thing again. So just quickly, I want to present my view on why these things are happening, and of course, you're welcome to discuss this a bit after. 2009-2010, does anybody know what happened during that time in Barbados? Meaning, a really severe and deep drought. Yeah. So if you think about the graphic I had where you had the limestone on top and the oceanics at the bottom, normally you have that water flowing down into the coast. With a drought, that doesn't happen as much. But we as humans are still producing waste. We're still farming. We're still doing all those things. We're still adding that waste into the environment. But the dilution impact from the rain and runoff is not happening. Just a quick thing, dilution is not the solution to pollution. So I'm not saying that, I am saying this is what we've observed, right? 2020 to 2022, this is more recent. Does anybody remember what happened then? No, nothing? COVID, yeah. Ash. Do you remember not being able to wash your cars? Yeah. Again, we had a bit of a drought. Not as deep as the 2009 one, but it was there nonetheless. So we have a similar impact. But yes, COVID. Let's talk about COVID. Lockdown started in 2020, I think, or 2021. I can't remember. Which one? Oh, we're not sure. 2020. Okay, good. Lockdown started in 2020. So most of us were not spending as much time at work in the urban corridors. We weren't in Bridgetown much. We weren't on the South Coast much. We were at home. So if you think about Bridgetown and the South Coast, both of those areas are somewhat sewered, right? So that waste would have been going to the treatment plants, being treated and sent offshore. So we're at home now, so instead of that waste being treated, it is quite likely that it went into the groundwater and made its way down to the coast, right? If you look back at, probably should do this, but I want to show you. The West Coast and the South Coast, there's a bit of difference between those two. When I look back here, I am seeing that the impacts were different. The West Coast isn't sewered, so you should expect it to be higher, right? Just want to bear that in mind. I'm going to talk about that later. However, the deep drought, we had the West Coast being higher. And this is important because on the West Coast, we have a few, I think, I'm not sure if the term is upwelling, but underground springs that come up in the near shore. So if you have a drought, there's less impact from those springs. So again, we have a magnification impact from those droughts, periods. Okay. Right, so just moving on to 2023, you would have seen it went up and it came back down a little bit and then it started to rise again. 2023 is where we had a bit of normalcy in terms of rainfall levels and also in terms of us moving about normally. So I think, in my opinion, that's the explanation for why you saw it come down a bit more. In 2024, it's going down here, but for most of the others, it's going up. And this is where we really returned to normalcy and construction began in earnest in a lot of areas. Okay, so full activity, an increase in the nutrient levels in the coastline, but also lots of rainfall. So that part is a bit harder to explain, but we must recognize this difference. So far I've focused on rainfall, but I also mentioned us being away from the urban corridors. So this basically tells us that we do have an impact on what happens in the near shore. Again, we are on land. What we do affects the groundwater, which then affects the near shore. So we want to remember that. We have an impact. We cannot control the rain. I don't think we have any rain seeding programs in Barbados as yet. We're not that rich, right? So we cannot control the rain. So we have to focus on what we can control, which is our actions in terms of mitigating and addressing the challenge which faces us, which is elevated total nitrogen levels in the near shore. I also want to point out that phosphorus, which is the other major nutrient, followed the nitrogen trend. Same peaks. So it was not a limiting factor. We had both the nitrogen and the phosphorus in the near shore. I did not, however, receive any reports that we had elevated algal levels in the near shore, but of course the folks at Coastal could also tell us if they saw anything happening. Okay. Conversely, turbidity went down during the period of COVID and that second drought period. Again, this could have been less people in the water, so it's not less stirring up happening. It could have been less road runoff. It could have been less construction. All those factors could have impacted the level of turbidity in the near shore. Turbidity is also quite important because, again, it could smother the coral, reduce the sunlight penetration, and this, again, is not good for our coastal defenses. So what do we have to do? We have to reduce the point and non-point sources, some of which I described before. We have to manage our wastewater disposal, which is in a lot of cases easier said than done. And we have to think about our treatment systems, those that are existing and those that are planned. How are we going to maintain them to make sure that the quality of effluent produced does not negatively impact the total nitrogen levels in our near shore? We want to think of the resources we have at hand and what we can do to use them. And just to mention a few here, you have the water protection policy, which tells you basically you can't do this or do this here because it affects your drinking water. But in addition to that, it argues well for our nearshore water. Again, the flow through. We talk about the Marine Pollution Control Act, which I spoke about earlier, which has a main intent to deal with pollution from whatever source, whatever land-based source that affects the marine environment. You have the Coastal Zone Management Act, you have the Fisheries Act, which even speaks to what you can do and what you can use as a fisherman when you're out there fishing. Again, are these chemicals or anything, are the activities that could negatively impact the nearshore environment? And then there's nutrient use efficiency in agriculture. This is not something we think about a lot. We may say, okay, farmers shouldn't use too much manure or fertilizer, or they should try to not use them at all, go organic. But sometimes it is simply a question of knowing when and how much, having that knowledge. So that is a really important area that needs to be dealt with. And at the Environmental Protection Department, we have had some assistance from the UNEP, United Nations Environment Programme, to conduct a nutrient use efficiency study so we can start to work with the agricultural sector to address this source of nutrients and total nitrogen. And then there's also continuous monitoring systems. Right now, we sample 2 days a week, but there may be data gaps. It may be a case where you have other fluctuations which we can't capture because of our sampling program. So really investing in continuous monitoring is another thing we can do to help deal with this, this challenge. And we want to, again, focus on reducing the quantity of wastewater, and this may speak to water reuse, it may just speak to conservation, and we want to improve the quality of that wastewater. And that, I think, is where the buck stops for most of this. Improving the quality of the wastewater we have, making sure that those systems we have are working properly. If you have a septic tank that's 20 years old and you've never checked it, it may just be leaking straight into the ground, that kind of stuff. And this all goes back to diminishing the magnification impacts which we observed earlier as a result of drought. So we can't control the rainfall, but we can control the quantity and quality and other factors around total nitrogen influencing our nearshore environment. So this is just our conclusion. And the last point is really important. We have to deal with these things at the planning stage. I think Fabian mentioned a social and environmental impact assessment, that kind of stuff. If you're building a large development, what do you need in terms of water treatment? I think the director can help me here. If you have a development over 10,000 gallons, I think it is. I can't remember. You may need to consider using a treatment system, that kind of stuff. So really using those kind of knowledge and rules to help not negatively impact the environment. And again, maintenance. You want to maintain from the septic tank up to the tertiary treatment plant. So that's really, really important. So just a quick overview. We have elevated levels of total nitrogen in the marine environment. It is not a consideration for human health, but it is a major consideration for our environmental health. And it is up to us to really address and try to solve this problem with the resources we have. Thank you.
Two considerations that I would say would be last year was record breaking for high temperatures and warmer water nitrification, as well as the sargassum. That wasn't factored in up there, but I'd say those two things as well. Moving on to the second presentation in this session, entitled Environmental Protection Department Ambient Air and Noise Monitoring Programs. This is going to be done by Leanda Chapman.
Hi, good afternoon. As she said, I'm happy that many of you are still here. And I'm going to just present quickly on the ambient air and noise monitoring programs being conducted by the Environmental Protection Department. So the objectives of the presentation: first, I will identify some key issues impacting Barbados's air and noise levels, state some typical health and environmental impacts of poor air quality and high noise levels, provide an overview of our noise and air monitoring programs, provide some of the monitoring data and some insights thus far, outline the desired next steps and areas for improvement, and finally, quickly highlight a recently launched public awareness initiative. It's called an Air QI, which informs the public of the status of the air quality. So some key issues affecting us. Barbados has developed. We have benefited from a number of social and economic advancements, but with this, we have had added sources, and these sources have an impact on our environment and us too. So like for air quality, you might have traffic, manufacturing, power plants, noise, entertainment, events, some of the same traffic, construction, industry. So we've had a variety of sources added which have an impact on air and noise. Also, in addition to the anthropogenic effects, the human effects, we also have natural sources. This would be Saharan dust and also infrequent volcanic eruptions from neighboring islands. The most recent one that was notable was the eruption of the La Soufrière volcano in 2021 from St. Vincent, which sent large amounts of dust to Barbados. We also have varying incompatible land uses occurring close to each other, and our small size, high population density, and dense road network only complicates the issue. Customs and practices. It's an established norm, or not established, an accepted norm that persons have become accustomed to carrying out activities, for example, at residences, that are really entertainment events like karaoke sessions and light industrial activity where somebody may turn a garage into a workshop, and typically they don't have the correct planning approvals or adequate pollution controls. And lastly, well, not lastly, but one of the last key issues I'm going to discuss, we don't have any air and noise regulations that specify limits, required actions, or penalties. Okay. So some health impacts: aggravation of the respiratory system, asthma attacks, sinuses, or throat being impacted. WHO made this statement, which was alarming to me and to some. Ambient air pollution is estimated to have caused 4.2 million premature deaths worldwide in 2019. This mortality is due to exposure to fine particulate matter, which causes cardiovascular and respiratory disease and cancers. We also have things like reduced visibility during dust events, and as within the region, even when you're driving around or even walking around, you have reduced visibility. And many people in Barbados and in the region, because we're tropical, hang out their clothes. So it can even interrupt your daily functions when you decide to hang out your clothes. I mean, as simple as that. It can impact agriculture, reducing the space of the leaf available for photosynthesis because of the dust on the leaf. It can also have increased cleaning requirements or faster deterioration of some buildings, contribution to ozone or smog, and also contribution to acid rain, which can corrode steel structures and cause damage to some historical structures. Noise. The typical impacts of noise include headaches, hearing damage or loss. WHO indicated that one single exposure of 140 decibels, which is quite loud, to an adult, or 120 decibels to a child, can cause permanent hearing damage just from one exposure. Your blood pressure can rise whether or not you realize it. Excessive perspiration, sleep disturbance, this is quite common complaint, and disturbed concentration, that's also another quite common complaint. So, our monitoring programs. EPD has started an ambient air monitoring program. The two pictures are just two pictures of the equipment set up at two of the sites. We have 4 sites in general, and the development or design of this monitoring program was guided by previous monitoring studies. We had done some passive monitoring in all 4 towns: Whole Town, Oistins, Spikestown, Bridgetown, as well as Farley Hill and Gun Hill. And as we expected, Bridgetown in general exhibited the high levels, and hence that is why the highest levels, and that is why we focused our very scarce resources on the Bridgetown area. Right? The locations right now are Bridgetown, Husbands, Dalkeith, and Warrens. The equipment that we have right now provides estimates and trends on the following pollutants: particulate matter, that is dust, PM 2.5 and PM 10, nitrogen dioxide, ozone, carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, and periodically during the time that we've had the program established, we have monitored at some sites for volatile organic compounds, carbon dioxide, and hydrogen sulfide. And the program is ongoing. This is an ongoing program. The noise program, a brief outline. The two pictures there are of the equipment set up at two of the monitoring sites. We only have 2 monitoring sites for noise. Again, the design of this program was based on previous noise monitoring studies done in the same 4 towns. And as expected, Bridgetown was the highest at the time. And Oistins had an interesting noise characteristic. As many of you who are Bajans know, Oistins is a town during the day and an entertainment, open-air nightlife at night. So it was an interesting noise characteristic, and that's why we have the 2 monitoring sites there. Right. The methodologies and techniques used are based on ISO 1996, and the stations are equipped with accurate type 1 sound level meters. And this program, too, is ongoing. So the data and the insights. This is for the period 2020 to 2024. We look at dust together. PM 2.5 and PM 10. That's just different size dust. PM 2.5 is smaller dust. PM 10 is coarse dust or a little bit bigger. And basically, the red lines on both graphs show the WHO air quality guideline value for each of the pollutants, PM 2.5 and PM 10. And as you can see that very often the dust levels at the 3 sites that were recording dust levels, you can see that there are quite a few instances when the dust levels have gone above the WHO daily recommended level. A lot of this is due to Saharan dust and mostly Saharan dust. But anthropogenic effects, i.e. our impact on the environment, also has a part to play, because even when there aren't those events, there's still dust in the atmosphere. Nitrogen dioxide, at all 4 sites, there were times when the nitrogen dioxide levels went above the WHO air quality guideline value, the 24-hour value of 25. Some sites obviously would be higher than others. Ozone, majority of times it was below the WHO air quality guideline value, but there were instances, as you can see at 2 sites, where the levels went above the WHO guideline value. Sulfur dioxide, the majority were below, and those ones that were above happened in a particular period, a shorter period, like 2020, 2021, but it wasn't consistent in every year. And carbon monoxide, we have never found it to be a problem. It is nowhere near the air quality guideline value, very low, never has been a problem at any of the sites that we have measured. Now, these are the ones that WHO have guideline values for. There are some pollutants that we've started monitoring for that we don't have guideline values for because WHO doesn't have them on their list. But we still monitored for them, and I will still present 2 of them. One is carbon dioxide, and we compare that to the NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's global average, and they estimated the global average at 421.08 ppm, and we were at the one site that we monitor it for at the level or below. Hydrogen sulfide, we did have some instances where it exceeded the California Air Resource Board standard. We don't have a WHO level, so we just looked for another level within somewhere in the jurisdiction, and those are the 2 that we used. So, just a recap, based on the WHO guideline values, nitrogen dioxide and particulate matter, both 2.5 and 10, were identified as pollutants of concern. Pollutants of interest, ozone, as I said, there were times when at some of the sites they came close to the level or exceeded it. And with respect to the ones that weren't on the list, carbon dioxide doesn't really seem to be above the global average. It's not a limit, it's just saying what the global average is estimated by NOAA. And but hydrogen sulfide did exceed the California Air Resource Board air quality standard. Quickly looking at noise. We have 2 sites with noise, and they have 3 red lines. Now the first red line, that is for commercial. And so far, both towns are basically okay. 70 decibels, they pretty much, except for 1 or 2 times in Bridgetown, comply or align with the commercial. But when it comes to the residential activities now, as you can see, the 2 lines, there's a daytime value and a nighttime value. The values at both towns tend to exceed it. And this is interesting, or could be interesting, because we use mixed-use planning. So in towns, we do have people who live there. So the first 2 things I've already said. So basically, with the mixed-use planning, it can lead to some users, especially residences, being exposed to sound levels that are above the WHO guideline value. The desired next steps and areas for improvement. Comprehensive, effective, and enforceable legislation for both ambient air and noise. That would be great. More robust and accurate monitoring equipment, especially for air. Ideally, we would like 3 across the island, the accurate ones, and improved weather monitoring. Expansion of the air and noise networks to include different types of sites. As I said, we started in Bridgetown because that's what the historical data suggested, but we do recognize that there's a need to expand to different types of sites. For example, to look at what is coming onto Barbados or what's happening in rural sites. Expansion of the type of pollutants. We've already started with doing some of the pollutants that aren't on the WHO list, but there are many more pollutants that we can monitor for. Increase public awareness about air and noise issue. I have a laundry list of things that I want in the future. Adequate staffing and adequate training, especially in data analysis and modeling. Now, lastly, I'm going to introduce you to a recently launched public awareness initiative that will inform you and anyone else of what the air quality is at any point in time. All right? It's called an AQI. Some of you may be familiar with it, but we will see. So what is an AQI? Yes, on your left is the data that comes from an air quality piece of equipment. Rows and rows and rows of numbers, and that's very hard to interpret. On the other hand, the graphic on the right, even without explaining it, and I was to ask, what do you think the air quality was on May the 7th, 2024, 11:15, I think somebody could tell me in one word what it was. Thank you, that's it. Without any explanation of I would have to explain these rows and rows of data for days. But this one, you can simply see it is poor, as somebody said. Just an explanation of it. It's colorful. It uses the similar colors as a stoplight. So from green is good to more red colors are bad, and the yellowish color is moderate or in between. It's a tool that therefore the public can use, and it's almost real time. It updates every 1 to 5 minutes depending on the internet speeds. And basically, the speedometer is a speedometer looking graphic, and the dial in the middle will move to indicate what the status of the air quality is at that point in time. It will give a date and a time, and it will also at the bottom give an advisory. So on that day, and this was during a dust storm, May 7th last year, the air quality was poor, conditions, and the advisory would be consider reducing physical activities, particularly outdoors, especially if you experience symptoms. And similar AQIs such as this are used worldwide. Our AQI is based on some of the same pollutants that I just showed you: particulate matter, 2.5, and PM10, nitrogen dioxide, and ozone. It is based on the EU, the European Air Quality Index. So how it works, as I just mentioned, there are 4 pollutants that it is based on. So if 1 is poor and 3 are moderate, the air quality is poor. Whatever is the dominant pollutant determines the quality of the air. So it's not an average or anything like that. Whatever is the dominant pollutant determines the quality of the air. So if the place is full of dust, but nitrogen dioxide and ozone are good, it will say poor or very poor. Whatever is the worst pollutant or the dominant pollutant determines the air quality at that point in time. And as I said prior, the equipment gives estimates. So if you want to view our AQI at any point in time, you can go to epd.gov.bb/AQI 24/7 and you can see the index. epd.gov.bb/AQI and you would be able to see the index. It's only something recently launched. And you'll see something looking like this. At the top has some of the same information I gave you. In the middle is a map of the country showing the sites, and I chose this day because at every site the air quality was different. At the one higher up, it was yellow, moderate. The one a little lower down, that is in Bridgetown, red, and the one a little lower down, green, that was fair. So, and like right now, EPD is highlighted, the one in the center that is blue. But if you were to hit CIMH, the speedometer would change to tell you what the air quality is at CIMH. And if you hit Treasury Building, which is in Bridgetown, it would tell you what it is at that site. And all of the possible advisories are placed there. So you can see what the advisory would be if it was good, fair, moderate, poor. But the one below the graphic, which says fair, is for that particular day, at that particular time, at that particular station. Yes. So that's basically it. Thank you for listening. Once again, I am the Senior Environmental Technician at EPD.
Thank you so very much for that, Ms. Chapman. And, you know, a lot of people think about EIA, Environmental Impact Assessment, and a lot of people forget about that S. It seems silent, but when you look at ESIA, social impact as well is very, very important, as she would have spoken about. Thank you so very much. We'll now move on to the next panel discussion, which will be our last discussion for today's session. This session is going to be moderated by Mr. Kyle Foster. You can come to the stage. We're also going to have from Compete Caribbean, Dr. Sylvia Donnert. From the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office, we're going to have Mr. Alexander Gosney. And then in the online space, we're going to have Ms. Paula Vincent from the International Development Research Center. Hand it over to you, Mr. Foster.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our discussion panel on sustainable research financing. So I'll just hop right over to our guests on the panel and allow them to introduce themselves. We also have one person online, so I'll just start with Dr. Sylvia.
So hi, my name is Sylvia Donnert. I'm a private sector development specialist at the Inter-American Development Bank. And I also wear a hat of leading private sector development technical assistance program called Compete Caribbean, which is financed by the IDB, by the government of the United Kingdom, here to my left, by the government of Canada, who's represented on the call, and also by the Caribbean Development Bank. Although today I'll be speaking more with my IDB hat rather than the Compete Caribbean hat. But I'll tell you a little bit about Compete also.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for sticking around. I know it's probably been quite a long day of listening to voices. My name's Alex Gosney. I'm the UK's Climate and Environment Attaché for the Caribbean. So based here in Barbados, but I cover the whole region, 15 countries. And I lead on our sort of policy work on climate and environment, which is touched on the Caribbean, so that's in preparation for the international climate and environmental negotiations. But we also have a team here that focuses on programming in the Caribbean, mostly in the sort of overseas development assistance eligible Caribbean, but also sometimes in places like Barbados as well. And yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. I just do have to caveat, I'm not a specialist in finance, let alone research finance, but I give it my best shot. Very nice to be here.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Very, very glad to be here. I'm sorry I'm not there. I'm based in Montevideo, Uruguay. I am the regional advisor for the International Development Research Center from the Government of Canada. And I will share with you as much as I can of funding opportunities and the relevance of research for development in the climate research agenda. Thank you very much for the invitation, Shelley and the team.
All right, and thank you for joining us online, Paula. So I think a lot of what we've heard during discussions today was the need for financing for research. So I'm very excited to be able to chat about this with you guys here today to see exactly how we go about securing finance for research, which is very critical, especially for small and developing states like us. So Sylvia, I'll answer the first question. What are some of the sources of research funding that are available for national development?
Yeah. Thank you for asking that question and also for inviting me here, because research is so important for countries' development. And by the way, I've been amazed at all the research that is taking place in Barbados on the ocean space. I've been really enjoy the presentations and congratulate, the highly technical teams that are behind this research. So just to tell you a little bit, so the IDB finances a lot of research, directly and indirectly. And first of all, I wanted to tell you what the IDB is, and similar to other international financial institutions, it's really like a cooperative of governments that come together to finance each other for development projects, okay? So Barbados in particular is a member of the IDB. The IDB has 48 member countries. 26 of them are borrowing member countries, and the non-borrowing member countries provide capital but don't borrow. But everybody has had to provide capital to become part of this kind of cooperative, okay? And so what the cooperative does, in a sense, is that it provides loans to the borrowing countries, Barbados being one of them, in concessional terms, okay, with several years of grace and then very small interest rates, everything in lieu for development, right? And the IDB, in particular, I don't know, I won't speak to the other international financial institutions because I don't know them as well as the IDB, but the IDB in particular is very, very interested in knowledge generation. And I think in the world that we live today, we know that data and knowledge generation is really kind of like the new source of economic strength. So it finances research and knowledge in two ways. One is research and knowledge that can help either identify projects that can be catalytic for development, or in the execution of such projects, data and knowledge that can make that execution have the highest impact. So a little bit of it is before you even kind of identify which project to finance, what is, the research that you need to identify what that project could look like. And that concerns both data generation, but also research in particular sectors, or in the context of projects. So in the projects that were described today, in fact, the 3 presentations ago, that integrated coastal zone management program, for example, is financed by the IDB, right? And that has a lot of research associated to it. The boardwalk was financed by the IDB in the context of a loan. Also a lot of research related to it, right? But then the IDB also finances research for its own sake in what we call technical cooperation. So these are projects that are not associated to loans. These are projects that are free to the country in the sense that the country requests them. And if they're granted, the country works together with the IDB to design what the research project is going to be about, and also to identify who could do the research to satisfy the research. Anyhow, how would you go about soliciting technical cooperations? Usually through the project implementation unit. Barbados has one, Miss Dale Foster, she leads it, and they would make the request to the country office, right? Or if you're working with an IDB specialist, for example, I'm not a specialist in climate, but I'm a specialist in private sector development. I've been supporting the Ministry of Innovation and Smart Technology on different technical cooperations, like how can we develop the life sciences sector is one. The other one is how can we develop a risk capital fund to support entrepreneurs in Barbados. By the way, there's going to be a validation workshop on Friday. If you're interested, come to me. I'll tell you where it is. It's open to whoever wants to participate. And now, how to finance more research and development in Barbados. We're doing a roadmap for that, what could be sources of financing. But that's not ready yet, so I can't tell you the answer for Barbados. And then finally, just a little plug for Compete Caribbean. So Compete Caribbean is a private sector development technical assistance program, which means it's not loans, it's technical assistance. It covers 13 countries in the Caribbean, including Barbados. We've just launched the 3rd phase of Compete Caribbean. The 2nd phase actually co-financed DG Fish with Export Barbados. That's the type of project we like to finance, how can we support a sector, for example, to improve, and we can support research around that. In this 3rd phase that we're launching now, there are 3 pillars, and I'll just go to pillar 3 because it's a pillar whose funds are earmarked to finance research. Which type of research? Research that can be both joint research between academic or scientific institutions and the public sector, or academic and scientific institutions and the private sector, or the 3 together, around how can the private sector produce more climate technology or adapt better to climate change, okay? And the way that we identify projects is that we advertise calls for proposals. It's a regional program, so it's a little bit competitive, but I encourage you to follow our newsletter so that you don't miss a call for proposals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Sylvia. She just wonderfully described how institutions like the Inter-American Development Bank and organizations like the Compete Caribbean go about providing finance for research. So Alex, I'll then ask you, what are some of the challenges that can be encountered when trying to secure financing for research?
Sure, thank you. And thank you once again for being here. And it's great to be alongside Sylvia as well, partly thank you for the shout out to Compete Caribbean. And it's great to be here to talk about research as well, just simply because, all public servants, we all believe in the idea of evidence-based policy making. It's very hard to really do that if you don't have the base data. And Sylvia, you mentioned sort of DigiFish and the recent project with the fisheries division. And I think that's a really good example of exactly where, it's almost impossible to make the right regulations unless you have the data. I worked in fisheries policy for a little while. And, the reason why within the EU and the UK, you're able to set catch limits every year, et cetera, is because there's a huge amount of base research that has to go in on an annual basis in order to work out stock levels, et cetera. So you just can't make the regulations without the data. So it's a fantastic example. In terms of sort of challenges, I think there are myriad challenges, and they're perhaps getting greater in some ways. with challenges that the world's facing. I think they can be split down broadly into sort of three areas. So one is just simply the quantity of finance that's available. Another one is on the sort of capacity, limited capacity and absorption capacity in various countries. And lastly is on sort of flexibility, really, and the longevity of the finance. So on the sort of quantum side of things, we're all facing challenges at the moment of finance. I mean, we've seen what's happened, for example, with USAID in the United States. It's true that most EU agencies and the UK as well are sort of cutting back because of other pressures on overseas development assistance. And a lot of our sort of international research financing does come from our ODA budget, so to speak. So that in itself is becoming something of a challenge. A lot of people push back and say, well, philanthropy ought to step in, or industry perhaps even more so. But a lot of these particularly long-term projects require such a huge amount of funding, the scale that's needed just isn't really possible for philanthropy for a big part, and really does have to come from the public sector. So that's one fairly large challenge. I mean, another challenge is that governments generally just don't spend enough of their GDP. I think a majority, a very large number of countries in the world spend less than 1% of their GDP on research and development. In fact, I think in the Caribbean, I think it's less than 0.1%. So it's a very, very low percentage of government budgets on average. And then also just in terms of the challenge on quantum, a lot of these calls for proposals which go out, the cost of research is going up all the time, as is everything apparently at the moment, but a lot of the budget caps aren't going up. So a lot of these calls for proposals actually don't have a high enough budget cap to really conduct the research over the timescale that's needed. And then on sort of capacity and absorption, I mean, this is something we talk about all the time in programming, particularly in the Caribbean and small island developing states. It's just very hard for such small institutions to be able to absorb large amounts of financing. And I think there's a little bit of a negative loop here as well, because the less finance you have, the less attractive it is for the expertise to stay in the region. So you get a degree of brain drain as well, I think, and experts leaving the region and going to work elsewhere, which is problematic. And also, just in terms of the individual priorities and competing priorities. So my understanding is University of the West Indies, and it does an awful lot of very good work, but most of those academics have to teach as well as conduct their research projects, and often the teaching is prioritized, and so you have sort of competing interests there as well. So there's something of a capacity challenge. And then lastly, I think just on the sort of longevity side of things, a lot of good research needs to be done over a multi-year program, often that goes beyond normal funding cycles. So a lot of funding cycles tend to coincide with the political cycles, surprise, surprise, particularly in public sector finance, and that isn't really long enough, really, for the work needed. I mean, we have an example recently where we were looking at, in Barbados actually, looking at sinking sargassum and the environmental impact of sinking sargassum offshore, which could potentially be used as a form of marine carbon capture, is the idea in the future. But you need to know what's happening on the benthic layer before you can authorize anything like that. But the scale, you need to be looking at over at least a sort of 5 or 6 or probably even longer period to really understand what the impact is going to be of a load of bales of sargassum down at 4,000 meters depth in Barbados' EEZ. And it's very hard to get funding that would continue for that long. So that all sounds a little bit negative. I do think there are positives, though. I think artificial intelligence, for example, could massively reduce some of these timescales, massively reduce the costs as well, and particularly personnel costs, perhaps, in some of these projects. So there are glimmers of hope as well.
Okay, well, that was even more challenges than I expected you to list off. So as you guys can see, we're dealing with quite a lot. I'll just move on to the next question, which is posed to all three of you guys. I'll start off with Paula. How can donor agencies drive and sustain innovative research and development initiatives to promote climate action? Sorry, Paula, we can't hear you. You'll have to unmute yourself. Thanks.
Hi?
Yes, can hear you now. Thanks.
Okay, good. So from the International Development Research Center, we have been funding research. So we have a long experience in funding research in the global south, as it is called. And we are funding research in climate research. We have a food systems and resilient program. We have education and science. So there are several programs, but we are still trying to upscale those results, and one of the challenges and the relevance of financing research and climate research is to upscale results and to translate knowledge into public policy. So the link between research, academic research, and the results, and transforming those results into public policy. As today they were presented in the conference, it was really useful just to base policies in evidence-based results. So that I would mention that firstly. Secondly, it's really important for us to build partnerships and alliances with other stakeholders, private sector, national governments, and subnational governments in order to enhance results and also funding. So we do have an alliance already with the UK, but with many other governments, with international development banks, but mainly to conceive research from national scale. So linking the international cooperation with the real needs of the countries and the context of local territories. This is the third thing I will mention. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Paula. Sylvia or Alex, would you guys like to chime in? Either one of you?
Bueno, I think something really important is the partnerships that Fabian mentioned with international research institutions that may be very interested in the context of Barbados, like to collect data on its ocean space, because it also serves their purposes somehow, right? And to share that research. So the partnership with McGill, NOAA, if it would be possible, it would be fantastic. You mentioned in your presentation that the Woods Hole Research Center was here. I know in the case of Belize, which is a much poorer country than Barbados, I guess larger coastline, all the, really important international research organizations in the marine space are present there. And I guess there are advantages and disadvantages of that, but that's one way to raise money for research. And I know, for example, the Bahamas, which has a very large ocean space, also gets a lot of interest from international research organizations. And the challenge that they've had there is like, how do we actually manage the permitting process? How do we actually make sure that Bahamas itself, so the country, gets a benefit from that research? So I think that there's an opportunity there, but also a real question about how to manage it so that it's mutually beneficial. Let's put it like that. Yeah.
Thanks. I think my more expert colleagues than me have probably covered most of the ground already. But I do certainly agreed the UK generally really supports the idea of sort of locally led adaptation research finance. That's the sort of thing we've been driving. And that's particularly, as my colleague said, in terms of really having research that meets a need or meets the need from the host country. And really sort of drives policy creation. And I think a big part of that, I guess, is making sure you've got a strong link between sort of climate action more generally and the research side of things. And so sort of learning while doing is a very good way of doing that. And so you have that constant feedback loop between climate action and those conducting the research to make sure the research is actually relevant to current needs. I think another thing we've found a little bit, and again I'll go back to the sargassum example, is the massive risk of duplication as well, particularly in the Caribbean region. I mean, you've got lots of small jurisdictions, and sometimes not perfect communication between all of them, and also not perfect communication between the various different development agencies or whoever it might be who's providing the funding. And particularly, for example, we're financing a project in Jamaica that's looking at using sargassum for bioethanol, but I know that that's happening in other places as well, right? And you've got to try and sort of link it all up and make sure that you're doing something which adds significant value rather than just repeating what's elsewhere. And I guess perhaps the last point to make, someone mentioned earlier the S, the looking at the sort of social and societal impact and not just environmental impact. And I think it's really important to look at how the research is valued by society at large when considering which projects we should be financing. Thanks.
All right, thank you all. The next question I'll pose to Paula. So what are the best practices for research financing? And could you possibly share any lessons that you've learned from your experience?
Yes, thank you. Firstly, the participatory approach to research that it was being mentioned now is vital. Can you hear me?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, yes. So the community-based solutions to research problems, that is an element that is crucial and a pillar of our research institution. Secondly, strengthening capacities at local level, at national level, and not having recipes from other universities or researchers based in other countries. That would be the second dimension. Thirdly, linking with national governments and not being disconnected of what is being needed from the national government. And also, finally, regarding climate research, to conceive climate research as multidimensional and understanding interconnections between climate research agenda with other agendas as artificial intelligence, green and blue economy, green transition and just transition, or for example, unemployment and poverty that are also related in our region, Caribbean and Latin America. They are related with the climate agenda. So to conceive that is a very important for us, for funding agencies, to understand that when you are building a national goal regarding impacts of natural disasters, we will have to study also the impacts on the poor population. So that is another dimension that we're incorporating now in our institution. Thank you.
Right, so it sounds like when research, when financing institutions are looking at, who deserves the funding, who it's important that we are ensuring that climate issues are being addressed and that people that really, really need the financing within their communities are the ones that are prioritized. So this final question is to all three of the panelists. So what opportunities are available to support research for national development? I guess outside of what you guys have already described. If there are any, other avenues that you guys can think of.
Should I go first? So now's obviously my opportunity to plug all of the UK research programs. But I mean, I did say at the beginning that one of the challenges is obviously ODA budgets, right? Overseas Development Assistance budgets. And it's true that, I guess most people probably in this room are focused on Barbados. And Barbados, although the UK strongly supports the idea of looking at vulnerability, particularly climate vulnerability when it comes to concessional finance and eligibility for ODA funds, etc. At the moment, we haven't really found a way around that impasse. So there's a lot of funds that the UK has that Barbados isn't able to access. But I would say that research is one of the few areas where that is actually a little bit more flexible, because as long as a piece of research is applicable more widely and it's applicable to the wider Caribbean, including ODA-eligible countries, that research can still take place in Barbados. So to come back to my sargassum example, the reason why we could look at sargassum sinking and the impact there using an ODA budget is because it doesn't, it would be applicable anywhere else in the Caribbean. It's a regional problem. So it is one of these areas where Barbados should be able to get hold of more ODA financing than perhaps in other areas. With that in mind, the UK does have quite a few programs which we quite regularly do regional and global calls for proposals. We have the Darwin Initiative, which looks particularly at sort of biodiversity research. There's a pillar of the Darwin Initiative which looks at research and development related to biodiversity. We also have a £500 million Blue Planet Fund, and part of that is currently through the Sustainable Blue Economies Programme, looking in the Caribbean at using the UK agencies. So this would be CFAS, the Centre for Environment, Fisheries and Aquaculture Science, I think it is, and the UK Hydrology Centre and the National Oceanography Centre, and all these agencies are currently going around around different Caribbean countries and sourcing proposals to help them with research, whether that be sort of seafloor bathymetry studies. I'm going to go to the limit of my knowledge of oceanic research here, but those kind of things are available. And one other thing I would say is we also have, I mentioned earlier the idea of using new technologies, particularly artificial intelligence in research. And we also have a program called Frontier Technology, which is basically where you come forward with an idea using an emerging or new technology and looking at how that can solve a regional or global problem. And then it's a little bit like an incubator, essentially. And we then work with you to develop that idea with an initial fairly small budget. I think it's about 100,000 US, something like that, with the idea that that is then sort of scalable in future. And that's applicable both in ODA and non-ODA countries. So there's a bit of a plug. If you've got a genius idea like that, I've been trying to come up with one for a little while, for how you can use particularly artificial intelligence or some emerging technology to face the climate challenges that the Caribbean faces, then please do come to me.
Thank you. Paula or Sylvia?
I will go, Sylvia, or do you want to start?
No, you go.
Okay. So currently we have a couple of open international calls that you can check in our site, idrc.ca. One is about indigenous knowledge and the link with Canadian indigenous knowledge. And the second one is about gender and feminist movements in Caribbean and Latin America. So those ones are open. As I mentioned previously, they are related with also can be related to climate action. So apart from those, we are all the time opening new calls. And as I mentioned earlier, you could have a proposal that can come as a concept note, not necessarily in the framework of an international call. And you can find a link there of different programs that we are, and an email where you can send a small proposal that can be considered. Thank you.
So for me to recap, any ideas of research can be requested to the country office Barbados. But there are also two avenues that I didn't discuss before, which could be interesting. So the IDB really wants to promote regional cooperation, also in areas related to research, so between two or more countries, particularly in the Caribbean. So there's one new program called One Caribbean, which is a technical assistance program. One of its priorities is climate change. How do we adapt to climate change? Another one is food security, another one is citizen security, and then the fourth one is private sector development. So a project involving two or more countries in any or multiple of these priority areas would be very well received. And I could channel that, or you could also channel it through the country office. And then every year, there's a call for what they call regional public goods. So a regional public good is also a project that builds something that is sustainable. So it cannot be like a one-off research, but research could be, part of it, to build the capacity for different countries to collaborate and to have that ongoing collaboration persist. So for example, for the call this year, I'm trying to work out a proposal between UWI, the St. Augustine campus for sure, hopefully other campuses, and a university in Colombia about how to promote tech transfer between the countries that are involved, okay? And with a collaboration between public universities. Anyhow, but it could be anything. It's just like to get you thinking. And then, be on the lookout for the call from Compete Caribbean for these joint academic private sector, academic public sector, or the three entities together research calls. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all so much for the rich discussion so far. I'm just going to open the floor to questions from the audience. So we have one question here, two here. I don't know if Xavier or somebody with the roaming mic, or Dan's on it. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentations. Well, two issues are on my mind. The comment that you had made in terms of Barbados not being able to access some funding, etc., kind of triggered something that I hear quite often in terms of why is it that the small island states, or even by extension the least developed states, seem to be the ones more heavily impacted, but we can't access easily the funding that allows us to adapt to those impacts of climate change that we know are coming, that are in fact here already. And it's only that this year that I'm not in Germany right now, in Bonn, at the SB meeting. The last year, the year before, at SIDS, as part of the Alliance of Small Island States, and then when you go in the G77 meetings with the least developed states, the African nations, this is the same thing over and over. We had Caribbean Development Bank did a presentation at one of the side meetings previously, and part of certain funding got to get funneled through now the World Bank and all the hoops you got to jump through. And it seems almost like it's just designed so that we can't adapt. And we all know that we should be given the full wherewithal to do that with a lot more simplicity. The other issue is that we can have research in terms of coral reef research, for example, if we could use that. We've had many proposals now in Barbados in terms of community groups or extra-regional or groups, experts, etc., wanted to do coral gardening as coral reef restoration. But we're still faced with the issues of sewage wastewater management, storm water management, all that can contribute to land-based sources of marine pollution, and which can allow us to treat to the issues of coral reefs at source. All right? These are things that we can do something about. So in terms of having adequate treatment plants that we can phase out sack wells, and be water scarce as well, so how can we deal with storm water management and water augmentation that can reduce scarcity of water, along with to match the desalination efforts that are already ongoing, you know, because we could do as much coral gardening as we want in the traditional sense, but as the water quality or one elevated sea surface temperature could have a major bleaching event and kill everything. All right? So we have to be a bit more targeted. Or if you're doing research for coral gardening, genetic research. And for what I've read, some places are doing that, where you can then do maybe genetic engineering and have corals now that are resistant to elevated temperatures or even to certain pollutants. And once you propagate those altered corals then, it means then you're then developing resilience to your coral reefs at source from a genetic perspective as well. So you tackle it from source in terms of land-based sources of pollution. You can tackle it in a more specific, direct, targeted way from the genetic perspective in terms of your coral reef efforts, right? And that then engages universities in the West Indies or wherever the case would be, our partnerships with universities in Florida, wherever part of the world, that then have that technological and educational transfer of knowledge and technology, even using AI, as he mentioned, to assist. You see? As opposed to just going there fragmenting corals and then a percentage of them die and a percentage of them live and survive, and then you hope the nature doesn't, the climate change doesn't cause the demise of the rest. Right? So I'm just saying that all of these financing mechanisms needs addressing. We have the Bridgestone Initiative 3.0 now, I think, that made an effort to try to deal with these global financial disparities that seem to put small island states such as Barbados at a competitive disadvantage. It needs to change. We know the the issues, but we seem very resistant to put the solutions in place. So that's just all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a water and sanitation project coming upstream.
My question has to do more with like youth involvement and the barriers associated with youth involvement in terms of research in kind of these organizations. So obviously a lot of times y'all have mentioned human and technical capacity is a big issue in small island developing states. And as youth, you kind of want to get that exposure and get an understanding, but sometimes open calls or proposals sometimes seem like such a mammoth thing to undertake, even by yourself or in a cooperative of young people. So what do each of your organizations do, or do y'all have any kind of resources that are available to kind of create an enabling environment to kind of promote the youth to come up with these innovative ideas that are kind of on a smaller scale and more pilot projects that are locally led? Oh, it was open to anyone. So.
I mean, in the context of IDB, I think, bueno, these types of projects have not necessarily happened in Barbados, although some to an extent, but projects to involve youth, kind of like in research or solving problems, are of two types. One, projects to support young entrepreneurs. So for example, the Yes Foundations in all of the Caribbean were created many decades ago by the IDB, in fact, right? But the IDB or its sister organization, the IDB Lab, tends to have projects that support young entrepreneurs in coming up with solutions. And then the other type of projects, this one in particular, not in Barbados, but yes, in other contexts, projects where there's a lot of resources placed on expanding the capacity of university institutions and tertiary educational institutions, which involve scholarships for youth, research grants, where youth in those institutions are involved. Okay, so of those two types, one more kind of like entrepreneurial, and the other one more increasing capacity to do research per se.
Hi, I'm Susan Mahana. I'm the president of the Coral Reef Restoration Alliance, and my question is directed towards Pal mostly, but to everybody here actually, because I have 3 ideas for research which are really expensive, and one of them could be involving partnership between the Barbados government or Barbadian organizations and Canadian. So I had investigated a while ago looking into the genetics of resilient corals. So I'm adding to what Fabian has said. And what I discovered was that you can, well, I have a colleague at Concordia University in Montreal, and he's a doctor, he's a medical doctor, but he's also an IT specialist. And he had worked in cancer research, and he said that he could analyze, the genome of the different kinds of corals and so on, complete. But it's very expensive, and it's very hard to get the time, because generally people, when they do that kind of research, they prioritize health of human beings rather than health of the environment. So you could have a holding facility here for corals. You could prepare them for analysis and all that kind of thing and ship them overseas if you weren't having that very expensive technology to analyze the genetics. But everything is expensive, and it has to be a long-term thing as well, because it's not something that you could collect some specimens, but then you would have to and go over time, and then you would have to try and put them back into the environment, the resilient types and all that. So that's one kind of research you could do. The other kind, which I also did with him and with a team from all different universities, was to collect water samples. And that's very easy to do in Barbados, just almost like a jar, and analyze a microbiome. And what we found was that, when you have, I don't know if EPD does that or Coast, do you do that already, to analyze the whole microbiome to see how that relates to the water quality? Because depending upon, there'll be thousands of microorganisms in the water. If you can characterize it, you can kind of characterize the health of the water. So that's another one, but but we had to ship the samples overseas. And finally, the other thing that we're especially interested in is pharmaceuticals, because there are a number of coral species that have special pharmaceutical properties, and some of them are indigenous to the Caribbean, actually, and we're interested in that kind of research, But those kind of researches are really all very, very expensive. They're long-term, and, so if there's, I just thought that this was a captive audience to suggest those kind of things, and, and having you here is a great pleasure to hear that there might be some chance of advancing those kind of ideas.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just say something, just very quickly, on coral restoration more generally, because it's come up a couple of times now. It does feel to me like one of those areas, and I'm going to slightly contradict what I said in my first intervention, but one of those areas where it feels like the private sector could and should perhaps be a little bit more involved, and in some cases already is more involved. I recently went to Grand Bahama, and they have, you might have heard of it, quite a sort of a well-known coral restoration program. I think it's called Fragments of Hope, if I got the right one, in Conservation oh no, which one am I thinking of? Coral Vita, I'm getting my confused. Coral Vita in Grand Bahama, and they are funded by the tourist industry, aren't they? By hotels, etc. Because it's providing a double service. One is obviously the snorkeling, scuba diving, whatever it might be, but also in terms of storm surge protection, and things like that. So that is an area where there could perhaps be more research, and it could be private sector funded to a certain extent. And so I thought we were collecting questions, so I did want to just quickly address, Fabian, your comments at the beginning around SIDS, and I have a lot of sympathy for the argument that obviously SIDS, there's a tragic irony in the fact that SIDS are on the front line of climate change, yet they're some of the ones that find it the hardest to access finance. And there is a lot of work at the moment ongoing in order to try and redress that balance. I mean, the UNFCCC agreement does specifically talk about special circumstances for SIDS, and the UK and other partners work really hard to try and make sure that translates into the financing. And even in this very room, there was quite a good example of that only a few months ago on the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, for example, where there was agreement that there would be 50% of all the funds would be allocated to SIDS and LDCs. I know the GCF as well, there have been real issues in accessing GCF financing for small islands because of all the bureaucratic burden, and they've introduced a simplified process, which has helped a little bit. They're trying to introduce, an office in the Caribbean. So I'm not saying, and one more example, I think shipping levies is something that was recently discussed at the IMO, and they agreed on sort of raising finance through shipping levies. Again, SIDS they are in the text and they are prioritized, and they should receive a significant proportion of the funding. That's not to say that this is not still a huge problem, but I think there is a lot of attention on it. We do recognize it, other partners recognize it, and we're trying to fix it.
Okay, any other questions? Yeah. Okay, so I'll just ask all of the panelists for any final remarks you guys might have. Paula, do you want to go first if you happen to have any?
Just regarding the last question, maybe Shelley can share my email in case there are particular ideas of research that they can send me an email, and we can discuss further any ideas and how to proceed with those ideas. Thank you very much for the invitation.
was similarly perhaps the same for me, but I do want to reiterate that idea. If anyone has any brilliant ideas for how you can use artificial intelligence or emerging technologies to meet sort of the challenges that Barbados faces, please do get in touch. And I remember that I think the BOP had in their manifesto at some point that Barbados should be a sort of a breeding ground, if you like, for new research and innovative ideas. And I do think you are in a very good position to be doing that, particularly in the marine space. You're in a good position, and we will support you in any way we possibly can. And do please bear in mind what I said earlier about this idea of ODA funds. Don't just completely disregard it when you're looking at research in Barbados, because if your research is more widely applicable, then ODA funding could still be available to you. Thank you very much.
No, I wanted to say that from the point of view of the IDB, since Barbados is a member country, there are no restrictions to research financing. And I do hope that Shalian and Compi Caribbean also covers Barbados. So no restrictions there either, because of the pool of financing we have with other partners that don't have those restrictions. No, what I wanted to say, particularly regarding Alex's last point about this vision of Barbados as being a place where research and science can fuel innovations that are globally applicable. That is the vision of the current Minister of Innovation, Science and Smart Technology. And I think his intention, which partly this validation workshop I mentioned to you that's going to happen on Friday, and other projects that we're doing together, is to see what are the financing mechanisms so that that vision can actually happen. So I think good things are coming for Barbados. And there's very strong interest in developing like pharma industry here. Not necessarily kind of like ocean-based, that's not what I've heard, but like drugs and drug research in Barbados. So Susan, that may be an opportunity.
If I could just make one more comment on that, on Susan's comments around using coral within the pharmaceutical industry. There was recently agreement at the CBD COP on the idea of, they call it digital sequencing information, but essentially the idea that local communities ought to be getting a significant proportion of the profits that pharma companies get from genetic information that they're using from the natural world. So this is another great opportunity to get greater financing down the future if Barbados and the Caribbean generally engages in this kind of research. So it's a brilliant idea.
Okay, so I just really want to thank all of the panelists for taking the time out to come today to talk to us about the importance of financing and research. And thank you guys for staying as well, and those online who are tuning in, because all of the research that you would have heard about today is quite expensive. You need money. So it's important that we have discussions around this so we know how to go about securing finance for research that's so desperately needed in a island like Barbados. So yes, thank you. And I'm back over to Carrie.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Foster, for moderating that session. Mr. Gosney, one thing I would point out is in Barbados, we actually have 2 GCF-funded projects happening right now. So, yeah. Okay. Thank you so very much to everyone in the audience for staying today, and to those of you watching online, thank you for staying with us. Today was a very fruitful day in terms of discussions and conversations started. You will continue these discussions tomorrow on day 2. However, this evening, there's also a further networking opportunity for you on the outside. As you leave, just stay, mix, mingle, and share communication, exchange contact information, and continue the conversations. Thank you so very much again for coming today. And tomorrow we will also have the question and answer for the EPD department that we were not able to have today because of timing. Thank you so very much again.